The date printed on the invitation was on the 16th day of the first lunar month. Song Yunxian enjoyed a very peaceful life before the day came. Gu Changge accompanied her to the hospital to do a physical examination. After taking some medicine, her symptoms of vomiting had been nearly cured. The jade rings of Chong Yuan and Luo Fanshu were sent back by Gu Changge. Gu Changge brought Song Yunxian to the shrine in Tokyo to ask for a draw before the feast day. But they got the shortest straw. Song Yunxian just raised her eyebrows slightly and then threw the draw away. Seeing that she threw the draw away, Gu Changge frowned and walked over. What happened? The draw shows an unfortunate sign. Is that a short draw? Song Yunxian showed a smile. The fur collar made her chin more sharp. She had a small pink and white face. Her skin was smooth and pure, and her eyes were clear. The worst one. Gu Changge looked very surly instantly. He reached out, trying to pull her to ask for another one. But Song Yunxian held his hand with her hands. She got his hand off hers. Then she clapped 3 times in front of the shrine and closed her eyes to make a vow quietly while dropping her eyes. One more time. Song Yunxian did not care about it at all. Such things are just to get an auspicious sign. We can believe it or not. There is no need to take it so seriously. Just because we are here to get an auspicious sign. I want you to get a better draw. Gu Changge fetched those sticks. Song Yunxian finished her vow and then looked up at him. God is not the one who can bless me at all. Her eyes were clear and firm. It seemed that she had tasted experience to the utmost. So who is that? Gu Changge asked her in a low voice. She smiled brightly. It may be me or you. She hid her fingers into her furry fur warm sleeves because of cold. And she watched him with a smile. Do you agree with me? Gu Changge felt something peculiar in his mind. He took her hands after reaching out and covered one of her hands with his palms. He tried to make her warm. I will protect you as long as you want. Song Yunxian nodded. The reflection in her eyes was all about him. I would love to. Gu Changge, if you could be nice to me, of course I wanted your protection forever. After I finished all those affairs, I would like to stay with you forever. After I finished them. After I revenged for Gu Changge. I would do it as soon as possible. She gently embraced him and buried her face on his chest. She was so meek, like a kitten which suddenly became sensible in a moment. Gu Changge put his fingers on her back gently. He kissed her hair softly. I will protect you. We will return to Yuncheng as soon as possible. After we solved the issue of Shao family, we would go back to Yuncheng. Going back to Harbor City from Tokyo overnight, Song Yunxian felt completely exhausted. She thought that she would have a sound sleep in her bed. But she did not expect that she woke up at 5 o'clock in the morning. The banquet was settled at dinner time. After seeing that the electronic clock showed that it was only at 5 o'clock in the morning, Song Yunxian got out of her bed with her pajamas on. She then opened her curtains and watched the view of the yard in the darkness. The tree shadows were hidden in the dark. It was pitch dark. There were no stars in the sky. The light in the yard lightened the ground next to the fountain. The fountain was still flowing. Under the light, there were snowflakes swirling to fall down from the sky like feathers. Song Yunxian was apathetic and peaceful. She looked at the snow outside the window. Her thought floated away gradually. The past memories in her mind came out little by little. She recalled Gu Changge again, her own father. Gu Changge's birth mother died early. Her only relative was her experienced and scheming father. Though she was her father's most loved kid, her father certainly wouldn't let her grow up as a girl good for nothing. She looked like Gu Changge, but she inherited her mother's gentleness and weakness. She had been at the side of her father since she was 4 years old. He was a tall and strong man who liked to wear a pair of black lambskin gloves in winter. The gloves were soft and smooth. Her small hands were held in such a hand. She walked out of the door of the huge courtyard of Gu family to the gate of the main house in the winter. That section of the road was long, and the snow was always flying in the air. The footprints of her father and her small ones were left on the white snow, extending gradually. Her father was willing to take her hands and walk with her. but he would never pick her up to finish the road. This had been the case since she was a child. Even though she was so exhausted that her legs got bitter, and even though she wanted to fawn, a trace of coldness inside her father's eyes stopped the words she wanted to say in her throat. But she got the news from the old steward when she was 14 years old that only the next head of the Gu family could be held to walk from the gate of the huge mansion of Gu family to the gate of the main house, and other kids could only walk through a side door. Though they were all Gu Changge's children, she was the most different one. Because she was different, she had to finish the road of Gu family by herself. She had to support the Gu family, even though everyone who used to accompany her had gone, and even though she lost her father who used to lead her to walk forward hand in hand. She was supposed to struggle until she led the next head of Gu family to finish the long road. When she thought of those things, she couldn't help looking up. She sniffed. Suddenly, a soft wool coat covered her shoulders behind her. She was wrapped by warmth. She took a sidelong glance. A man embraced her from her back with pajamas. His hands fell on her waist. "Why don't you get more sleep?" "I can't fall asleep." "Your sleep is not adequate, which will do harm to your health." She folded her hands over his hands. "I will recover slowly in the future. Today is an exception." Exception. Gu Changge asked her keenly. Song Yuncheng smiled. There was a bright and shining light in her eyes. The light was reflected in the transparent glass. Yep. It was an exception which she had expected for a long time. Today, the banquet was bound to be extraordinarily wonderful. The banquet hosted by Shao family invited some rich and famous families in the business circle and major politicians of Harbor City. Shao family had a high reputation, so that the invitees all came to Shao family in advance. The house of Shao family was built on the best piece of land in Harbor City. The land was precious and valuable. Nowadays, the architectural style of the main house was not as antique as it was 10 years ago. After the death of Shao Xian, who was the most loved kid of Elder Shao, the elder moved into the building deep in the main house to live. The big house of Shao family was handed to the two brothers, Shao Yu and Shao Liang, to rebuild. As the two brothers held the power of Shao family, they thought that the whole Shao family belonged to them. So, when they rebuilt the house, they simply chose the European style which they both liked. Though the elder was a little dissatisfied, he did not dig into it. The main house of Shao family showed a combination of Eastern and Western architectural styles. The elder of Shao family lived deep in the main house to cultivate, while Shao Yu and Shao Liang lived in the front villa. The banquet of Shao family was hosted by Shao Yu and Shao Liang this time. So the venue was settled in the European-style villa of Shao family. Song Yuncheng chose a backless fishtail evening dress before setting off. Putting on the ice blue diamond-encrusted evening dress, she looked like a mermaid which came into the mortal world accidentally. Her dark hair was made to be demure and delicate by a hairstylist. Her exposed forehead was clean and beautiful. The features on her small face were noticeably mature and pretty. The diamond necklace was worn around her white neck. Gu Changge put the ring of true love on the fourth finger of her right hand personally. Looking at herself in the mirror, Song Yuncheng was slightly distracted. Standing next to each other, they were such a pairing couple. She smiled. "Let's go." Though Gu Changge hesitated, he did not prevent her from heading to Shao family. When seeing the invitation at that moment, she was indeed a little jaunty and excited in her mind. The calligraphy of Shao Jiancheng was vigorous and forceful with the thick ink style. Though the old man was 87 years old, the mightiness running in his blood had been accumulated for many years. It was said that we could understand a person by seeing his handwriting. Looking at the calligraphy of Shao Jiancheng, Song Yuncheng seemed to vaguely guess his characteristics. But that was just a rough guess. The mobile phone vibrated twice on the road to Shao family. Song Yuncheng just looked down at the phone and then took her eyes off it. Seeing that she looked at her phone frequently, Gu Changge was a little suspicious. "Who is calling you?" "Just an alarm. I'm afraid to miss the feast, so I set 2 alarm clocks for different times." Hearing her response, Gu Changge didn't ask her anymore. When they arrived at the house of Shao family, Gu Changge just got out of the car first. The door of the car was opened, and he reached out his hand. She put her hand on his outstretched fingers. Feeling that his fingers were clenched tightly and he put forth his strength, she got out of the car. He wrapped his arms around her waist. The media in Harbor City heard that the feast was hosted by Shao family. They all stationed in front of the gate of the house of Shao family. Every invitee was swallowed up and photographed by a sea of media workers as soon as he or she got out of the car. They were even invited to receive an interview. When Song Yuncheng got out of the car, all the magnesium lights flashed, which made her eyes painful. The bodyguards of Gu Changge moved quickly forward to block the glare flashing as the media workers pressed the shutters of cameras. Gu Changge cuddled Song Yuncheng in his arms. Song Yuncheng was protected by him as a timid and lovable little woman and walked inside obediently. The journalists held the microphones to interview Gu Changge. We have heard that Shao family is at odds with Hua family. Shao family invited all the celebrities from all walks of life to come to the dinner party this time. Mr. Chu, you come from an aristocratic family in Yuncheng. You are here to keep an appointment. Does it show that you want to rebuild a relationship with Shao family? Shielding Song Yuncheng to walk forward, Gu Changge did not say a word. The scene was a little chaotic. All the journalists around them held their microphones to jostle towards them. It was very hard for Gu Changge and Song Yuncheng to step forward under the protection of bodyguards who he brought here. Just at that moment, a journalist jumped on them. He aimed the microphone at Song Yuncheng, who stayed in Gu Changge's arms without saying a word. I have heard that Miss Song is the youngest daughter in Song family. Miss Song, did you know Mr. Chu after Hua Jiehui, the oldest missy of Hua family? Song Yuncheng turned her head in Gu Changge's arms and looked at the microphone in front of her. She said nothing with indifferent eyes. The bodyguards pushed the journalist away when seeing this. An assistant followed up and replied to him for Song Yuncheng. This is Miss Song's own private business. No comment. But the journalists seemed to have found a breakthrough. They all aimed the microphones in their hands at Song Yuncheng. Are you a third party who intervened in the relationship between Child Chu and Miss Hua, Miss Song? How did you intervene in the relationship between them? Did Child Chu cease to be faithful first? Or did you use some tactics to force Child Chu? Song Yuncheng had no idea why the media was omnipresent to obsess over her relationship. But since the question had been raised, keeping silent would make her look too flabby and so easy to bully. She kept a distance away from Chu slightly. She faced those persistent journalists. Actually, I have never been in a relationship with Miss Hua Jiehui. Yuncheng is my lover. I love her. The journalists were all shocked by his words. Song Yuncheng was also surprised spontaneously. But would it be not appropriate for him to admit his love to her so frankly at this moment? The reporters all froze after Gu Changge responded so candidly. Song Yuncheng froze too. But Gu Changge took this opportunity to take her to the main house of Shao family. At this moment, a security guard of Shao family came to welcome them. The reporters were blocked off soon, but some meddlesome and gossipy reporters shouted behind them. In recent years, there have been very few rumors about Child Chu. Is there any other reason or purpose since you suddenly admitted your relationship with Miss Song? Gu Changge turned around. He squinted his eyes and wanted to find the reporter who clamored in the crowd and asked this question. However, the reporter hid in the crowd quickly like a skilled recidivist. Gu Changge did not find the reporter immediately but looked away. He saw an exotic man who flashed by not far away. George. He whispered the name. Except Song Yuncheng, who was so close to him that she heard the name. No one heard him say the name. Gu Changge wrapped Song Yuncheng's waist with his big hand holding her. Let's go. We need to get in. Song Yuncheng nodded. And they followed the housemaid of Shao family, who was leading the way, to get in. However, she secretly looked back when she was walking forward. She did not know if it was such a coincidence that the one who was the next to get out of the car behind them was Lu Xia, the master of Lu family. Lu Xia faced the reporters with an unsmiling and cold face of frigid features. Her unsmiling expression instantly extinguished half of the enthusiasm of the gossipy reporters. Only a few reporters dared to come up to ask about some topics which were not too sensitive. Most of the reporters silently directed at George beside her, Lu Xia's white assistant who had been together with her for many years. Lu Xia had been a hot topic of the gossipy media in Harbor City in recent years. However, the single young lady of Lu family lived a principled and rigorous life. There was no scandal at all, and even no man who wanted to join the upper circles to become famous by making use of her appearing around her. Maybe there had been a few ungrateful men intending to have a relationship with her. But those men disappeared so soon before the media could have the time to know it. Lu Xia wore a red fishtail dress. Her red lips and a pair of black gloves were as magnificent as the demeanor and aura of a queen. She walked across the red carpet leading to the door of Shao family's house. The media even wanted to take a photo of her raised chin to use it as the headline news at once. After entering the door of Shao family, her assistant, George, considerately put a black fur shawl on Lu Xia's shoulders, which was placed on his arm. Lu Xia glanced at him and slightly nodded to him, which made George smile charmingly and exotically. And Gu Changge just saw the charming and exotic smile. Song Yuncheng stood beside Gu Changge, and her eyes fell on the crowd in the distance. She looked along the crowd and could see the way to the place where Xiao Jianqing lived. Later, Xiao Luo would be likely to come out from there. Song Yuncheng thought so. Gu Changge took 2 glasses of champagne from the waiter's tray and gave one to her after reaching out. She took the champagne and said, "Thanks. I want to have some words with Miss Lu. Would you like to come with me?" Song Yuncheng looked along his eyes and saw that Lu Xia was talking with a few young ladies from noble families not far away. She shook her head and smiled. "No need. I am not familiar with them." She was not interested in gossip among women. The competition of interest in the business world was much more important than gossip among those girls. Since a long time ago, she had always searched for those people useful for her to communicate with at the banquet. Those women around Lu Xia did not have an interest relationship with her. As for Lu Xia, she might have no topic to talk with her. Seeing that Gu Changge headed towards Lu Xia, the assistant beside her, George, lightly said, "President Lu." Lu Xia turned aside to look at George. She looked along George's sight and saw at once that Gu Changge was coming to her. The demure and mild smile on her face became a little serious. "Excuse me." After talking with those well-dressed noble young ladies around her, Lu Xia headed towards Gu Changge with a smile on her face. The 2 people stopped 2 steps away from each other. Lu Xia still held a cup of champagne, which she had taken a sip of, in her hand. She raised her glass to Gu Changge and sipped a little. Then she said, "Child Chu really arrived on time. I had thought that you would not come over today." "I did not want to come indeed." Seeing his honesty, Lu Xia pursed her lips and smiled. "It is not good to be so frank. Elder Xiao will be sad if he hears it. Is it your idea to give the invitation to Yuncheng?" Lu Xia covered her lips and smiled. "It seems to work. She came here with me." Lu Xia nodded and looked behind Gu Changge. She could not help sighing. It is great to be a young girl. Especially 18 and 19 are the best years of life when her energy, mind, and capacity of intriguing are in the peak moment of growth. Her words were very meaningful. Gu Changge was not happy in his mind. Miss Lu dragged Yuncheng into this situation forcefully. "Don't you think you are pressing her?" "Ovrigze?" Lu Xia blinked her eyes as if she did not understand it. Gu Changge said coldly, "Xiao family is too complicated. It is not suitable for her to take a part in. You are making difficulties for her." Lu Xia did not care and said, "Child Chu, Yushuan is a smart girl. She will grow up after suffering some hardships. I don't want her to suffer." Gu Changge believed that he could not reach an agreement with Lu Xia at all, and there was no need to talk anymore. He then drank up his champagne in the goblet. He put the goblet on a waiter's plate and intended to leave. Lu Xia uttered slowly, "If she had received your goodwill, she should not have shown up in Xiao family." Gu Changge's back became stiff when he left. Lu Xia sighed with some regret. "Unfortunately, she doesn't want to be your canary, even if you want to protect her." Xiao Luo was pushed out of the main house of his grandfather, and accompanied by the butler of the elder. The butler had carefully prepared his suit for the banquet. A claret shirt and a dark suit fitted a boy of 17 with a fair complexion and a lean body. The clothes also made him who just recovered look better. The butler personally pushed his wheelchair and said tenderly, "Little child Xiao, please behave well at the banquet tonight." Xiao Luo lowered his eyes to conceal the little beauty under his long eyelashes. "I know it, Uncle Xiang." After advising, the butler sent for a beautiful little maid with white skin to push the wheelchair. He ordered, "Take good care of little child Xiao." The little maid obeyed and then obediently pushed the wheelchair of Xiao Luo along the way towards the villa before them reverently. Although the wounds of Xiao Luo were healed a lot, he still could not stand up and walk. Will and Xiao Dao had no relationship with a rich and famous family like Xiao family, so they were not allowed to attend such a banquet of Xiao family. While coming out of the main house, his grandfather was just rubbing the old beeswax string in his hand. He ordered tiredly, "Keep composed after you get out later. I have been preferring you always." Xiao Luo nodded to agree. The old man sighed. "I hope that the two bastards will behave well and do what elders should do. Otherwise, Xiao family would be turned upside down tonight." Xiao Luo put his fingers on the armrest of the wheelchair. His eyes under his long eyelashes were as deep as a well. They were approaching the villa where the banquet was ongoing ahead gradually, and they heard the noise of people talking. His eardrums vibrated gently, and Xiao Luo heard at once that some people had subtly found him and whispered to each other with goblets covering his lips. "See, that is the only child of Xiao Xian. He is handsome. However, he seems not to be a pure person of Harbor City. Look at the eyes and the eyebrows. Toot toot. This is the silhouette of Europeans." "You are right." Elder Xiao said that his mother was a noble young lady from family Sofia in Italy. "He must have told a lie. I have heard that he is an illegitimate child born by a whore from the WS. Well, the elder is so old that he thinks everyone can be misled easily." Although the murmur was deliberately subdued, it was still passed into Xiao Luo's ears through the air little by little. He heard every word clearly. His eyes became gloomy, and his fingers were attached to the armrest of his wheelchair. He clenched them slowly. 5 fingers were clenched into a fist. His mother was a whore from the W. A whore. Everyone believed that his mother was a dirty woman, and was even contemptuous of his existence. Contempt, disdain and insult. These negative influences and injuries accompanied him throughout his life ubiquitously since he was a child. What hurt him the most was his 2 uncles, Xiao Yu and Xiao Liang. If the 2 uncles had not spread these rumors that were strictly forbidden by Xiao Jiancheng, people of Harbor City would not have known his origin and judged his dead mother harshly and irresponsibly. His fingers were tightly clenched. The little maid behind him keenly noticed his fingers and asked concernedly, "Are you uncomfortable, little child Xiao?" "I am fine." The little maid nodded and continued to push his wheelchair to walk forward. They arrived there and met those well-dressed and roseate guests. Those who had murmured and made carping comments on him with goblets covering their lips instantly changed their expressions quickly. Everyone wore a kind and friendly smile on the face. They even had the face to compliment him. "You look so good, little child Xiao. I haven't seen you for a few years. You really look more and more like your father." Everyone knew that Xiao Xian, Xiao Luo's father, was a promising youth from a noble family in Harbor City 20 years ago. Although there were many rumors about him, the young and handsome talent of outstanding ability was a golden eligible bachelor who people of Harbor City took delight in talking about for a long time. Over the years, Xiao Xian had remained in various rumors in the upper circles of Harbor City. The noble young ladies of his age at that time had been married. However, those ladies still remembered Xiao Xian deeply in the mind, who they had just loved in their youth. Even if time flew and stars changed in positions, the elapsed time could not hide the amazing glory and elegance of the young master when he once appeared. Xiao Luo looked exactly like Xiao Xian. The handsome face did not have the edges of a mature man. The elegance and talent between his eyebrows just began to emerge. Many noble young ladies who smiled like flowers came to Xiao Luo. They asked about Xiao Luo's situation half sincerely and half pretendedly. Among a group of noble young ladies shining like diamonds, there was a young girl in a little black dress. There was a sudden burst of viciousness at the corners of her eyes when she smiled brightly. She pushed hard down Xiao Luo's wheelchair with her fingers accompanied by scarlet nails. Bang! The sound of falling into water which made people shocked suddenly came from the large swimming pool of Xiao family's villa. All the guests present were stunned at the scene out of shock. Even the maid who initially pushed Xiao Luo's wheelchair was stunned on the spot under such a surprising change. "Oh, little child Xiao." The maid responded quickly after exclaiming. The guests present saw the little maid scream and retreated in bewilderment one after another. None of the people watching around jumped into the swimming pool at this time to save Xiao Luo. The little maid leaned over the edge of the swimming pool, reaching out to hold Xiao Luo. The water in the swimming pool was surprisingly deep. The housemaid wanted to jump down and suddenly remembered that she couldn't swim at all. She couldn't help crying and yelling, "Help! Little child Xiao has fallen into the water. Help! Help!" The maid's sharp voice echoed around the swimming pool of the villa. However, no matter how loudly she shouted, no servant came to save Xiao Luo. The little maid was pale and scared, and she was about to jump down. Little child Xiao was handed over by old master to her to take care of. If something terrible happened to him, she couldn't stay in Xiao family anymore. Moreover, little child Xiao who was injured fell into the water with a wheelchair. He could not swim and get out by himself at all. Besides, he could not swim at all. The little maid was pale and terrified. But at this time, an ice blue figure suddenly plunged into the water from the crowd. The ice blue figure was like a flexible mermaid, swimming swiftly and smartly towards the young boy who sank into the swimming pool. Then, she pulled him from his wheelchair and dragged him to swim up to the water surface. Bubbles were rising from under the water. Watching the ice blue figure pull little child Xiao to swim up from the swimming pool, the little maid was too shocked to cry and watched with her widely opened eyes. The ice blue figure was like a swimming fish and very familiar with water. After pulling Xiao Luo, she struggled to swim up. Finally, the water surface was smashed by these two people. Her hair and clothes had been soaked, and the moment she emerged from the water, many people recognized her. People around the swimming pool were amazed. Song Yuncheng. It's the stinky girl who is following Gu Changge. On the second floor of the villa, the two young masters of Xiao family, overlooking the swimming pool through the window, were full of hate. Xiao Yu was grumpy. Seeing that Song Yuncheng saved Xiao Luo, his fists were clenched with a crack, and he frowned irritably. This girl from Song family really doesn't know the situation and is insolent. Does she know where she is? She dared to come here and meddle in our business. Xiao Liang comforted him kindly. Brother, the girl from Song family is young and ignorant. She is supported by Chu family, so she does not know how to behave properly. Won't she meddle in the matter of Xiao family improperly? Xiao Liang smiled. Second brother, do not overthink. I think Gu Changge doesn't want to meddle in our business. Well, that girl. Xiao Yu looked down at the girl crawling out of the swimming pool. His eyes were narrowed fiercely. Xiao Liang's tone was a bit weirdly pleased. My elder brother. The girl is an enemy of Hua family. Liang, what do you mean? Xiao Yu believed that there was a connotation in his younger brother's words. Certainly, Xiao Liang raised his thin eyebrows and showed a sly smile on his face. My elder brother, if the lady of Hua family comes over, the wicked girl will suffer a lot tonight. Xiao Liang thought carefully for a while but did not figure it out in an instant. Xiao Yu sneered easily and explained buoyantly. Second brother, did you hear that both of the two ladies of Hua family had car accidents? And they both hate Song Yuncheng. If they come over tonight, can Song Yuncheng go through this banquet? The answer was very obvious. The second daughter of Hua family hated Song Yuncheng very much because of the disgraceful video event before. The elder daughter, Hua Jiehui, had been admiring Gu Changge for a long time. There was once a rumor that they were lovers. However, with the appearance of Song Yuncheng, The dream that Hu Jiahui could marry Gu Changge was broken completely. Even those outsiders who did not think about it thoroughly could know that Hu Jiahui hated Song Yunxian intensively at this time. With shrewdness blinking in his eyes, Xiao Liang bent his lips. Just now at the gate, Gu Changge admitted personally that Song Yunxian was his lover when the media questioned him. Hu Jiahui must be very crazy now. If we invite the two sisters and arrange a meeting for these three people, second brother, what do you think will happen? Xiao Yu was suddenly in a good mood. Three women play a drama. I would like to see how fiercely these three women can fight here. Xiao Liang and Xiao Yu knew in the mind that if these three women fought openly, people supporting them would have to get involved in the battle. When Hu family and Chu family assaulted each other at that time, no one would care about the matters of Xiao family. Xiao Yu agreed to Xiao Liang's offer. Liang, it is clever of you to think of such an idea. Xiao Liang smiled. Xiao Yu frowned again in embarrassment. But, the two sisters of Hu family are injured and have conflicts with us now. How can we arrange for them to meet at the banquet? Xiao Liang was confident. Second brother, rest assured. I have arranged this matter. Hearing that, Xiao Yu nodded, and his mood became a little better. As soon as Song Yunxian dragged Xiao Luo out of the swimming pool, servants of Xiao family hurried over with big towels and a lifebuoy. Behind the servants, there was a family doctor and a nurse carrying a first aid kit. Xiao Luo fell into the water so suddenly that he had no time to react and drank a lot of water. The doctor came to give him first aid. Xiao Luo was placed on the emergency bed beside the swimming pool, choking and spitting out a few mouthfuls of water. Song Yunxian watched Xiao Luo being rescued. She blinked her eyes with some sympathy in her heart and some sadness for him. A large towel was draped over her head. Before she could turn back to see who put a towel over her head, she heard Gu Changge's displeased voice. Dry your body and do not catch a cold. It was in the first month of the lunar calendar. However, Xiao family lived a luxury life. Both the swimming pool and the place where this banquet was held were air-conditioned. Those who did not fall into the water would not feel cold. After coming out of the water, she had not dried her body yet. It was a little bit cold indeed. Her body was shaking. Gu Changge put another big towel on her. She reached out and dragged the big towel on her to wrap her body. Gu Changge dried her hair with another big towel. Let's go home. You need to change into dry clothes. She had no time to respond. Then she heard that Xiao Luo, lying flat on the emergency bed, spat out a mouthful of water suddenly. Ahem. The little maid next to him hurried over and gave him a pat on the back to comfort him. Little child Xiao, do you feel better? Little child Xiao. Xiao Luo was helped up and vomited sideways. Song Yunxian couldn't help taking 2 steps forward and gently reached out to pat his back. Uncomfortable? Take a break and talk to your doctor if you are uncomfortable. Xiao Luo was awake. He recognized Song Yunxuan's voice and turned to look at her. He was wet all over, and his hair hadn't been dried yet. Water droplets had dripped down his hair. When he saw Song Yunxian, the light in his eyes became dim. He puckered his lips, and his long and manful eyebrows were put together. Song Yunxian patted his back gently and turned to look at the panicky little maid beside him. Take your young master to change into a dry suit first. The little maid immediately found her way and nodded again and again. Then she concernedly spoke to Xiao Luo. Little child Xiao, let's go back and change your clothes first. You will catch a cold in this way. Xiao Luo had no time to nod. Then Gu Changge came to the side of Song Yunxian and said, Yunxian, I will take you to change your clothes first. Song Yunxian nodded and got up. She was about to return to change her clothes with Gu Changge. After taking only a few steps, Song Yunxian heard that a woman was calling her. Please stay, Miss Song. Song Yunxian stopped to turn around when she was called by someone. Gu Changge also turned around to see. They saw that a woman of about 40 seemed to be the housekeeper of Xiao family and called her. Fine wrinkles on her face showed that she forced herself to smile constrainedly. She walked to the front of Song Yunxian and smiled respectfully and apologetically. Miss Song jumped into the water to save our little child Xiao. The banquet is about to begin. It will take too much time if you return home to change your clothes. Please follow me to change your clothes upstairs if you don't mind. Upstairs. Song Yuncheng raised her eyebrows slightly. The housekeeper smiled politely. We have spare evening dresses. Miss Song, please follow me upstairs. Song Yuncheng thought for a while. She looked up to the second floor as the housekeeper said, Okowo. Chumachan frowned a little undetectably, and his fingers pinched the back of Song Yunchuan's hand. Song Yuncheng turned around and gave him a reassuring smile. I'll be back soon. After saying that, she followed the housekeeper to the second floor. She didn't feel strange that Xiao family prepared spare evening dresses for guests, because it was common that accidents occasionally happened in the dinner party of noble families. However, she was nothing to Xiao family among so many distinguished guests. Was it necessary that the housekeeper of Xiao family personally asked her to stay here and helped her change her clothes? Although she felt something wrong in her heart, she said nothing and followed the housekeeper to the second floor. Song Yuncheng was just on the second floor. At the same time, the two brothers, Xiao Yu and Xiao Liang, arrived at the scene of the banquet. All the guests knew that it was not the right moment to talk with them because Xiao Luo had just fallen into the water. So, people slightly smiled to greet and gave way to Xiao Yu and Xiao Liang one after another. In the direction where Xiao Yu and Xiao Liang were heading, Xiao Luo was coughing and lying on the emergency bed there since he was wounded. The little maid covered a big towel over Xiao Luo and helped him out of bed. They were about to leave her to change his clothes. However, they were stopped by Xiao Yu at once, who acidly shouted, Where are you going? This shout immediately stopped Xiao Luo, who turned his back on them. Seeing that his elder brother was angry, Xiao Liang comforted him hurriedly. Elder brother, you scared a Luo. Did I scare him? Xiao Yu's face became gloomy and terrifying out of anger. He pointed at Xiao Luo after reaching out and said indignantly, How could I scare him? I am so scared of his appearance. Liang, look at him. Today is our father's birthday. What did he do as a grandson? It seemed that Xiao Yu regretted that Xiao Luo did not live up to his expectations. Xiao Luo was scolded before they figured out what happened. Xiao Yu and Xiao Liang could not see Xiao Luo's expression. Xiao Luo turned his back on them. His thin and emaciated back was exposed after his clothes got wet. With a big towel covering his head, Xiao Luo's body could not help shuddering slightly. Xiao Luo's body was covered with a large towel, and the injured ribs had not fully recovered. When he stood up, his chest was tingling vaguely. He was pale, with drops of water dripping down from his dark linen hair, covering his eyes. But Xiao Yu kept on scolding him harshly. As soon as you came out of the hospital, you made yourself look like this. Why did you fall into the pool for no reason? He had a harsh voice as if reprimanding a child for deliberate disturbances. The surrounding guests were silent. Only the little maid beside Xiao Luo refuted and whispered in fear. It's not that little child Xiao is willing to fall into the water. It is someone here who pushed his wheelchair. The little maid's voice was so low as a mosquito. Several guests around heard it, but they did not help the little maid prove it. On the contrary, Xiao Liang over there persuaded Xiao Yu in a tone of an elder as a peacemaker. Second brother, you should calm down. Xiao Luo is young and ignorant. Don't blame him. After speaking, he also instructed the two maids behind him. Go and help little child Xiao go upstairs to change into a suit of dry clothes. The anger on Xiao Yu's face still didn't mean to stop, and he stared at Xiao Luo. It seemed that he regretted that Xiao Luo did not live up to his expectations. This child hasn't been raised by his father since he was a kid, and I taught him because I'm his uncle. But he hated me and even spread some rumors outside, damaging the reputation of Xiao family for no reason. Xiao Liang sighed and still persuaded Xiao Yu. Second brother, don't care about this child. Our older brother died early, and it's not his fault since the elder loves him too much. There are so many children spoiled by their elders in Harbor City. Why don't I see one who is as disobedient as he is? Xiao Yu said more and more emotionally, and he began to complain to the guests around him. Since this child was brought back to Xiao family, I have taken good care of him with his third uncle. However, I don't know where he met and knew some unscrupulous people. When it comes to festivals or the new year, he doesn't eat a reunion dinner with his family. Instead, he goes out and fools around with those bad friends. When he suffers a loss or gets injured, he even puts the blame on us. The more Xiao Yu said, the angrier he was. His chest was heaving so fiercely as if he had suffered a lot of injustices. The surrounding guests all knew roughly about the things that could not be said in the high circle. Now, the truly powerful people in Xiao family were not little child Xiao in front of them, but Xiao Yu and Xiao Liang before them. Even if Xiao Yu and Xiao Liang really spent money arranging the murderer to kill the young master, the guests who were thinking about gains and losses would stand on the side of Xiao Yu and Xiao Liang, willingly listening to their nonsense. In this business industry, and in this huge network of interpersonal connections, whoever was useful, of course, they would stand on the side of him. For those who were useless, they were even too lazy to glance at them, not to mention defending them. The guests all came forward to persuade Xiao Yu. Mr. Xiao, there are so many ignorant children now. If you strictly discipline such a child as young as little child Xiao in the future, everything will be fine. Yes, Mr. Xiao. For the benefit of little child Xiao, you'd better send him to study abroad. Yeah. Staying in Harbor City, little child Xiao may be bored, and that is why he just made so many things happen. Now the child is just awkward. If he wants to go abroad, he won't tell you directly, and he will just do something trivial to get parents' attention. Yeah, this is the case. The guests came with smiling faces to persuade Xiao Yu to calm down. Xiao Liang also took the opportunity and began to talk with those guests about things like a partnership between the two families or something else. Xiao Luo was facing away from them, and his back was stiff. He just watched those guests approach his two uncles without distinguishing right from wrong but trimming the sails. The little maid was also very distressed for her young master and whispered to persuade him, "Little child Xiao, let's go upstairs to change your clothes. Are you cold?" Xiao Luo's head was lowered a little more. He raised his feet and went forward with the little maid. He was cold, and he was indeed very cold. This world was really too cruel. Obviously, they had a blood relationship with these two uncles, but why did his two uncles want to kill him? When those wounds were put on his body, wasn't that scar with the power to kill him? Obviously, all the people in Harbor City knew clearly in the mind that his two uncles were about to kill him. But these people just stood beside his two uncles with a smile, saying that he would achieve nothing but was a scourge. This world was really chilling. He slowly went upstairs, and his back was solitary and lonely. His thin and skinny body seemed to be turning into a shadow which would diffuse in the darkness. The meaning of desolation was continuously revealed. Lu Xia, who had been looking at him for a long time behind him, pinched the goblet with her fingers, and the red wine in the goblet was as confusing and charming as blood. There was no change in her face. Gu Changge next to her saw that she tightly pinched the goblet with her fingers. Then she raised her head and drank up the red wine in the goblet. Even if everyone stands by Xiao Yu and Xiao Liang, Miss Lu still thinks that little child Xiao can come back? He asked. Lu Xia's gaze swept coldly and sharply over Xiao Yu and Xiao Liang, who were surrounded by guests and laughing while talking over there. She put the goblet on the waiter's tray, and her voice was intriguingly cold. When the trees fall, the monkeys scatter. Song Yunchuan's ice blue evening dress was soaked and torn a bit. After changing her evening dress, the housekeeper of Xiao family, who took her gown and was ready to send her gown to the dry cleaning, pretended to be distressed. "It's such a good evening dress, but it has been torn." Song Yunxian smiled slightly and shook her long hair that had been dried with a towel. A smile appeared faintly. The thing happened so suddenly, and the fishtail skirt was not suitable for swimming. I scratched it with a brooch and broke it. The housekeeper looked a little embarrassed. Miss Song's reaction was really quick. Song Yunxian sneered in her heart, but her words were still harsh. Little child Xiao is hurt. If I had taken actions later, I'm afraid that he would have been in danger of life. The housekeeper also expressed a fearful expression. Xiao family also has people who can swim, but little child Xiao was too careless. Fortunately, Miss Song rescued little child Xiao. On behalf of Xiao family, I would like to thank Miss Song for saving little child Zhao's life. That's not necessary. It's just a lift of the finger. Don't be too polite. The housekeeper heard Song Yunxian say so, and then she did not say anything else. She took out the torn evening dress for dry cleaning for Song Yunxian. Song Yunxian opened the gift box holding the spare evening dress, and found it was a small silver gray dress inside. The little dress was made of fine materials, and the design style was elegant. The sleeveless backless dress could reveal the good skin and body, and the diamond-encrusted round neck around the neck was not too exposed. The cloth made of organza fabric had a small diamond woven on the chest. The light spread out, and the diamond shone brilliantly. Below the slim waist was an irregular multi-layered skirt with a trailing tail. The skirt and the trailing tail were designed to be light and luxurious, revealing a sense of grace and silent elegance. Crystal heels in the same color, and those broken diamond hairpins that could curl up the long hair elegantly were also very valuable. When she was properly dressed, she looked at herself in the mirror, and felt that this evening dress was chosen by someone for her after taking great pains. However, obviously, Xiao Yu and Xiao Liang would not do such boring things. So, who prepared this evening dress? She pushed open the door of the VIP room and happened to see the little maid beside Xiao Luo walking back and forth in the corridor not far away. Song Yunxian opened the door and shocked the little maid. The little maid turned her head and saw her at once. Miss Song. The little maid's eyes lightened, and she came over quickly as if she had seen a life-saving straw. It's great that you can be here, Miss Song. Song Yunxian was a little confused. Is there anything? Little child Xiao. The little maid raised her hand and pointed at the door of the room where she had just walked back and forth. Little child Xiao didn't listen to my advice and will not go down anyway. He's in that room? Yeah. The little maid still wanted to speak. Song Yunxian was already walking over with the sound of high heels stepping on the floor. I'll go to see. The little maid followed closely Song Yunxian behind. When Song Yunxian arrived at the door, she had thought that it would be a tightly locked door. But when she raised her hand and pushed it, she found that the door was actually ajar. The door was pushed open and there was a gap. Inside, there was a young man sitting on a sofa with his back to the door, and his back slightly bent. His body was covered with a large towel, and he seemed to be holding something in his hand. As soon as Song Yunxian pushed the door open, he heard the sound and drove her out in a bad tone. Go out. Little child Xiao, The little maid wanted to speak. Xiao Luo suddenly shouted, Get out! All of a sudden, he became irritable. The little maid was scolded so badly that she closed her mouth immediately, and her eyes were covered with tears out of grievances. Song Yunxian gave the little maid a look sideways. You go down first. The little maid then nodded and left, and Song Yunxian entered the room, closing the door with a click incidentally. Xiao Luo's eyes became red, and he suddenly looked over. It seemed that he would scold her to drive her out. But the moment he saw Song Yunxian, he suppressed all his words in his throat. Yuncheng, why are you here? He was at a loss. Song Yunxian keenly saw that he had a photo in his hand. Xiao Luo noticed that Song Yunchuan's gaze fell on the photo in his hand, and he immediately hid the photo to his side. Song Yunxian tilted her head slightly. Whose photo are you holding? Nothing. He didn't want Song Yunxian to see the photo in his hand, but Song Yunxian walked over. Her voice was much softer, and she stretched out her hand. Show me. Xiao Luo still hid the photo and did not mean to show it to her. However, Song Yunxian was so stubborn. He didn't show her the photo, so she just refused to take back her fingers. They were at a stalemate for more than 10 seconds. Xiao Luo finally handed the photo in his hand over to her under Song Yunchuan's gaze. Song Yunxian took the photo. When she saw the exotic woman in the photo, she instantly knew who the woman was. Your mother. Xiao Luo nodded, and his loneliness looked a little deeper than usual. A child without the support of his parents had been ostracized in Xiao family all the time. Even with Xiao Jianqing's protection, he could not be protected in all aspects. He missed his mother just because his life was too hard. Song Yunchuan's heart became soft little by little. Although I don't know what kind of person your mother is, I think that your mother must want you to have a good life in Xiao family, right? Xiao Luo didn't say a word, keeping his head down. No one could see clearly, his eyes covered by his hair. Song Yunxian returned the photo to him. She said in a firm voice that couldn't be ignored, "You will have a great life in Xiao family, as I would help you, Xiao Luo." In Ward 808 of the hospital, the atmosphere was gloomy. There was a live broadcast of the banquet of Xiao family in the giant LCD TV. All kinds of rich women and young ladies tried to show their charm and enchantment on the red carpet that led to the mansion of Xiao family and wanted to get more attention. Magnesium lights changed and flickered. A young girl in an ice blue fishtail evening dress was escorted by others to walk down the red carpet. The tall man was handsome and mature. The profile of his side face was comparable to that of an international male model. No. He was more attractive than any international male model, and he made Hu Jiahui feel hot, as if her heart had been burning even more. Hu Ting sat on the European-style velvet sofa next to the hospital bed and silently pressed a pause button. The scene that Chu Machen protected Song Yunxian, while they were surrounded by the magnesium lights, froze. Hu Jiahui looked very pale, but she could not help clenching the blanket on the hospital bed with her slender fingers. She almost gritted her teeth and asked Hu Ting after turning her head, "Brother, are you here today to show me this B*T"? The word of B*T* was almost crunched and chewed by her. Hu Ting sneered and said, "How can you fight against her now? Even Chu Machen has admitted her identity in person. But Machen and I are childhood friends." She was aggrieved, but Hu Ting pressed the play button to let the picture on the LCD TV continue to play smoothly. Love is not something which happens in order of arrival. It is obviously Song Yunxian who put her finger in our relationship first. She was very stubborn. However, Hu Ting coldly interrupted her. "Don't forget that you would not have got the chance to meet him in the WS if Chu Machen had not been mindful of the memory of Gu Changge before." Hu Jiahui was gagged at once. But Hu Ting continued to say, "Even if this happened more than a decade ago, you should have known that Chu family had intended to unite with Gu family by a marriage, but Gu Changge did not want to marry Gu Changge off as an ordinary daughter. Otherwise, you would not have been qualified to compete with Song Yunxian for Chu Machen's favor." Hu Jiahui had nothing to say indeed. However, she soon laughed at Gu Changge with schadenfreude. Gu Changge has the ability to put others down, but so what? She's dead and gone now, even without ashes. Now her husband and sister are going to get together. So if you die, you will have nothing. Hu Ting changed the topic to talk about her suddenly. It made Hu Jiahui stunned unconsciously for a while. When she looked at her half-brother again, even her eyes became strange a lot. "Brother, what do you mean on earth?" She was a smart and rich young lady, who was essentially different from her twin sister, Hu Jiang. Hu Jiang was so spoiled that she had grandiose aims but puny abilities. But she was different. She had her own career and her own circle of friends. She knew where she stood and the complicated machinations as well as rivalries between people. She would pay attention to every look and every word of Hu Ting and would even think about it carefully. And today so many words had been said. She cared most about these words of Hu Ting. Hu Ting heard her question and then looked away from the LCD TV at her. There was a smile in his eyes. "Do you know why I don't like you so much since my childhood?" Hu Jiahui pressed her lips together and did not say a word. But she stared at him firmly with her eyes. As long as she was able to remember, Hu Ting did not like her. He not only didn't like her but even hated her. She could feel that Hu Ting had obvious dislike for her many times. When his two sisters fell down at the same time, Hu Ting would always pick Hu Jiang up first. She sat on the ground and cried, waiting for Hu Ting to help her. However, Hu Ting even did not bother to look at her. In Hu family, it seemed that all the love was given to Hu Jiang. Her father did so and her mother did so. Even her half-brother was the same. She felt unfair but had no power to change it. So she could only leave Hu family. At present, Hu Ting was so straightforward to mention the topic. and Hu Jiahui seemed to have a vague memory of those things that happened many years ago. She shook her head and was a little blank. I don't know. She had never done anything wrong. Even everything she did was better than things her sister, Hu Jiang, did. However, her parents and brother turned a blind eye to her. Hu Ting stood up from the sofa. Because you are much smarter than Jiang. Hu Jiahui was stunned. She stared at Hu Ting firmly with her eyes. Hu Ting's tone became both light and dangerous. Jiang is always unable to trim the sails. She always acts wildly against public opinion. But you are much smarter than her. Therefore, I can take advantage of her. But I cannot take advantage of you. Of course I don't like you. Hu Jiahui heard Hu Ting's explanation, and was about to jump out of bed immediately. However, Hu Ting walked over. He pressed his hands on the bed and stopped her from getting up. Now do you understand it? You are really mean. Hu Jiahui gnashed her teeth. But Hu Ting curled up the corners of his mouth and showed an extremely evil smile. I am mean, but so what? Everything will be fine as long as I can achieve what I want. Daddy will not let someone like you take charge of the Hu family. Mommy will stop him.
Hu Ting laughed scornfully.
What if she dies? Hearing this, Hu Jiahui was stunned. She suddenly felt that she was stiff all over and unable to say anything to refute. That was right. People could make the impossible possible only when they were still alive. If they died, they could stop nothing and change nothing. Only when they were alive could they have the ability to fight. When Song Yunxian talked with Xiao Luo, she would have a sense of security for no reason. Xiao Luo looked particularly weak. When changing his clothes and leaving the room, he left with Song Yunxian side by side. Lu Xia appeared quietly in the house of the elder of Xiao family. The elder had reading glasses on the bridge of his nose. The crutch made of golden nanmu was a little old, and the handle of it was smooth and glossy as it had been used for many years. Even though Lu Xia appeared in the living room of the old house, which was a little dark like a ghost, the elder noticed it without effort. A Xiang served tea for Miss Xia. Lu Xia raised her hand and stopped the steward neatly and directly. Uncle Xiang, the banquet is about to begin. I will drink this cup of tea another day. She showed a smile at the corners of her mouth with so much confidence and some convergent satisfaction. The living room where Xiao Jianqing stayed was decorated according to the living room pattern of princes in Qing dynasty. Every piece of furniture in the living room could be comparable to a villa within the third ring road in the harbor city. After hearing that Lu Xia refused to be served tea by the steward, Xiao Jianqing slightly moved his eyes to her with some emotion. The girl of Song family is a clever person indeed. But you are really too hard on her. Lu Xia took 2 steps forward. She looked at the conduction picture which was shown by the control monitor in front of the elder, and pointed at the swimming pool. The depth of the swimming pool is 2 meters. You sent someone to push little child Xiao down like this. If he had not been saved in time, he might have literally choked to death on a mouthful of water. Xiao Jianqing smiled in a low voice. Lu Xia was a little confused. Why are you smiling? Little child Xiao was so choked that he fainted. Xiao Jianqing showed a deeper smile on his wrinkled face. Miss Lu, you know that my grandson can swim? Lu Xia was astounded. I really did not see it. Xiao Jianqing shook his head. He seemed to have changed his mind about his eldest grandson. Besides, the woman who pushed him into the swimming pool was not sent there by me. Lu Xia was stunned. Then she immediately thought of Xiao Yu and Xiao Liang. Then your 2 sons are really too cruel-hearted. Xiao Jianqing shook his head. No, Miss Lu. No matter how naughty my 2 sons are, they would not do such a thing in front of everyone when I am still alive. There were so many guests tonight. If they really had done so, people might have seen that they wanted to kill their nephew. It is too stupid. Lu Xia was slightly shocked. She seemed to have thought of something in an instant. You mean? Lu Xia already had the answer. But she thought it was an incredible answer. So, she suppressed it in her throat and did not speak it out immediately. However, the elder nodded and confirmed her answer. The woman who pushed a Luo into the water was arranged by himself. It is just a battered body trick of a Luo. Lu Xia kept silent. But the elder did not know what kind of mood he should have at this moment. Was he supposed to be happy or sad? This kid was only 17 years old, and his tricks were far better than those of his father. He was afraid that he would not take his two uncles seriously in a few years. He was the child's grandfather as well as the father of Xiao Yu and Xiao Liang. He didn't want to see his grandson fight against his sons to the death at all. Lu Xia saw that the old man was in bad spirits, so she sighed more heavily. Then she opened her lips and comforted the old man. You also know that the fittest can survive in natural selection. The fittest could survive in natural selection. These words were the faith of every man to live. Especially they were in a rich and reputable family in the harbor city. The elder of Xiao family had experienced a lot during these decades, so he certainly knew the meaning. But I do not want anyone in Xiao family to die. Lu Xia pressed her lips together. A momentary change emerged on her face. No one could see clearly the fleeting change in her face. Even Xiao Jiancheng, who was so shrewd that he was called an old fox, could not see it clearly. The elder was a little worried. I still know well about the ability and level of my sons and grandson. No matter who wins in the end, I will definitely save the lost one. Lu Xia nodded. Then what else are you worried about? The elder raised his hand wearily and pointed at Song Yunxian, who walked on the red carpet down the stairs step by step on the screen. I am worried about her. Lu Xia looked in the direction where the elder was pointing. Song Yunxian in a small silver-gray dress was intellectual and elegant. Her long and slender legs were as fair as jade. Her graceful figure and smile at the corners of her mouth were attractive, which made people be unable to look away easily at a glance. Her eyes were as black as ink. No matter how bright the light was, when it shone into her deep and quiet eyes, it seemed that the light would be swallowed up by the thick black in her eyes. Lu Xia just told her surface feeling about Song Yunxian. This is a very beautiful girl. And the elder of Xiao family suddenly opened his lips after a long while. The closer I look at this child, the more she looks like a Xian looked like in those days. This is the second time you have said that she looks exactly like her father. But the elder shook his head and denied it. No. This time I am talking about her shrewdness and tricks. When Song Yunxian walked down the red-carpeted stairs, there was just a beam of light hitting her. The light stayed for a moment, and then it shone elsewhere. There were dark cashmere rugs by the swimming pool, surrounded by the charming fragrance of fresh flowers delivered by air. Just before the light stopped, the young ladies and gentlemen of noble families at the scene of the dinner were still toasting each other and talking while laughing. However, when the lights stopped on a podium which was set up not far from the swimming pool, accompanied by clapping, all the people present quickly became quiet. It was the winter. However, the glass wall seemed to divide the world. It was the cold winter outside while it was as warm as the spring inside. Xiao Yu and Xiao Liang were happy. The guests present were also very cooperative and all made no secret of their smiles and happiness on their faces. There were only a few people who were watching Xiao Yu and Xiao Liang quietly away from the crowd. After leaving the old house, Lu Xia quietly listened to the sound coming from the microphone when holding a red wine glass in one hand. She was bored, drinking the red wine in the goblet. Not far from her sight were Song Yunxian and Chu Machen. Song Yunxian sorted out the trailing of the little dress. Her eyes were bright without any haze. Does this dress look good? Chu Machen took a glance and then nodded. Song Yunxian smiled. It's unexpected and really flattering that the evening gowns which Xiao family has prepared for those guests are so luxurious and beautiful. Hearing the words of being flattered, Chu Machen looked away thoughtfully. Then he saw that Lu Xia, not far away from him, lifted the wine glass and made a toast to him after drinking the red wine. Chu Machen's eyes became sharp and cold, while Lu Xia gave a deeper smile. Even the assistant, George, who was serving and waiting beside her, could feel her in a good mood. As soon as she finished drinking a glass of red wine and was going to change for another glass, George exhorted in time. President Lu, please take care of yourself. Lu Xiaocheng turned a deaf ear and still took the glass of red wine on the waiter's tray. Her eyes were a little intoxicated. Her voice was a bit lazy, but she was still shrewd. "George, don't you think today is a special day worth celebrating?" She raised her eyebrows slightly and looked at George. Without waiting for George's response, she raised her delicate neck herself and poured the red wine into her throat. George sighed slightly and quietly. Knowing that he could not dissuade her, he stood firmly beside her to guard her. Lucia was so drunk that her eyes became fascinated, but she was still very clear-headed. She stared at the stage where the lights gathered and waited quietly for the best part of this evening to begin in the distance. She had waited for many years. Finally she got it. The day when two generations fought each other in Xiao family. The lights in the front gathering on the stage, Xiao Yu and Xiao Liang stood in front of the guests invited tonight. Xiao Yu was used to speaking less and doing more, while Xiao Liang was good at saying some holiday words. Xiao Liang could always be like a wolf in sheep's clothing, and then make people take himself as a kind guy. Xiao Luo came down from the second floor. Some guests saw him but regarded him as nothing. After all, it looked like that it was the elder who wielded the power in Xiao family on the surface now. However, the real power holders were those two brothers in Xiao family. Xiao Luo just existed in name only. Xiao Yu, as the second uncle, always ignored Xiao Luo. Xiao Liang, as the third uncle, was the one who only cared about Xiao Luo on the surface. He could speak out those fine and polite words without thinking. "Today, welcome everyone to come and attend the dinner for my father." Someone applauded below, followed by more people's applauding around. Xiao Liang was very pleased with the applause from the crowd below the platform. He raised his hands and tried to keep them down. He said humbly, "I'm here to express our appreciation to everyone who cares about my father so much that he could be discharged from the hospital so quickly. So, in the first month of the lunar year with happiness, my old brother and I wanted to invite you all to come together and celebrate it. We are glad that you are all here." The crowd below the platform came to cater him. Xiao Liang and Xiao Yu were both smiling. After looking at each other slightly, Xiao Yu cleared his throat and said again, "Of course, in addition to inviting everyone to come together, we also have something to tell." The crowd below the platform started talking to each other after hearing that. In recent years, the hottest topic of Xiao family was who would be the one that could hold the power of Xiao family in the hands after the elder passed away in the future. It was all known that the elder meant to leave 80% of his property to his eldest grandson, Xiao Luo. However, the fact was not as good as the elder expected. Xiao Yu and Xiao Liang, who each accounted for 10% of the inheritance right of Xiao family's property, were not willing to let their nephew inherit 80% of the property. For many years, they had never given up on the idea of letting the elder rewrite his will and plan the property. Unfortunately, he still had some prestige like he was young, and he could still awe those two brothers with his prestige. His two sons did not dare to take liberties visibly, but they firmly hid Xiao Luo's identity and refused to let him be exposed to the mass media justifiably. In the past few years, Harbor City had been full of rumors about little child Xiao and Xiao family, and this hearsay seemed to be not from nowhere. Many media companies took little child Zhao's identity as a pretext, and then confirmed it with Xiao Yu and Xiao Liang, the two elders. Xiao Yu and Xiao Liang insisted that this was a rumor. They also claimed that any media company which talked about Xiao Luo's identity randomly would be sued for libel. As a matter of course, the media in Harbor City would no longer dare to offend the two brothers of the Xiao family. Over time, even though all the people in Harbor City knew that Xiao Xian's son had been taken back by Elder Xiao, no one dared to openly assert that little child Xiao was Xiao Luo. The elder also turned a blind eye to it, and never gave Xiao Luo a title. Later, many clever people would understand the reason why the elder turned a blind eye after thinking about it carefully. Elder Xiao had been elderly and gradually faded into the background. Now Xiao Yu and Xiao Liang were in power and in charge of Xiao family. If the elder supported Xiao Luo strongly, this immature child would probably get an identity but lose his life early. The elder's ambiguous attitude just saved the child's life faultlessly. Today the child had grown up. He was already 17 years old. Xiao Yu and Xiao Liang also found that the elder was in poor health, so they naturally wanted to have a final fight with this nephew. Outsiders thought that it would take 1 year to know who the winner would be in Xiao family at last, while Song Yunxian knew it. This was not a matter within a year, but a matter within a day. Song Yunxian looked at Xiao Yu and Xiao Liang, squinting her eyes slowly. The next moment, Xiao Liang seemed to get the permission from his brother. He held the microphone with his hand and said solemnly, "In fact, you all must have already heard of the hearsay more or less, which I'm going to say." As soon as the crowd below the platform heard that it was the hearsay, they became quiet. However, Xiao Yu continued to speak priggishly. "In recent years, the media has repeatedly reported that the son of my elder brother, Xiao Xian, has been found and lives in Xiao family. Everyone who is familiar with Xiao family must have already known that there's a noble little master in my family." Speaking of this, he intentionally set his eyes on Xiao Luo in the distance. Xiao Luo looked a little sickly and weak. He didn't show any expression, even when he saw Xiao Yu, the third uncle of Xiao Luo, looking at him. Xiao Liang was quite satisfied with his sickly and stiff expression. People may be wondering why Xiao family hasn't seriously explained to the media or clarified the identity of this child all the time. In fact, we just want to protect this child. After all, he is young. We hope that his life experience will not be exposed, and he will not be hurt or pressured by public opinion. The guests nodded with agreement. Xiao Yu's eyes fell on Xiao Luo's body. He found that Xiao Luo's indifferent eyes did not fall on him but kept faintly watching the glass of boiling water which was handed to him by the little maid. It seemed that there was something strangely thought-provoking in that glass of boiling water. Xiao Yu's words had been accepted by everyone. Even some people were still saying something against their conscience. For example, they said that Xiao Yu and Xiao Liang were his elders with good intentions. When Song Yunxian heard these people sail with the wind, she couldn't help chuckling. Her voice was very low but was still perceived by Chu Machen, who paid close attention to her at the side. "Why are you laughing?" Song Yunxian raised her hand to touch the corner of her eye and asked him, "Don't you think that people here are too hypocritical?" Chu Machen's gaze was placed on Lu Xia in the distance, and he pointedly responded, "There are always a few clear minds." Song Yunxian nodded. "Exactly." Throughout the whole scene of the banquet, besides her and Chu Machen, who seemed to be out of the affair, only Lu Xia was soberly watching all this. However, Lu Xia couldn't help chuckling after Xiaoliang said that he wanted to protect this child. Anyone who was not mentally ill and did not want to play up to Xiao family would look on indifferently after hearing those words. After Xiao Yu thoughtfully built an image of loving and caring for his junior as an elder, he seemed to have suddenly thought of the business and asked the lighting engineer to hit a beam of white light like the bright moon to the place where Xiao Luo was standing. He urged and said, "Come on, Luo. Say hello to everyone." Xiao Luo stood still in situ without moving. Those people hypocritically smiled without sincerity. Xiao Yu couldn't help urging him again. "As little child Xiao of Xiao family, come over and say hi to everyone." Xiao Luo still stood still in situ just like a statue. He just pursed his lips and stared at his two uncles expressionlessly. Xiao Yu saw him stand still. He said to everyone apologetically, "This child hasn't seen such a solemn scene. I'm afraid that he's scared. I'll have a word with him." These words seemed to be partial to Xiao Luo, but anyone with a clear head could hear that this was a derogation to Xiao Luo. Born in a wealthy and famous family, he had not seen such a solemn scene, which meant that he was not qualified to do so. Any family would not allow an ignoble heir to inherit the grand family. Today, Xiao Yu and Xiao Liang didn't mean to officially introduce him to everyone at all but specifically meant to make a fool of him. Xiao Luo stood still in situ, while Xiao Liang was irritable. He got the point immediately and started making a fuss. "Luo, why do you stand still there? Come here and say hello to everyone." Xiao Liang wore a long face, looking like an elder. After hearing those words, Xiao Luo, who was vacant, smiled slowly. The irony in his eyes made all the people present a little dazed. Xiao Luo's smile carried a weird feeling that was hard to ignore. He had a pair of beautiful eyes, as clear as those of a cat, but now there was a trace of terrifying coldness wandering at the corners of his eyes, which made people feel chilly all over. Xiao Liang felt something wrong. He wore a long face and called him gloomily. "Luo, come here." Xiao Luo, however, raised one corner of her lip and sneered self-mockingly. "Second uncle, where do you want me to go?" "Certainly, come to me." Xiao Yu didn't think there was anything wrong with this statement. However, Xiao Luo's next words made him hard to respond. The self-mocking sneer at the corners of Xiao Luo's lips gradually became pitiful, and the trace of terrifying coldness at the corners of his eyes flashed past quickly. His eyes were a little sad. He looked lonely and helpless, as if he was bullied by others and became desperate. His voice was low, as if he was in a nightmare. "Second uncle, how can I get to your side?" He said this confusedly. However, Xiao Yu only explained literally, "You are only a few steps away from me and you still can't come to me? Xiao Luo, don't you think you are too arrogant? Would you like me to invite you to come over here personally?" "How dare I bother you, second uncle?" Xiao Luo stared at him and then glanced at those guests who were very confused. He lowered his eyes and whispered, "It's just that I'm so injured that I really can't move." Xiao Yu was impatient of Xiao Luo's troublesome behavior and wordy speech. He was about to burst into anger after opening his mouth. Xiao Yu knew that his elder brother would reprimand Xiao Luo and quickly stopped Xiao Liang. "Second brother, please be calm." Xiao Liang exhausted his patience and forced some words out of his mouth. "This little bee *** tard makes me disgusted. Second brother. This kid is a little weird today. Don't be impulsive." Xiao Liang had a more scheming way than Xiao Yu. He always thought faster than he spoke. He would consider the pros and cons before speaking and acting, which was exactly opposite to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu had relied on him to give advice and suggestions beside him all these years. The two brothers helped each other, and that was the reason why they stood where they were today. If two of them were separated, it was hard for the elder to retire behind the scenes. Xiao Yu saw Xiao Luo refuse to come over, and the guests would not go away like this at this moment. Xiao Yu smiled kindly and instructed the housekeeper beside him. "Aunt Feng, go and help little child Xiao come over." The hefty woman, about 40 years old, bowed her head and responded, "Yes, child." Everyone familiar with Xiao family knew that Xiao family had two stewards. One was Uncle Xiang beside the elder. The other one was Aunt Feng beside those two young masters. One of these two stewards was in charge of the main house where the elder lived, and the other one was in charge of the villa where Xiao Yu and Xiao Liang lived. In addition to the elder, Xiao Yu and Xiao Liang, Aunt Feng also had a high status in Xiao family. Xiao Luo was a junior and was unwilling to walk over after being injured. His two uncles were unwilling to condescend to help him. As it happened, Aunt Feng could be asked to go over at this time. Aunt Feng was the one around Xiao Yu and Xiao Liang. Going to help little child Xiao, who was newly recognized, was just to help little child Xiao save his face. However, Xiao Luo did not want to appreciate her kindness. Aunt Feng walked to the place which was 3 steps away from him, but Xiao Luo suddenly took a step back. When he stepped back, he lost his footing and almost fell over himself. Fortunately, the little maid who had been serving him tensely behind him hurried up to support Xiao Luo at once. Xiao Luo seemed to be astonished by his stepping back. Aunt Feng hurried forward. Xiao Luo raised his hand to stop her. "Don't come over." His sudden snapping frightened everyone present. The expression on his face was very terrified. Gradually, everyone realized that it wasn't the fear of being frightened by a fall at all. It was a kind of fear that seemed to have been scared a long time ago. Aunt Feng was so confused by little child Zhao's exaggerated fear that she dared not go any further for an instant. Instead, the little maid beside Xiao Luo supported Xiao Luo. She comforted him constantly. "Little child Xiao, don't be afraid. No one can hurt you in front of those people." "My wound hurts, Xiaokui." The little maid next to Xiao Luo heard him call her, and she immediately held him tightly. "Then I will take you to have a rest." Xiao Luo nodded. With a pale face, he wanted to leave with Xiaokui. At this time, Xiao Yu couldn't stand it anymore. He took a step forward and shouted, "Stop!" Xiaokui was so frightened that she trembled. No one present dared to speak. Xiao Luo seemed to be frozen. At this time, no one could see clearly the expressions on his face. If someone saw the expression on Xiao Luo's face at this time, he would surely find that the little maid beside Xiao Luo was so scared and shook her body like a sieve. But his face was calm without any expression. Xiao Yu strode towards Xiao Luo, while Xiao Liang wanted to stop him. Second brother. Let me go. This illegitimate child is becoming more and more licentious. In the presence of so many people, he is embarrassing us. Xiao Liang knew that something bad would happen when Xiao Yu said these words of, this illegitimate child. However, he could not stop Xiao Liang in his bad temper, so he had to follow Xiao Liang closely. Luo, since you can get back by foot, even if you are injured, why can't you take a few steps forward to stand on the platform and say something? Xiao Luo's voice was gentle and weak. I can go anywhere, but I can't go to stand on the platform. Is this your reason? Xiao Liang frowned and Xiao Yu was a little confused. Xiao Luo turned around slowly after he said these words. He stared at Xiao Liang with bright eyes. Did second uncle forget how I got hurt so badly? Xiao Liang blurted out. You fooled around with some ignoble guys on the Black Dragon Street. How dare you say this in front of everyone after being injured? In this way, Xiao Liang took the initiative to block Xiao Luo's mouth to gain the upper hand. But Xiao Luo sneered. Second uncle, do you really think everyone is so stupid? Xiao Luo's topic extended to how to get hurt. Xiao Yu knew without thinking that the boy wanted to do something bad. With so many people present today, the two brothers knew very well in their hearts how he was injured and who was the major culprit. Maybe a part of the guests at the scene also knew these things very well in their hearts. It was just that the family scandal couldn't be revealed openly. Besides, two of them couldn't lose their faces in Harbor City. Others did not know that the ribs of their nephew were broken, and he even got scarred in the back by a knife. If they knew, the accusation of being so ruthless to murder a blood relative would fall on them. This would make them have a bad reputation and suffer a lot. What was more, if the elder knew that this thing was made a fuss of, he must figure out who was right and give them some punishments even if he just made fashion. At that time they would suffer a loss. And the inheritance of heritage and the division of property would get involved. Xiao Liang was brainstorming quickly. Seeing that Xiao Luo was going to confront them to expose the incident, he just stood on the side of Xiao Yu, his second brother, and blamed Xiao Luo with a long face as well. Luo, although we spoil you, you cannot make irresponsible remarks or talk nonsense. You said some vague words in front of everyone today. Do you want everyone to think that it is me and your second uncle who hurt you? He thought that Xiao Luo would firmly pin the crime on them. Therefore, he might as well speak first. In this way, even if Xiao Luo said that his two uncles sent someone to murder him, he could refute him and say that he framed them. Xiao Luo knew that his third uncle was savvy. Now he was just confronting him with a few words, and then he knew that his third uncle was difficult to deal with. He smiled, but it was hypocritical. Of course, I don't believe that you would treat me like this, second uncle and third uncle. After all, we are relatives related by blood. Xiao Yu opened his eyes wide, and Xiao Liang was relieved in his mind. Fortunately, he said it before Xiao Luo. Otherwise, he would not be able to get rid of it innocently if he really brought the crime to them. In this way, Xiao Luo made a swing himself instead. Luo, since you know that we won't do harm to you, don't talk nonsense which is not related to the dinner party. Xiao Liang wanted to end this topic quickly. Xiao Luo shook his body a little as if he was so weak that he was going to fall down at any time. A little maid called Xiao Kuei helped him, persuading him worriedly. Little child Xiao, you are so weak that you cannot hold on. Let's go back and rest. But Xiao Luo clenched his teeth and held on. No, I have to wait for my grandfather to come out and give my grandfather a kowtow. Xiao Liang's complexion tightened. As expected, after Xiao Luo said these words, the guests below the platform began to talk about what little child Xiao had done wrong, and why he had to wait for the elder to come out and give the elder a kowtow. Xiao Yu saw that his speech became more and more irrelevant, and Xiao Yu just drove him away impatiently. Since you are not feeling well, you should go back to rest first. Xiao Liang also echoed. Go back first if you are unwell. Xiao Kuei, take good care of little child Xiao and help him go back to rest. Xiao Kuei was very obedient and helped Xiao Luo leave. Xiao Luo grasped the gold guardrail of the handrail of the staircase with his fingers and said with self-accusation, "If I don't apologize or kowtow to Grandpa in public, I will not have a good rest even if I go back to rest." Those people present were more curious. Finally, someone asked in the crowd, "How did you irritate the elder little child Xiao?" Xiao Luo smiled feebly, and he frowned tightly with self-accusation. "I didn't make Grandpa angry. I am the one who almost killed Grandpa." Hearing those words, all the people were silent for a second. Then, as if a drop of water rolled down into the oil pan, the scene began to come into an uproar with a cracking sound. Both Xiao Yu and Xiao Liang's faces became quite bad and gloomy. Xiao Yu never expected that Xiao Luo would launch an attack at this time. He even took it for granted and seemed to be so helpless. Xiao Yu's fists were clenched tightly, and he could not wait to pull his nephew over and hit him with a punch in the face at once. But Xiao Liang kept shaking his head at him, motioning him not to be impulsive. Xiao Liang held back the anger in the chest, suppressing himself not to lose her temper. But Xiao Luo bent his lips slightly as if Xiao Luo wanted to infuriate Xiao Yu, obliquely looking at his second uncle, Xiao Yu, from an angle not easily seen by the guests downstairs. "Second uncle, do you think that Grandpa was almost killed by me?" Xiao Yu glared at him angrily. "How do I know it?" "Why don't you know, second uncle?" Xiao Luo turned around completely, facing Xiao Yu. "No one else knows this, but second uncle, you must know it. And you know about this best. What the hell do you, an illegitimate child, want to say?" Xiao Luo saw that blue veins almost stood out on Xiao Yu's head, and his eyes suddenly became extremely calm. "Second uncle, you really fight hard enough to take the property from me. What nonsense are you talking about? Second uncle, if you want the right of inheritance, just tell me directly. Why should you ask the mother and daughter of the Hua family to go to the hospital to strangle Grandpa?" As soon as this remark came out, the crowd froze in situ and stared at these two people on the stairs stiffly. Xiao Luo was a little sad, and his eyes were full of disappointment for his second uncle. "Second uncle, I've never thought about it. You are such an unscrupulous person." Xiao Yu froze and he appeared to be a little embarrassed. Then he shouted angrily, "What's wrong with you today, Xiao Luo? Are you crazy? How dare you talk nonsense in front of everyone?" Xiao Liang didn't know what happened. The elder was almost killed in the hospital, and everyone knew it was the Hua family's mother and daughter who went to the hospital for unknown reasons to murder him. Now, Xiao Luo unexpectedly said in front of the distinguished guests in the upper class in Harbor City that Xiao Yu instructed them to do so. Such an accusation was thrown at Xiao Yu, and it was so difficult for him to prove his innocence. Not to mention that the elder changed his will and gave him the whole Xiao family. There was a quiet scene at Xiao family's dinner. Next to it was the sound of a fountain falling into the water. Everyone's eyes were focused on Xiao Yu and Xiao Luo. But no one noticed that at this time, Lu Xia smiled cunningly with the corners of her mouth upward. Song Yunxian noticed her and glanced at her slowly and severely. The sight seemed to be a knife, to penetrate Lu Xia's body and break open ruthlessly Lu Xia's indifferent skin, who held herself aloof from the world. Song Yunxian moved her feet a bit, and she was about to walk towards Lu Xia soon. Chu Machen beside her suddenly grabbed her wrist. "Don't move." Song Yunxian frowned violently. "I have something to talk to Miss Lu." Suddenly, she put forth her strength into her wrist, and Chu Machen's big hand was thrown away in a moment. Lu Xia, who saw the movement between them in the distance, raised her eyebrows slightly and looked back at Xiao Luo and Xiao Yu. Xiao Luo looked calm as usual, but his heart was tight, and each nerve was tight as if he was taking the risk of setting up a trap. If they didn't bite the hook, then he would lose everything. Moreover, he would lose himself. Song Yunxian knew this. Lu Xia knew. Even Xiao Liang was surprisingly clear. Xiao Yu was a grumpy and he yelled at him, "I just ordered someone to." "Second brother." Xiao Liang immediately made a sound and interrupted Xiao Yu's words. Xiao Yu was interrupted. Suddenly, he seemed to come to his realization, and his face was tight. He stared at Xiao Luo and said angrily while gritting his teeth, "I just ordered someone to take good care of you at home. You hate me so much to tell such a heinous lie." That was what he said, but he was a little perturbed in his mind. As things stood today, their nephew was going to fight back against them. It was just that he never thought that his nephew would make a fuss of the thing that the elder had been harmed by the Hua family's mother and daughter. Was it possible for this boy to collude with the Hua family? To use the Hua family to frame him? He thought for a while and felt that Xiao Luo had colluded with the Hua family to frame him after thinking about their relationship. Otherwise, he could not rashly do such a thing. He panicked and his eyes fell unconsciously on Xiao Liang, his brother who had served him as a think tank for many years. Xiao Liang shook his head gently at him and motioned him not to say anything now. Xiao Yu, however, could not hold his bad temper. Xiao Liang's eyes swept over the guests at the scene. He took one step forward and whispered in Xiao Yu's ear, "Brother, don't get into a trap. This guy is perhaps cheating on you." As the old saying went, nothing was too deceitful in war. If you couldn't make a reasonable explanation to prove your innocence while being framed at this time, you would be tacitly regarded as an unfilial son who murdered his own father. No matter how many scandals broke out in Harbor City because of struggling for the family property, murdering his own father was still a disgraceful thing. Xiao Yu thought of this with a stern look and he frowned tightly. "Xiao Luo, I take good care of you because you are my eldest brother's biological son, who is dead. Today you framed me for murdering my father in front of everyone. Do you know what you are doing?" "I know, second uncle." Xiao Luo was calm. What Xiao Yu wanted to say next was stuck in his throat, and he dared not to say. If he kept talking, Xiao Luo would certainly show the evidence of his murdering the elder. If Xiao Luo really took out it at once, two of them would be doomed eternally tonight. Xiao Yu dared not to say but carefully considered how to get out of those difficulties at the bottom of his heart. Xiao Liang, however, made a sound lukewarmly and patiently. "Luo, since you are so determined tonight that second uncle murdered father and colluded with the Hua family, then I will ask you for a proof. Do you have any proof?" The expression on Xiao Luo's face was stiffened a little. All the people present looked at Xiao Luo. But at this time not far away below the stairs, Song Yunxian just walked to the front of Lu Xia. Lu Xia held a wine glass in her hand, and a gorgeous smile was hanging at the corners of her lips. She watched in silence what was happening in Xiao family tonight, as if watching a farce quietly. The goblet in her hand moved slightly. That clean goblet was just to touch the lips. Song Yunxian reached out and cleverly snatched the goblet from her hand. Her movement was natural and fierce, which was swift and smooth. It was a surprise to George, who had been Lu Xia's assistant for a long time. George was worried about Lu Xia, and he pushed Song Yunxian, who was about to approach Lu Xia soon, away. But Lu Xia raised her hand to stop George. "George, you didn't see Miss Song want to say something to me?" Of course he saw that Song Yunxian wanted to talk with her. Not only did George see it, but even Chu Machen had seen it early. Moreover, Chu Machen also knew that what Song Yunxian said to Lu Xia should not be an ordinary family talk. "Miss Lu, what do you mean?" She stared at Lu Xia and obviously felt very dissatisfied with her. Lu Xia was in her 30s and she was brainy and resourceful. She could immediately understand what Song Yunxian said and what it meant. However, she chose to pretend to be confused. "Miss Song, I don't understand your words." She pretended to be confused. Song Yunxian took a breath slightly and said in a sulky voice with darkened eyes, "Miss Lu, you don't really want to help Xiao Luo at all." A brief smile appeared on Lu Xia's face. "He can live to this day because of me, but for me he would have died 8 or 10 times already. Are you trapping him?" Lu Xia's eyebrows and eyes immediately became fierce, as if the most untouchable place at the bottom of her heart was poked. The expression on her face was momentarily fiendish. However, it was only a moment. "How? You made him turn against Xiao Yu and Xiao Liang tonight. Then what about the capital you gave him?" Gu Changge knew from an early age that everything needed capital. If you didn't have any capital, you would be interrupted after taking a step. And tonight, Xiao Luo rashly accused two of his uncles, and if there was no evidence of it, he would be doomed eternally. Lucia only told Xiao Luo that all was fair in war, but she didn't tell him that in all matters, one should act according to his abilities and should not act rashly. Song Yunxian stared at Lucia firmly. You lied to him, right? Lucia did not have a wine glass, but she was not idle. After Song Yunxian asked her this question, Lucia took out the cigarette and lighter from the shell handbag, and she lit a cigarette and put it between her lips. She took a sip of the lighted cigarette and then looked at Song Yunxian lightly. Why do you think that I lied to him? Xiao Luo has never been a rash person. He wouldn't have gone to take the risk if he didn't have 50% of grasp. If you hadn't told him that you had enough confidence to defeat Xiao Yu and Xiao Liang, he wouldn't have done it tonight. Xiao Luo was not a fool. If Lucia had not told him the odds of success, he wouldn't have done it. And he would have never thought that Lucia herself had not prepared a route of retreat for him, but she just cheated him into this road, and then she would let him do it himself. Lucia could feel the anger and hostility of Song Yunxian. Her eyes fell on her. She took a few puffs of the cigarette and did not look away. She just said coldly, "You said that if he didn't have 50% of grasp, he wouldn't have gone to take the risk, but how do you know he isn't betting with 50% of grasp?" Song Yunxian was stunned by these words from Lucia. Lucia continued to smoke. "I originally thought that if he had 50% of grasp, you would help him. Why didn't you prepare a route of retreat for him?" Song Yunxuan's pupils suddenly became sharp, and the whole person became much colder. After seeing her expression, Lucia smiled while curling her lips and then turned away. Song Yunxuan's eyes had been fixed on Lucia's body all the time. Lucia was actually very thin. All kinds of clothes would suit her, and she also looked very beautiful. However, after that layer of gentle and indifferent performance was inadvertently revealed, you would find that she was actually extremely cold and fierce. Perhaps this was the case in the business community. The law of the jungle. This world belonged to the one who was more ruthless. She suddenly called to her. "What's your purpose?" Lucia turned her back to her when she heard this question. She subconsciously stalled and stopped in situ. She didn't answer for a long while. Song Yunxian thought that Lucia might not answer. Just at this time she said suddenly, "I have waited for this day for a long time." This answer was somewhat irrelevant, but it made Song Yunxian become stunned momentarily. She had waited for this day for a long time. There were usually only two explanations for a person to wait for a long time. One was too much love and the other one was too much hate. Lucia waited for this day probably because she had too much hate? She was a little moony but watched Lucia as her back went further and further, until she walked out of the door. On the stairs of the second floor, Xiao Luo's face and eyes began to shake and collapse little by little. The reluctant calmness on his face was about to be torn apart little by little. As the silence grew longer and longer, all the guests under the stairs began to talk and whisper to each other. Xiao Xian's son is really incapable. He can tell any lie. A verbal statement without any proof. He really thinks that it's easy to blame others. Elder Xiao really pampers him, and he could allow him to talk nonsense to such an extent. Children who do not have their own parents are really uneducated, and the brothers of Xiao family are also suffering the consequence of breeding evil. The voices of these people were getting louder and louder, and they gradually drowned all of Xiao Luo's hearing. Xiao Luo suddenly felt a dull pain in his ribs and turned to look for Lucia at the scene, but he found that Lucia had already gone. His face suddenly turned pale. Just at this moment, there was a clear voice which suddenly penetrated the crowd's discussion. "I can prove that the brothers of the Xiao family murdered their father." Xiao Luo was suddenly startled, and he followed the voice and looked at the comber. After hearing this voice, Xiao Yu and Xiao Liang were all very nervous, and they turned to look at the speaker. The voice came in from the door, which made people feel inexplicably familiar. Lucia had left the dinner already but not completely left the Xiao family. Instead, she watched Xiao family's surveillance video in the hotel next door. It was not easy to see the live broadcast of the house of Xiao family in the hotel, For a place like Xiao family, how could anyone set up the monitoring device easily as he wished? There was smoke constantly coming out of her mouth, and there was the smell of smoke in the room. George saw her smoke another cigarette beside her and said in time, "President Liu, take care of yourself." Liu Xia just stopped her action slightly. Then she shook her head self-mockingly, and then lit the cigarette in her hand. The butt was flashing with a red fiery light. Liu Xia's gaze was staring at the display screen of the surveillance video. However, George was very worried about her smoking. "President Liu, this is already the 6th one, and the doctor said you could not smoke too much." "I know." Liu Xia liked to smoke when she was in a bad mood. Smoking was just like drinking, and it could paralyze people's nerves and relieve the pain. But pinning the pain relief on these two consumer goods seemed to be a little stupid. She just looked at the scene on the screen and let the smell of cigarettes go into her lungs, which vaguely made her feel a numb pain. It has been 17 years, but I still remember exactly what happened 17 years ago. George was speechless. Liu Xia's eyes were complicated to look at the young man who was talked about by people in the surveillance. She recalled, at that time Yuncheng was also criticized by people in this way. Her consciousness drifted away little by little, as if she were about to recall the situation more than a decade ago. Just then, the cigarette in her hand was taken away by someone. At once, she came to her senses and looked angrily at the man who had taken the cigarette away from her hand. "George, what are you doing?" Her white assistant had slender fingers, and his features were deep and clear in contour. When being glared at like this, he just flatly pressed the cigarette into the crystal ashtray next to him. Then he leaned down and held Liu Xia's shoulder. He gently guided her to look at the display screen of the monitor. "President Liu, look." Liu Xia looked along his sight. She just heard George say, "Things have changed." Liu Xia immediately looked at the display screen and opened her eyes wide when hearing this. This is... People on the display screen were clustered under the revolving stairs of the mansion of Xiao family like the tide. However, at this moment the crowd automatically cleared a path from the middle. At the end of the road, a young girl with long hair and a disposable medical mask could be seen faintly. The girl was wearing casual clothes, and a snow-white down jacket covered her exquisite and tall figure. She was wearing a short skirt, a pair of boots, and a brown scarf as if she had just emerged from the cold winter wind. And it was such a girl who was dressed in a different style from everyone else, but she became the most conspicuous person at this time. She pressed the scarf that covered her chin. Then she raised her eyes and looked at Xiao Yu and Xiao Liang on the stairs. "I'm the only one who can prove what the two uncles have done." Xiao Yu and Xiao Liang looked at her in shock. "Hua."
I'm Hu Jiaying.
She told her name before Xiao Yu and Xiao Liang called her name. Everyone was confused. Xiao Liang suddenly said, "No, you are Hu Jiahui." Hu Jiaying's eyes were burning, and she said calmly and slowly, "I am Hu Jiaying."
Xiao Yu shootait dans Grilly? Impossible.
Hu Jiahui destroyed her face and Hu Jiaying broke her ribs in a car accident. Hu Jiaying cannot get up from the hospital bed. "You're a fake of your sister." Hu Jiaying sneered. "Uncle Yu, you really care about us. Half of the people in Harbor City know about our car accident. But what kind of injury do we have? And where have we been injured? No one knows but my family, the doctor, and the killer." She spoke softly, but all the people present immediately understood the connotative meaning of the words. Xiao Yu and Xiao Liang did not expect people of the Hua family to come over at this time. They looked blankly down the stairs. Xiao Luo looked closely at Hu Jiaying's eyes. Not far away, Song Yunxian had a somber expression on her face. The phone in the handbag vibrated slightly. She took a few steps back and looked for a place where there was no one, only to see a missed call. But it was from the China hospital. It was the ward landline number of the hospital where Hu Jiahui and Hu Jiaying were being treated. She thought about it and chose to ignore the call. At the dinner party, Hu Jiaying slowly took off her mask. "Two uncles were so cruel that it was you who asked me and my mother to harm Grandpa Xiao at the time. Now you are afraid that we'll expose it, and you even want to kill us." Both Xiao Yu and Xiao Liang's faces were livid. Xiao Yu had no idea how to prove his innocence. Xiao Liang asked Hu Jiang coldly. Hu Jiehui, who directed you to frame us? Hu Jiang's long hair covered her face, but some scars appeared from her cheeks, which could be faintly visible to the guests. She stood under the stairs, looking up at Xiao Yu and Xiao Liang with no fear on her face. There was no panic of lying. A pair of eyes showed her remorse and hatred for being exploited by someone, and then being murdered. Why do you insist that I am Jiehui? Because Hu Jiang is lying in the hospital now. It's Hu Jiehui lying in the hospital. Hu Jiang touched her face. My sister's temper is not the same as mine. She is in the entertainment industry. If she ruins her appearance, she will not run around like me. She will only hide in the hospital with a mirror to vent her anger and fast while crying her eyes out. Anyone who knew Hu Jiehui's character understood that. Indeed, Hu Jiehui valued her face most. The guests present were all silent. Xiao Liang did not admit defeat. A mere verbal statement is no guarantee. Unless you allow me to go to the hospital to personally prove it to another Hu Jiang, I will believe you, and then everyone will believe you. Hu Jiang's face looked slightly cold, and she soon laughed. You will want to see my mother after seeing my sister. Who knows if you will hurt us when your dirty things are revealed by me? Why should I let you see my sister? Xiao Liang seemed to see the hope of turning over, and he immediately insisted. She is not Hu Jiang. Hu Jiang is in the hospital. Although I do not know why you want to frame me and my brother, things will come to light after we go to see Hu Jiang. Xiao Yu also spoke out, pointing at Hu Jiang fiercely. You framed us like this today, and I will sue you for slander and put you in jail. After speaking regardless of the banquet now, he called Xiao Liang. Liang, let's go to the hospital to look for Hu Jiang. Hu Jiehui tried to stop these two people by moving. But at the moment of her action she stopped the pace. A straight man stood at the door before Xiao Yu and Xiao Liang could go out. Seeing these two people rush out angrily, he suddenly smiled. Two uncles are going to visit my sister? Xiao Yu and Xiao Liang called his name at the same time. Huiting. Xiao Yu gritted his teeth, feeling that Huiting's appearance was a little bad at this time. He pushed him away and wanted to go out. Huiting slowly leaned to one side. Jiang came to confess to everyone that little child Xiao was so poor to be trapped innocently, but you doubt her identity and even want to go to the hospital for a proof. Huiting, even if Xiao family has a grudge against the Hua family, and you help him frame us today, you won't be able to guarantee that Hua family can come to a good ending when he becomes the master of Xiao family in the future. Huiting was scolded by Xiao Yu's angry words, but he laughed. You two should stay here. Jiehui is in a bad mood now, and she won't see you when you go there. Since you can't prove her identity, it's a libel to us, and we will hold your responsibilities. After saying that, Xiao Liang reached out to his bodyguard beside him. Give me the phone. I'm going to call the police. Xiao family was one of the most famous families in Harbor City. He had made him carry the blame of murdering his biological father in front of so many guests. If their innocence could not be proved today, they would never save their faces. Xiao Yu and Xiao Liang's meaning was very clear. Huiting also reached out to the assistant beside him. Bring me the mobile phone. The Hua family can't afford such a big crime of slander. Since you are so determined to see my sister, it is better to make a video call, and she won't see anyone except me, her brother. When Xiao Yu and Xiao Liang listened to these words, the action of dialing the phone to the police subconsciously froze. He pressed the phone keys to dial the number and said to Xiao Yu and Xiao Liang at the same time, "It will be fine if you call the police, and they will give us some explanations, including an explanation of the inexplicable car accident that has happened to my sisters." Speaking of a car accident, Hu Jiang couldn't help clenching her fingers. However, while talking, the cell phone as large as a tablet computer had been connected to Hu Jiehui, who was in the hospital now. He did not see Hu Jiehui's appearance from the video but heard a loud bang. The picture shook a bit, and what appeared in the picture was that fragments of a porcelain bowl splashed on the floor. Huiting's voice became a little sulky, and he asked the person who answered the phone, "What's going on?" Miss Jiehui is still losing her temper. Let her answer the phone and I'll talk to her. The maid responded, Yes, child. Then the careful voice of the maid came from the phone. Miss Jiahui, it is child's call. Gu Jiahui picked up the phone at once and yelled at the people angrily in the ward. Get out! All of you, get out! Hearing Gu Jiahui's scolding, Gu Changge could not help frowning at the dinner scene, and she spat out a few words from her mouth in disgust. So uneducated. These words were extremely light. If those people weren't around her, these words wouldn't be heard by them at all. The phone was handed to Gu Jiahui. Xiao Yu and Xiao Liang's eyes were all hostile. Hu Ting pressed the phone's hands-free function, and Gu Jiahui's face appeared on the screen. Gu Jiahui's face was pale, and she covered her forehead with one hand, trying to quiet herself. Brother, I'm Jiahui. What's the matter? Just these simple words made everyone at the scene become quiet, including Xiao Yu and Xiao Liang. Every single one of them knew that this event had already come to an end when hearing Gu Jiahui take the initiative to say who she was. They all knew clearly in their hearts whether Xiao Yu and Xiao Liang, the two brothers, wanted to kill their own father for benefit or Xiao Luo had made a false charge against his two uncles. Xiao Yu was totally shocked. Xiao Liang barely calmed down. Yet he couldn't control his trembling fingers. He wanted to strangle Hu Ting, and he wished to wring Gu Changge's neck. What he wanted most was to skin Xiao Luo, the little b*** tard, alive. He clenched his teeth and moved his eyes little by little. Then, mercilessly and firmly, he fixed his eyes on Xiao Luo, who was standing on the stairs of the second floor without any movement all the while. Xiao Luo wore a cold face, and his body was still tall and straight like ever. However, Xiao Liang vaguely saw in Xiao Luo's cold eyes the sarcasm which once he saw in his big brother, Xiao Xian's eyes. You, a little lunatic. Xiao Liang gnashed the teeth in anger, and he almost yelled out when his eyes caught the trace of sarcasm in Xiao Luo's eyes.
B*** tard.
You actually united with outsiders to frame us. Looking at the disdain in the eyes of the guests at the scene, Xiao Yu couldn't stand it anymore. He rushed to the stairs and grabbed Xiao Luo's neckline. Then he punched him to the ground abruptly. Xiao Luo was thin and injured. Thus, he fell to the ground instantly when being hit unpreparedly. A little maid nearby shrank in fear, and then she ran over and held Xiao Luo. Little child Xiao, are you all right? Xiao Yu got angry when hearing the words of little child Xiao. He was even furious when seeing that little maid come to help him up. He kicked away that weak little maid, and then he stooped and pulled Xiao Luo up from the floor by grabbing his neckline. You are a little b*** tard. I knew that you were a disaster when my father took you home that year. And now you are unscrupulous to this extent. You can frame your two uncles today, and you will be able to kill my father in the future. Today, I'm ready to risk everything to punish you for Xiao family. After saying that, he raised his hand to hit him again. Stop! A low and stern rebuke suddenly came to the ears of all the people. All the people present were stunned, and Xiao Yu with his hand raised in the air froze his action immediately. Not far away, at the arched sandalwood door connecting the villa to the old house of Xiao family, stood a serious-looking old man leaning on a golden dragon stick and being supported by a steward. The old man was getting on in years, but he had a kind of stateliness that couldn't be underestimated. When Xiao Yu and Xiao Liang saw him, they both called out in a low voice, Daddy! Xiao Luo, who was pulled up by Xiao Yu through grasping the neckline, also called out in a low voice, Grandpa! Xiao Jianqing's hair was gray. When seeing that Xiao Yu grabbed Xiao Luo, he said nothing at once but winked at his steward. The steward understood him, and then he said, Sorry everyone. I'm afraid that our evening banquet today will not make you enjoy yourselves to the full. Please go home first, everyone. As the old saying went, domestic shame should not be published. No matter who would be the winner in this strife of Xiao family, the guests at the scene were bound to know nothing about the result. Elder Xiao had been through ups and downs when he was young, and he knew roughly what had happened here only by his sons' and grandsons' looks. All the guests at the evening banquet were evacuated and left one after another. Song Yuncheng stood where she was, But Gu Changge took her hand and pulled her away. Let's go home. Song Yunxian frowned and glanced over there. Exactly, her eyes met with Xiao Jianqing's eyes. Xiao Jianqing's eyes flickered. But Song Yunxian nodded politely, and then she turned around and walked out of the door with Gu Changge. The guests all left, and the entrance gate of Xiao family was closed slowly. The lights for the banquet were turned off gradually. Xiao Jianqing's deep and dignified gaze swept over his two sons and then fell on Xiao Luo. Three of you come along with me. Xiao Yu and Xiao Liang looked at each other with dislike towards Xiao Luo. However, Xiao Luo pushed away the little maid who was helping him up. Grinding his teeth, he stood up by holding the handrail by his side. On the road, the guests left in their luxury cars from Xiao family to all directions. Song Yunxian raised her hand and rubbed between her eyebrows. She felt a little tired. Gu Changge looked at her sideways. Hua family acted out of normal behavior. It's really not normal. Song Yunxian did not look up. It couldn't be more natural. Xiao Yu and Xiao Liang both take the Hua family as a thorn in their flesh. If these two brothers take charge of the Xiao family in the future, they will absolutely make trouble for the Hua family. Instead of fighting against Xiao family every day in the future, it's better for them to bet with these two brothers of Xiao family now. How do you know that the Hua family thinks like this? Song Yunxuan's crimson and flower-like lips were slightly raised, and then she smiled. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. She said it easily, and it seemed that this was an unchanging truth for thousands of years, which should not be questioned at all. Gu Changge reached out his hand to pull her back by her shoulder. His fingers pinched her delicate jaw. Eyes on me. Song Yunxian was a little confused, yet she obediently looked at his eyes. She couldn't figure out the expression in his eyes, but she could feel vaguely that the following conversation would be serious. What do you want to say to me? The Hua family. Xiao family will have a result on their family issues. Let's go back to Yuncheng in a few days. You know this isn't what I want to say to you. Then what do you want to talk about? Gu Changge frowned, and his thin lips were slightly opened. I want to say. Chirp. His kiss falling gently on the corner of her lips was like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. Gu Changge wanted to catch her and stop her from moving. However, Song Yunxian held his cheeks with both hands. She leaned over and gently kissed his lips. Her long eyelashes drooped, covering her eyes filled with worries. Her soft lips were as enchanting as a cherry blossom. Though Gu Changge tried several times to push her away, he changed his mind at the very last second before he could push her away. His hand supported her by the back of her head. He couldn't help deepening the feeling of that kiss. Song Yunxian opened her eyes slightly when he was addicted to this unexpected kiss. At the corner of her eyes, there was only a flash of light. If the issues of Xiao family came to an end, there would be less trouble in the future. Soon I would come back to Yuncheng. And at that time all of those people who owed me would suffer the retribution. There was a smell of incense that would soothe the nerves in the old house of Elder Xiao. The fragrance lightly diffused in the air. The elder of Xiao family was sitting on an old-fashioned wooden armchair placed in the main hall. Behind that armchair was a large piece of jade. It was priceless. The cane inlaid with 9 dragons in his hand stood uprightly on the ground. Xiao Luo knelt on the soft carpet in the middle of the main hall. By his side stood Xiao Yu, who was unwilling to kneel. Daddy, I don't know how you have educated Xiao Luo. Did you see what he did today? The bleared eyes of Xiao Jianqing raising slowly chilled Xiao Liang to the bone. I saw what he did today, Liang. So now, are you educating me on how to behave properly? His words seemed to be soft, powerless, and neither light nor harsh. However, it made Xiao Yu feel nervous.
No, Daddy.
I didn't mean it. Kneel down if you didn't mean it. Xiao Liang by his side had knelt down on the carpet obediently. But Xiao Yu refused to do so. Daddy, but... Kneel down. His state of illness was unstable, and his doctor warned him not to get angry. He controlled his temper all the time. But Xiao Yu couldn't realize it at all. Xiao Liang looked at Xiao Yu worriedly and said in a low voice, Second brother, don't provoke Daddy. With Xiao Liang's persuasion, Xiao Yu knelt down reluctantly. Xiao family had strict rules. But over the years the two brothers Xiao Yu and Xiao Liang hadn't knelt for a long time. When he knelt down, Xiao Yu was still angry at Xiao Luo, who was speechless. "Daddy, it was supposed to be a happy day today. I planned to introduce a Luo to the public above board and announce that he is little child of Xiao family in front of so many people. But Daddy, you know what? He turned around and made a false countercharge against us." Xiao Liang echoed appropriately. "Daddy, you watched us grow up since childhood. You know better than anyone else what kind of people we are. Whatever mistakes we make, we will not frame you." Xiao Jianqing sat on the old-fashioned wooden armchair and pretended to be asleep. Seeing that their father didn't talk anymore, Xiao Yu pointed at Xiao Luo and started to complain. "Xiao Luo is our eldest brother's son. Liang and I did everything for his sake. However, Daddy, did you see how he treated his two uncles now?" Xiao Luo just kept kneeling down and stubbornly straightened his back without any retorts or words. Xiao Jianqing firmly grasped the handle of his cane. "Luo, what's your explanation?" Xiao Luo looked at Xiao Jianqing. "Grandpa, I have no explanation. Because I didn't frame them." "You didn't frame them?" Xiao Jianqing opened his eyes and stared at Xiao Luo sternly. It seemed that he wanted to pierce Xiao Luo with his sight. Xiao Luo's body got stiff for a short while. Under such a stare of his grandpa, he felt that he was nervous, and his body was tense all over. Yes, he framed Xiao Yu and Xiao Liang. But that was all. They didn't frame him, but they adopted a much more direct and spiffier way than framing him up. They wanted to kill him. If on New Year Yuncheng, Xiao Dao Will, and others hadn't come to rescue him, would he have been alive and stood here still? Perhaps he might have been a cold corpse already. When thinking of this, his eyes became gloomy and firm. "Grandpa, I didn't frame them. You are lying." Xiao Yu yelled out angrily. Xiao Liang also stared at him. "You are so young yet so malicious. Your second uncle, and I really underestimated you." Xiao Luo looked at Xiao Jianqing. "Grandpa, I wouldn't have said it rashly without any evidence. The mother and daughter of the Hua family have testified second uncle and third uncle in person." Xiao Jianqing's eyes darkened. For sure. Xiao Luo felt a little guilty in his mind, but he didn't show it on his face at all. "Yes, Grandpa." Xiao Jianqing stared at Xiao Luo. He squinted, but his eyes were locked at Xiao Luo all the while. It seemed that he wanted to find some flaws from Xiao Luo's eyes. However, Xiao Luo stared at Xiao Jianqing straightly. His eyes were burning. He was calm and was not uneasy or panic at all. However, Xiao Yu and Xiao Liang next to them looked back and forth between Xiao Luo and Xiao Jianqing since their father didn't make any judgment. Xiao Jianqing stared at Xiao Luo's burning eyes and sighed deeply in his heart. He was a little depressed, but he couldn't tell whether it was regret or wrath and disgust. He gazed at Xiao Luo for a long time like this. An ancient clock in the room struck 10 more times. Then Xiao Jianqing finally got up from the old-fashioned wooden armchair. "You said that the mother and daughter of the Hua family were eyewitnesses, and I will go and confirm it in person." Hearing this, Xiao Yu and Xiao Liang both showed a sly smile. No one had ever tricked Xiao Jianqing in front of him. Xiao Luo's trick would be finished. Through the clean glass window, the falling snowflakes outside could be seen from inside the hospital. Gu Changge touched her smooth face. Then suddenly, she swung her arm, and a porcelain bowl beside her was knocked over. The porcelain bowl fell down from her nursing worker's hand to the ground, and the floor was covered with chicken porridge. The nursing worker stooped to pick up the shards of the porcelain bowl. Gu Changge roared at her suddenly. "Get out!" The nursing worker was scared by the sudden roar, and her fingers trembled with fear. "Get out! Are you deaf?" Gu Changge's shrill voice resounded in the ward, as if it would overturn the roof of the ward sharply. The nursing worker looked sideways at her. Then she got up and left quickly with several shards in her hands. When the door was just closed, Gu Changge gave out a deep sigh. Then she closed her eyes and clasped her head in her hands. Her long hair fell from the back of her ears. Behind her back there were soft cushions. It had been more than half a month, but the wounds between the ribs had not healed yet. She heard that little child of Xiao family who had his ribs injured as well could get up and walk already. However, she would still suffer from an unbearable pain once she moved. She clasped her head, unwilling to raise it up. At the doorway came the sound of the handle, which was slightly twisted. She cursed without looking up. "You all get out." However, there was no sound of closing the door after it was gently opened. There came the sound of leather shoes walking on the ground towards her step by step. She realized that something was wrong. Her body got stiff and she felt someone put his fingers on her shoulder wrapped in a hospital gown. "Ing! Get out! Don't touch me!" She jerked her arm, trying to swing the man's fingers off her shoulder. But she forgot that she was injured. The violent swing of shoulders triggered the intercostal wounds at once. All of a sudden, the pain exploded from the ribs and reached every single nerve of her body. "Ouch!" She cried out with pain and her face was wrinkled. The man by her side pushed her gently to the soft cushion. "You are too agitated." The soft and loving voice was still the same as her previous gentle brother's voice. But on hearing his voice, Gu Changge almost jumped out of the sickbed. "Ting, you are a jerk. You may as well kill us all." There were only 2 of them in the ward. Even though Gu Changge shouted like this, no medical workers would come and check at all. No workers in the hospital could come to see Gu Changge without Ting's permission. Gu Changge was already under house arrest. Ting dragged a chair and sat by the sickbed. "It's for your own good. For our good." During the period of hospitalization, Gu Changge got smarter than before suddenly. She raised her eyebrows. "All right. You get my sister here. Let her talk to me. Your sister is working on something important. You'd better not see her for the time being." "What kind of important things?" Gu Changge sneered. "She was forced by you to frame the people of Xiao family. I never expected that you were such a cunning person. You actually made her pretend to be me and frame Xiao Yu and Xiao Liang. We, the Hua family, must do this. We don't have a second choice." "Ting, are you bewitched by someone?" Gu Changge raised her hand and touched her nape, smoothing away the hair. "Take a look. See what you've done to me in order to frame Xiao Yu and Xiao Liang."
Ting frowned.
His eyes followed to look at her nape where her hair was smoothed away. It was almost in a moment that the expression on his face froze. Gu Changge had been brought up like a princess since childhood. She almost wanted to take a milk bath every day to beautify her skin, and she would never allow her body to suffer the least damage. There was no scar on her body since her childhood. But now there was a scar of 1 inch on her nape. It was obvious that the scar was caused by a sharp blade. There was blood in this scar oozing out slowly. Though it had been dephlogisticated and stanched, the oozing blood still startled Ting. This. Gu Changge had never been hurt before. Being asked about the scar, she couldn't stop her tears from draining out. With tears in her eyes, she glared at Ting with chagrin and rage. "Anyway, we are brother and sister of the same father. How could you have the heart to ask someone with a knife to force me to lie?" she said, crying. From her pretty eyes, tears were dripping down the cheeks constantly. Ting's eyebrows ferociously frowned. Obviously, he was a little furious. "It isn't me who did it." "Then who would it be?" Gu Changge raised her hand and wiped off the tears. She was so aggrieved. "He had a dagger at my back and forced me to say to a phone that I was Hu Jiehui. But I'm Jiang. Why would he make me say I was Jiehui? If I didn't say as he asked, he would cut off my neck. Look at the wound." When speaking of the sad part, Gu Changge covered her face and began crying. Ting was a little impatient of Gu Changge's crying, but he was fidgety as well in his mind. He didn't ask anyone with a dagger to force Gu Changge to lie. It was Song Yuncheng who sent a man to tell him that he could call Gu Changge to pretend to be Hu Jiehui. She said that she had arranged someone to negotiate with Gu Changge. It is Song Yuncheng. He realized it at once. It is Song Yuncheng. Ting and Song Yuncheng took advantage of each other. However, he didn't expect that Song Yuncheng could be so heartless and cruel. And the man she sent to do so had no appreciation of a thing's importance. Hu Ting turned around and planned to get even with Song Yunxian. However, after he took just 2 steps, a girl in white fur walked to the door of the ward. The girl had long hair that trailed over her shoulders and charming facial features. Even if she looked at you with a smile, you would feel that the look was not so pure. Song Yunxian.
Hu Ting, Frau Ned.
What are you doing here? When Song Yunxian arrived at the villa, she changed her clothes and hurried here. Thus it was quite natural that she was here. I don't think that things have come to an end. I'm here to tell you. She said it in an easy way, but Hu Jiang still found that she was filled with all the old and recent grudges. Song Yunxian, you bit ***. Are you here to hurt me again? Song Yunchuan's bright eyes were like stars, and the corners of her mouth rose into a beautiful arc. Sister Jiehui, you are too nervous. Calm down.
I'm Hu Jiang.
Song Yunxian walked towards her step by step. Each of her steps was quiet, yet Hu Jiang could still hear it. She felt as if it was a devil's approach, which made her pins and needles. Are you trying to hurt me again? Song Yunxian walked to her sickbed denying. No, my grudge against you isn't enough to make me kill you. Indeed, although Hu Jiang had done harm to her in the dark several times, she had failed every time. She didn't want to kill her yet. So what do you want to do? Hu Jiang was lying in the sickbed, and she was once threatened by a dagger to the neck. She was terrified for sure. Song Yunchuan's beautiful eyebrows stretched lightly. Today you just relax and act as Hu Jiehui. Hu Jiang was dumbfounded. Hu Ting keenly sensed something was wrong. Haven't we got them deceived just now? Everyone at the banquet believed the one that attended was Hu Jiang, while the one lying in the hospital was Hu Jiehui. Song Yunxian turned around and looked at him coldly. Others are easy to be fooled. But could Yuncheng, the elder of Xiao family, who has lived for decades, be so easy to get fooled as well? Hu Ting pursed his lips, and he still felt unhappy in his mind when seeing the wound on his sister's nape. Anyway, Jiang is the second daughter of our Hua family. How could you not ask for my permission before hurting her? Song Yunxian bent over a little and plucked Hu Jiang's hair. She took a close look at the wound and replied in a careless way, "Don't be afraid. There is no poison on the knife." Hu Jiang was almost driven crazy by her understatements.
No poison?
Song Yunxian, are you trying to kill me with a poisonous knife? Song Yunxian was so calm. What's poisonous is not the knife but the heart, Miss Hua. Song Yunxian went to the window and said with indifference, I can make you worse just because you wanted to disdain me last time. Are you threatening me? Song Yunxian nodded. Yes. Hu Ting turned around. Song Yunxian, don't cross the line. Song Yunxian glanced at Hu Ting coldly. Then she stared at Hu Jiang and smiled. Are you crying so pitifully that you can set your brother against me? Hu Jiang's countenance changed, and she was somewhat speechless. The flames of fury in Hu Ting's heart seemed to be extinguished by cold water hurled over his head, and she calmed down instantly. Seeing that Hu Ting turned slowly to look at Hu Jiang, Song Yunxian slightly raised her chin and said with some sarcasm, Miss Jiang isn't a girl who is willing to compromise easily. If I hadn't sent a man to force her to make a false testimony, you, Hu Ting, would have been done if she had said that she was Hu Jiang. Hu Ting knew for sure what would happen to him if Hu Jiang said anything wrong. Now that he accepted Song Yunchuan's advice and stood with Xiao Luo, he must help Xiao Luo become the ultimate winner. If the fact that Xiao Luo had framed Xiao Yu and Xiao Liang was unmasked, Xiao Luo would never have the chance to take charge of the Xiao family. At that time when Xiao Yu and Xiao Liang took charge, the first one they would contend with must be Hu Ting. Hu Jiang and Hu Jiehui were not with him, and Zhang Yufeng had always wanted to gain the ownership of the Hua family from his father. Even if Hu Qixing took him as his own son, he had never trusted him, and even though they got where they were today, he still wouldn't let him take the charge. If Xiao Yu and Xiao Liang wanted to get even with him, the Hua family would definitely give up a rook to save the king, and he would be kicked out of the Hua family. At that time he would be the most miserable one. And the ones who won would definitely be Zhang Yufeng and Hu Jiang. Seeing that the expression in Hu Ting's eyes was changing, Song Yunxian knew that he had figured out the pros and cons. She walked to the window and drew the curtain. The entire ward became darker. Elder Xiao will come to the hospital and meet the witness in person. Gu Changge suddenly felt chilly all over in the dark and looked up at Song Yunxian. Song Yunxian was just looking at her as well. It seemed that there was a piece of perpetual ice in her eyes. Miss Changge, you are clever. I think you know what you should do. Gu Changge clenched her hands placed by her sides. She knew she only needed to tell Elder Xiao that she was Gu Changge when he came to verify her identity. Then Song Yunxian and Huating would be done. And Xiao family would figure out who was helping Xiao Luo secretly frame up Xiao Yu and Xiao Liang. She just needed to say one sentence when meeting with Xiao Jianqing that I was Gu Changge. Song Yunxian seemed to know what she was thinking. She smiled and shook her head. Miss Changge, if you say something wrong, the one who loves you most and the one who you love most will pay for your mistake. Gu Changge suddenly froze. Elder Xiao was a man of his word. Once he decided to prove something, he would take action immediately. Here in Harbor City, those who went way back with him knew it so well. Gu Changge was sitting still on the hospital bed stiffly, while Song Yunxian had already gone. Here in the ward only stayed Huating. Yet Huating didn't look at her. She had got a wild expression on her face. However, she became quiet after a moment of madness and turned a bit dull. Brother, tell me. Why on earth did you conspire with Song Yunxian? She itched to grab him by his collar to shake him and ask him why he did that. Huating let out an indifferent voice. Winner takes all. These words made Gu Changge speechless instantly. Yeah, winner took all. These words could apply to any situation. Either you rose to a king and stood on the top of everybody, or you were defeated and stamped by all the people in the whole world. The door of the ward was pushed open by a squeak. The sad expression on Gu Changge's face came to a stop, and then she turned to look at the door. At the door, Xiao Jianqing's hand held on a cane inlaid with 9 dragons, and his aged eyes were fixed on Gu Changge. Sorry to bother. On seeing Xiao Jianqing, Huating's heart tingled a bit, but then he stood up instantly. Uncle Xiao, what brings you here? Xiao Jianqing took one look at him with no sign of smiling on his face. I was going to visit your father. You are being too kind, uncle. I've heard that you've just been out of the hospital. I should have paid a visit to you. Huating affably helped Xiao Jianqing enter the ward, and intended to let him sit on the sofa in the ward. Yet Xiao Jianqing just declined his polite invitation with a wave of his hand. No need. I want to see your oldest younger sister. Huating pretended to be confused. Zhehui. Xiao Jianqing nodded. Yep. With a slight movement on the face, Huating put his eyes on Xiao Yu, Xiao Liang and Xiao Luo, who came along with him. He didn't try to play dumb anymore. I assume that you came here because of the words that my sister said at the dinner, uncle. Xiao Jianqing put on a wry smile. You could really excuse that. Huating shook his head. Uncle, you are being too polite. It's just that little child Xiao is at such a young age, and I really don't have the heart to let him be murdered. A profound meaning hid in the words, which made Xiao Yu and Xiao Liang stare at him more fiercely. They itched to skin him alive. Every single one at the scene was astute. Who would murder Xiao Luo? Except those who had a direct interest relationship with Xiao Luo, no one would murder him. In Xiao Jianqing's heart, interest relationships were quite clear. After explaining what he had come for, he turned to look at Gu Changge. Gu Changge pursed her lips. This is my oldest younger sister, Zhehui. Xiao Jianqing looked at her facial features with questions in his eyes. Huating's heart fluttered a bit. Including Gu Changge, they both dared not to look straight at Xiao Jianqing. She and her elder sister were twin sisters and had looked the same ever since their infancy. One couldn't tell the younger from the elder just with a photo. But if spending more time with them, one would be able to tell the younger from the elder through their characters and habits easily. And Xiao Jianqing could not tell one from the other one at all. It was because it was the first time that she had been so close to Xiao Jianqing. Xiao Jianqing was not familiar with their characters or habits. I had met you guys several times when you were young. Yet now that you've grown up, I couldn't recognize you. Gu Changge was neither in the mood of talking, nor willing to lie to anyone to pretend to be Hu Zhehui. She pursed her lips and raised her eyes a bit. Yet the words said by Song Yunxian suddenly flashed by in her mind. If you say something wrong, the one who loves you most and the one who you love most will pay for your mistake. The one who loved her most was probably her mother, and the one who she loved most was her mother too. But for her mother, she wouldn't have been alive today. Though she had done many things out of self-will, she didn't want to encumber her mother or let her suffer. Besides, as long as the baby in her mother's belly was safe and sound, they still had chances of a comeback. It didn't matter that Huating was prevailing for the time being. After all, he was just alone, while there were three of them, her sister and her mother. And if the little brother was born, they would be with might redoubled. Thus, she had to assure the safety of them even though she lagged behind for the time being. When thinking of this, she raised her eyes.
Uncle, I'm Jiahui.
Hello, Jiahui. Though Xiao Jianqing was an elder, he appeared to be quite kind at the moment. He raised his hand slightly and reached out for Hu Jiaying. Seeing that he was about to shake hands with her, Hu Jiaying was stunned for a little while. Then she reached out her hand with a smile. How do you do, uncle? Xiao Jianqing gently shook Hu Jiaying's hand and then let it go. Xiao Yu and Xiao Liang were waiting for their father to figure out the truth. However, after shaking hands with Hu Jiaying, Xiao Jianqing said goodbye with a smile. It's getting late and I'm a little tired. Jiahui, you take care of yourself. I shall go home now. Huating and Hu Jiaying were both startled. They didn't expect that Xiao Jianqing would just leave like this. Xiao Yu and Xiao Liang couldn't understand what their father meant by doing this. Daddy, won't you say a few more words with Jiahui? Xiao Jianqing looked at Xiao Liang who was talking to him. His eyes darkened. Go home. I'm a little tired. Xiao Yu and Xiao Liang were both confused. But Xiao Luo left with his grandpa obediently after hearing what Xiao Jianqing had said. However, before leaving, he took a profound look at Hu Jiaying who was lying in the sickbed. Xiao Jianqing went downstairs and left. Through the window, Huating saw 3 bulletproof cars of the Xiao family leaving one by one. He still didn't understand why Xiao Jianqing hurried to leave. Song Yunxian stood at the hospital corridor window and saw the cars of Xiao family moving away from the window. She turned around and glanced at the gate of Hu Jiaying's ward. Huating came out of the ward soon after. Song Yunxian was about to leave.
Huating walked her downstairs.
The inner wall of the VIP elevator in the hospital was as smooth as a mirror. Song Yunxuan's face looked like jade, cold but delicate and white. Who can make decisions on the contract between Song family and Hu family? This was the only purpose of her coming to Harbor City. However, it took so long to achieve her purpose. Huating replied to her, I can. That's really too good. Song Yunxian said genuinely. However, Huating frowned. It seemed that he wanted to say something. Before he said anything, Song Yunxian said, sometimes it can be called revenge only when you do it in person. Huating's words were stuck in his throat suddenly. He turned to look at Song Yunxian in surprise. But Song Yunxian just looked ahead quietly. The elevator button lit up on each floor. Then the door opened with a tinkle on the first floor. Song Yunxian tilted her head and reached out her hand to say goodbye to him before leaving. Have a cordial working relationship. Huating hesitated for a while, and then he reached out to shake hands with her. With the gentle touch of their fingers, Huating felt that Song Yunxuan's fingers were cold. Song Yunxian didn't care about it. She bent her lips and said to him before leaving, everyone has his own way of shaking hands. Get it, Mr. Hua? Song Yunxian nodded and left before he could understand it. Indeed, everyone had his own way of shaking hands. Taking Hu Jiahui and Hu Jiaying for an example, they were twins and looked exactly the same. However, they had different ways of shaking hands with others. Hu Jiahui went everywhere, and she met all sorts of people. She had walked on the red carpet hundreds of times, and her every single move was elegant and dignified, which was reserved and decent. She had practiced every subtle gesture of shaking hands in front of a mirror hundreds of times. She had been in the showbiz too long, and she tried to be perfect in every detail under the cameras of the media. Therefore, when shaking hands with others, she would show a decent smile subconsciously. But Hu Jiaying was different. She was a domineering young lady. She wouldn't practice or even care about those details. She didn't have so many qualms when shaking hands with others. The elder of Shao family knew clearly at the bottom of his heart who the girl in front of him was on earth at the moment of shaking hands with her. Hu Ting finally understood it, and he suddenly became concerned about the situation and the trend of Shao family. However, Song Yunxian was not so worried about these things at all. She was in a surprisingly good mood at night. She asked Chu Machen to go shopping with her, and she bought some cosmetics. When passing by a children's clothing counter, she suddenly stopped while watching a little pink organza princess skirt. She remembered that Miao Miao liked the pink dress best, and she looked pretty as well in pink skirts. Chu Machen realized that her eyes were on children's clothing and asked in a puzzle, "What are you looking at?" She smiled. "Very pretty children's clothing. Little girls must be very beautiful in these clothes." Chu Machen just echoed and he didn't say anything else. She bought some cosmetics and several fashion dresses. She was very fatigued when leaving. When getting home, she took a bath and changed into pajamas for sleeping. Her bedroom door was pushed open, and Chu Machen walked in with a gift box in his hand. Song Yunxian was sitting on the bed and surfing the internet with a laptop. Seeing the gift box in his hand, she asked strangely, "What's that in your hand?" Chu Machen put the gift box on the bed. "A gift for you." She felt warm in the heart, and a soft smile came from the corners of her lips. Every woman liked gifts from men. She would be even happier if it was from the man she liked. She sat cross-legged in bed and kissed Chu Machen on the cheek first. Then she reached out to tear off the ribbons on the gift box. The bow was untied by her white fingers, and the lid of the gift box was lifted by her gently. When seeing the present in the gift box, Song Yunxian couldn't help being stunned. "Is this? Do you like it?" Chu Machen looked at her. His narrow and beautiful eyes were as deep as stars, and his long eyebrows were with some intoxicating heroism. She frowned and carefully took out the present from the gift box in a puzzle. A pink organza princess dress was being held in her hands like this. But the size of the princess dress was a little strange. She calmed down but still couldn't help asking him, "A children's dress for me? You said that little girls would be very beautiful when wearing this, didn't you?" She remembered what she had said when she was shopping in the daytime. "You even kept this in your mind." She sighed. Then she put down the pretty little princess dress. She liked this dress because she still had the maternal instinct of a child in her mind. She still remembered her daughter Miao Miao. However, she didn't have a kid with Chu Machen. What was this princess dress for? "You like baby girls?" She nodded. Yes. She loved her daughter very much, but it wasn't her daughter anymore now. Chu Machen held her fingers with his own fingers and entwined his fingers with hers. "I bought this for our daughter." She was stunned. Then she turned her head and caught his serious but gentle eyes. She couldn't say anything. All kinds of things spread like a storm in Harbor City. Shao family was the most eye-catching one. Elder Shao seemed to know that the struggle of heirship in Shao family had come to the terminal. If he didn't make it clear, it would bring them more trouble in the future. On the third day after the evening banquet, Elder Shao made a public announcement to the whole Harbor City that the two brothers, Shao Yu and Shao Liang, would be dispatched to Indonesia branch and South Atrisha branch respectively. When hearing South Atrisha, which was the uninhabited place, people in the business circles of Harbor City knew that Shao Jiangqing had given up on Shao Yu and Shao Liang completely. Shao Yu and Shao Liang knew it for sure in their hearts. Thus, they made every attempt to make Shao Jianqing change his mind. Yet there was irrefutable evidence in the rumors, which was that Shao Jianqing refused to meet and reluctantly banished his own sons in great pain. However, the fact was, Shao Yu and Shao Liang thought that their father was so heartless to make this decision, and they were unwilling to give such a big industry of Shao family to a little boy. Thus, they got a sudden idea of forcing their father. And then, Chu Machen picked up his coffee cup beside him and took a gentle sip. Then he laughed out loud. Shao Luo had already made an agreement with the shareholders of the Shao enterprise. At the shareholders' meeting, Shao Yu and Shao Liang had almost been dragged out. What a shame!
Chu Mo Chen sai.
However, Song Yunxian sneered ironically. She muttered, "Why would they give dying kicks? Instead of doing all those useless struggles, they'd better get their forces together and stage a comeback when the time is right. If it were you, would you allow the threatening ones to bounce back?" Gu Changge asked her. Song Yunxian raised her head and curled her eyes. She answered him clearly, "Of course not. Indeed, she would never give the threatening ones the chance to bounce back. She would thoroughly destroy and exterminate them." Under the afternoon sun, Song Yunxian looked down quietly at the milk in the crystal cup. There were no expressions on her almost transparent face illuminated by the sun. But at the bottom of her eyes, there was a hidden murderous look that no one else could see. The story of Shao family came to an end. However, the contract she's signing with the Hua family was delayed. Another 3 days later, the contract hadn't been sent over yet. In Yuncheng, her elder brother, who had been indifferent to her life and death for a long time, called her with abnormal concern suddenly. On the phone, he asked her in a kind voice, "Yunxian, regarding the contract in Harbor City, shall I get someone to hand it over to you?" Song Yunxian didn't refuse him directly. She asked instead, "Brother, whom will you send to hand over?" Song Yuncheng smiled over the telephone, and then he told her that name in a touching way. "After our father passed away, there are only 3 of us, brothers and sisters in Song family. I'd like to send Yunjia there to help you." Song Yunxian couldn't help sneering silently. "Yunxian, what do you think of it?" "Brother, no need. I have Child Chu here to help me. We can complete it very soon." Song Yuncheng was reluctant, but under the pressure of Gu Changge, he made a dry cough and hung up after several exhortations. On the afternoon of that day, Song Yunxian was informed that Zhao Kuan and Zhang Jin went to the customs of Harbor City to pick someone up. The one they picked up was tall and slim with long hair floating. From the photo which she received, she could only see one back. However, the figure was enough for Song Yunxian to recognize who she was. "My elder sister, Song Yunjia, has come over." She met Huating alone behind Gu Changge's back. Huating was quite embattled. "My father has been talking about Zhang Yufang recently. Zhang Yufang will come back to Hua family again soon." "Really?" Song Yunxian looked at him. There was some distrust in her eyes. Huating perceived the distrust in her eyes and he confessed, "My father knows I'm cooperating with you. He still wants to do the final struggle and force me to compromise on Zhang Yufang's return. Otherwise, he will not sign the contract with you." Song Yunxian nodded and smiled. "Uncle Hua got a good idea. But don't you think it's fishy that Uncle Hua changed his mind too fast?" Huating was dazed for a little while, and something suddenly flashed into his mind. He got it quickly. "You mean that someone incited him? I think that my sister might have visited Uncle Hua." Hearing her words, Huating was shocked for sure. Then he looked extremely terrible, as if something came into his mind suddenly. Song Yunxian was almost sure that Song Yunjia did visit Hua Qixiong. "I know exactly how my sister acts. She is smart, and she analyzes the situation pretty well. What's more, she likes persuading people." "What do you mean?" Song Yunxian moved away from her seat and put on her fur shawl hung on the back of the chair. She said calmly, "We must let them drop the idea forever." Huating's eyes flickered on hearing her words. On her way home, Song Yunxian passed by that mall again. Looking at the mall, she suddenly smiled gently. She said to the driver in the front of the car, "Stop here, please." The driver pulled over and let her get off. She got off at the entrance to the mall and went upstairs to the children's clothing counter. That pretty pink princess dress was quietly hung in the closet. The shop assistant walked to her and asked politely, "Are you looking for clothes for your little sister?" "No, it's for my..." The word daughter had been stuck in her throat for a long time, and she did not say it. Finally, she could only complete her sentence with a lie. "It's for my friend's daughter. How do you like this little pink dress?" The shop assistant reached out her hand and led her to see the pink organza princess dress. "This dress is suitable for girls of 4 to 7 years old. The cloth used to make the dress is imported from Paris, France. I'll take it." Looking at the dress, Her eyes were filled with some repressive tenderness. Please send it to my friend at this address I give you. The shop assistant had never encountered such a request, and she was slightly stunned before replying, okay. It was 3 p.m. when she walked out of the mall. She walked on a path for a while, and then she waved for a cab. Out of her expectation, there was a lengthened Bentley coming to her when she was waving her hand. She stood still to figure out who was driving it inside. However, the driver didn't lower the glass. The driver just got off and invited her respectfully. Miss Song, President Liu would like to give you a ride. President Liu? In the whole harbor city, when speaking of President Liu, everyone might think of Liu Xia, a successful woman. She supported the whole Liu family when she was young, and took an unassailable route in Harbor City. She appreciated Liu Xia very much a long time ago, but she didn't have the chance to cooperate with her. Today she could talk to her. In this world, no matter who he was, she would be willing to talk to him as long as he was useful or they both could gain mutual benefits. She bent over and got into the luxury Bentley. Sure enough, on the leather seat sat Liu Xia. There was a mini wine cabinet nearby, and the nostalgic music was playing in the car. In the front were her driver and her white assistant, George. She was the only one at the back, holding a glass of brandy to taste carefully. After the car door was shut, Liu Xia smiled with the corners of her mouth upward. I thought I would never have a chance to chat with you. I'll stay in Harbor City for a while. Because of the things happening in the Hua family? Liu Xia approached the topic naturally. Song Yunxian didn't mean to hold back. Yes. Liu Xia signed. She rubbed between her eyebrows as if she had a headache. Hua family is too complicated. It's hard to say whether Zhang Yufang or Hua Ting will take charge in the end. I think that it may be Hua Ting. Song Yunxian smiled. Liu Xia stopped her action of rubbing between her eyebrows and looked up at Song Yunxian. She actually saw an affirmative look from the bottom of Song Yunxuan's eyes. Everything is changing fast in Harbor City. A trifle can subvert a whole family, she said with a great deal of implications. She seized the opportunity to go deep into the topic. Are you talking about your own family? Liu Xia's face turned cold. The white assistant in the front got tense and cold as well. If her guess was correct, this was the forbidden topic for Liu Xia. However, she was Gu Changge. The more forbidden it was, the more valuable information could be dug out. I thought before that Miss Liu was sincere to help Xiao Luo. However, according to what happened at the banquet of Xiao family later, I think you are actually expecting people of Xiao family to fight against each other, right? Liu Xia's purpose was exposed in such a straightforward and harsh way. Liu Xia could not help being startled, and her scarlet lips were pursed into a cold line. Why should you do that? Liu Xia took a sip of brandy, and then she put down the wine glass. She took another clean glass and then poured a glass of wine. Then she handed it over to the front of Song Yunxian. Have a drink with me. Looking at the glass which was handed to her with brandy, Song Yunxian just puckered her lips and took it without any hesitation. Liu Xia was a little surprised at her flatness. Seeing her drink it after taking the glass and raising her head, she smiled with some appreciation. It's the first time I've seen a girl like you. Aren't you afraid that I might have put something into your wine? I don't think it's necessary for you to do that. Liu Xia's eyes lit up with joy. Sure. Song Yunxian kept silent, and Liu Xia shifted her eyes somewhere else. She had a look of remembrance in her eyes. It is said that our child is killed by Xiao Xian's framing up. Is there any evidence? Is that necessary? When Liu family was in turmoil, the first one attempting to carve up Liu family was Xiao family. So, you are going to destroy Xiao family for this? Liu Xia didn't deny it. But if Xiao Luo wins, I can align with Xiao family. This is a good way for both of us. Song Yunxian didn't reply. A smile appeared in Liu Xia's eyes again. Xiao Luo is not a fool. With some improvements he will be a great talent. He is only 17 years old now, and he will be immeasurable after he grows up. Elder Xiao might have realized this, and that's why he went for the gloves to banish his two sons and showed his partiality for his grandson. Do you still want to destroy Xiao family? Perhaps I can't. Xiao Luo has been tricked by you once. He will not align with you in the future. However, Lu Xia smiled. Whether he has been tricked by me or not, Xiao Luo has won the battle. And my contribution to this is crucial. Song Yunxian looked at her coldly. It is the Hua family that helped Xiao Luo, not you. Lu Xia looked sideways and said in a careless way. The Hua family helped him under your order, right? Song Yunxian didn't say anything. Lu Xia leaned to her slowly, staring at her. Xiao Luo will not fight against Lu family. The reason is that if I had not found me, how could he have survived in this battle? Song Yunxian looked at her in silence. Lu Xia had the precise foresight. She made an appropriate decision. This could not be denied. Seeing that she was in silence, Lu Xia said suddenly, you must be struggling for a proper reason to help Huating gain his rights in the Hua family. I'd like to take you to meet someone. The one who will give you enough reasons to meddle in the family affairs of the Hua family, and help Huating. Hearing this, Song Yunxian was suddenly shocked in her mind. She knew that Lu Xia would not come to her for no reason. In such a business circle, but for an adequate emotional base, one would undoubtedly measure others that he met in terms of profits. She did not want to help Huating. It was because if she got involved in these affairs, the process of her return to Yuncheng would be slowed down. However, Lu Xia even tried to give her an excuse to make her assist the Hua family now. So what was the excuse? The elongated Bentley of Lu Xia was driven to the Shunshui Street in Harbor City. Indeed, it was too deep as its name for ordinary people to wade through. Shunshui Street was located in a civilian residential area, and there were lots of illegal dangerous structures. The building was broken and intensive. The street was narrow and gloomy. Many gamblers hid here to avoid their creditors. And even someone took drugs here. She wore a snow-white fur cape. Lu Xia glanced at her when she got off. She left the cape in the car. Lu Xia passed a black woolen coat to her. The style of that coat was not in fashion but very classic. This seems to be popular 20 years ago. She talked to Lu Xia as she walked. Lu Xia stared straight at the front. She did not take a second look at the people passing by. You seem to know a lot about clothes. Just a little. The mother of Gu Changge was well matched with Gu Changge. Her father, as a daughter from a prominent family. She had seen her mother's photos many times. Her mother in one of those photos wore the same clothes as she wore at this moment. But they were just in different colors. Lu Xia started to discuss the trend of fashion in recent years with her. In conclusion, it's just that the designers slightly modified the classic clothing, continually to make it a new one. Improvements on the original basis happen in all industries. The pure innovation is not so easy to be accepted. Lu Xia showed her agreement. It was not a long road, but they did have a nice conversation. After walking through 3 alleyways, a woman who guarded at the door appeared in front of Song Yunxian. There were tiny wrinkles at the corners of that woman's eyes. Though her hair was withered, it was carefully combed and tied in the back of the head. When she saw Song Yunxian, she could not help being surprised. Song Yunxian felt strange subconsciously when she perceived the way she looked at her. Sure enough, not waiting for Song Yunxian to react, the woman covered her mouth with her eyes full of tears after raising her hand. Lu Xia walked over. Do you know her? The woman covered her mouth, choking with sobs and nodding affirmatively. Song Yunxian thought for a while. She seemed to remember where she had met her before. Did we meet each other before? The woman nodded and walked towards her as she spoke. Song Yunxian swiftly took a step back with no expression. On the Black Dragon Street last time? The woman took her hand away from her mouth. Watching her face, the woman nodded. Yes, that's it. When Song Yunxian just knew Xiao Luo, she saved a woman on the Black Dragon Street. It was just a quick glance. She never thought that she would meet that woman again. Who are you? I'm Fan Katie's, she blurted out. But after she said Fan Kaidai, she looked down and shut up at once. My mother. Fan Kaidai was the mother of Song Yunxian. She was Gu Changge. So, it was reasonable that she knew little about Fan Katie's acquaintances before her death. But as it stood now, this woman must have an important relationship with Fan Kaidai. She used to be the assistant of your mother before her death. Lu Xia stood behind that woman. Her name is Zhao Yuqing. Zhao Yuqing, Song Yunxian repeated. She could not remember anything about this woman. Fan Kaidai used to work in the entertainment circle before her death. The one who was closely related to her should be some popular singers and actors at that time. Such an unimpressive assistant really could not catch the attention. However, it was just such a woman. Why did Lu Xia want her to come here to meet her? Seeing that Zhao Yunxian did nothing but cried, Lu Xia said coldly, "Let's get to the point, Miss Zhao." Zhao Yuqing came to her several times. She seemed to try to catch Song Yunxuan's hands. But Song Yunxian subtly avoided such an action. Though she was the assistant of Fan Kaidai before her death, Fan Kaidai had been dead for decades. She had never seen her before. Her sudden appearance was a little strange to her. Seeing that Song Yunxian did not show good feelings for her, Zhao Yuqing gave up the intention to get close to her. She just turned around and opened the door. It's a long story.
Come in, Yunxuan.
I will tell you all about it in detail. Song Yunxian looked at Lu Xia. Lu Xia followed Zhao Yuqing to walk towards the broken building. It is about the affairs of your mother. If you want to know it, you can come in. After saying that, Lu Xia entered that door. Seeing the door, Song Yunxuan's eyes darkened. She lifted her feet and followed up. Strictly speaking, Fan Kaidai had no relationship with her, because she was Gu Changge. But her soul came into Song Yunxuan's body, so she became Song Yunxian. Now that she was Song Yunxian, she was supposed to do what Song Yunxian would do. If she showed an indifferent and apathetic look to the affairs about her own mother, would that be too strange? She entered the room. Zhao Yuqing's room was clean, but the room was too small. Many laundries were hung in the room. Zhao Yuqing moved the shelf which dried the clothing. She made them sit on the sofa. She then served 2 cups of tea, saying uneasily, "I thought that I would never see you again, Yunxian." She clasped her hands together, holding tightly. The expression on her face seemed to be thrilled. Song Yunxian just looked at Lu Xia without saying a word. Such a rich girl like Lu Xia certainly would not be short of such a cup of tea. Facing these 2 teacups served by Zhao Yuqing, she just coolly threw her eyes on them. And then she took back her eyes. "Miss Zhao, are those things which you are ready to tell Yunxian all true?" Zhao Yunxian was tearful. Being asked in such a way, she held Song Yunxuan's hands at once as if she could no longer restrain herself. "What I want to say is as sure as fate. Yunxian, you are supposed to revenge for your mother." "Revenge?" Her pretty eyebrows puckered suddenly. Zhao Yuqing nodded vigorously. "Others might have forgotten those things which happened 18 years ago. But I still remember. It is Zhang Yufeng who murdered Kaidai," she said in an excited tone. But for Zhang Yufeng, Kaidai would not have had to leave the harbor city at all. And certainly, she would not have died without rhyme or reason in Yuncheng. Song Yunxian just heard that her mother died of her illness from the nanny who had looked after her since she was a child. But the nanny said nothing about the specific reason for her mother's death. "How did my mother die?" Zhao Yuqing could not help bursting into crying. "It is Zhang Yufeng. Zhang Yufeng set a trap to make your mother be utterly discredited. Your mother was expelled from Harbor City. The hands were held too tightly by her. Song Yunxian felt pain for that. She couldn't help but comfort her. Aunt Zhao, speak slowly." Her words, Aunt Zhao, surprised Zhao Yuqing for a while. After that, she seemed to receive her approval. She calmed down gradually. Song Yunxian never cared about what her natural mother had done before her death. And her enmity, because she knew that she was actually Gu Changge. But now, when she heard that Zhao Yuqing told her those things which happened in those days, some of the angry inside her body burst out uncontrollably. "Your mother enjoyed her popularity when she debuted 18 years ago. And Hu Qisheng was a little interested in your mother just in time." Song Yunxian even did not have to figure out what Hu Qisheng's interest meant. These words were easy to understand. The entertainment circle was such a mixed bag. If you wanted to be well known, you should find a reliable and powerful backer. Hu Qisheng should be a nice backer 18 years ago. And the interest must be that he wanted to make Fan Kai-dai his Valentine. But your mother did not want to date with him. She refused him lots of times, and then, when she said the word, then, Zhao Yucheng's expression on the face was unmentionably complicated. Then what? Lu Xia went on saying for Zhao Yucheng, Hua family was powerful in all walks of life. If he could not be approved openly, he could only secretly make it. The mother and aunt of Fan Kai-dai liked to gamble. So Hua Qixing led them into the casino. He made them win a few times at first. And then your grandmother lost so many times. She even took your mother as a chip and lost her in the end. Lu Xia said with some sympathy for Fan Kai-dai in those days. Your mother was filial. So, she compromised because of the lives of her mother and aunt. Song Yunxian turned to look at Zhao Yucheng. Is that true? Zhao Yucheng nodded. Though your mother was unwilling to promise after her refusing, all the directors disinclined to cooperate with her. Clearly, your mother was banned. Your mother had no job. So, she could not pay off the debts of her mother and aunt. The casino leaned on her hard. They often came to intimidate your grandmother. So, your mother compromised. Song Yunchuan's face turned deathly pale. It was not a novelty that the rich boys fell in love with some starlets in the entertainment circle. But it was the first time that someone had used such a way to pursue a girl. The expression on Lu Xia's face was slightly sarcastic and disdainful. Zhao Yucheng said slowly, Actually, your mother could marry to Hua Qixing justifiably and properly at that time. Because Hua Qixing was very nice to your mother at that time. And he promised several times that he would marry her. Song Yunxian said nothing. Fan Kai-dai could not make a living in Harbor City at last, and she even almost died there as far as she knew. But Zhang Yufang got in the way when your mother was pregnant. So, your mother had a miscarriage. And she even framed your mother for cuckolding Hua Qixing. What Zhang Yufang did made Hua Qixing feel disgusted with your mother. And he even wanted to kill your mother. After hearing this, Lu Xia just smiled and looked at Song Yunxian. I think you should be glad that your mother did not have a child with Hua Qixing. Song Yunxian looked down. She looked quiet. If Zhang Yufang had not made the mischief between them, Fan Kai-dai might be the hostess of the Hua family now, right? Zhao Yucheng nodded instantly. That's true. I got it. She stood up in the room. After saying this sentence, she stepped outside directly. Zhao Yucheng still tried to reach out to pull her. But Lu Xia took out a large innominate check from her handbag and put it in front of her. Thank you for telling us what you know. Seeing the number on the check, Zhao Yucheng was surprised immediately. Then she reached out to receive it. Lu Xia loosened her hand. Seeing her act of taking the check, Lu Xia smiled with the corners of her mouth upward and turned around to go out. Song Yunxian walked out all the way. When she came to the side of the Bentley, she was just stopped by Lu Xia. What plan have you made? Song Yunxian did not answer her. She just opened the car door and bent over to sit in. Please send me to meet Hua Ting. Song Yunxian personally visited Hua Ting. Hua Ting was a little surprised. I thought that you would not visit me after we met last time before you leave Harbor City. Song Yunxian didn't ask him to have afternoon tea. After saying some polite words, she got to the point. I want to go to Yangshan Villa to visit your mother. Mother? Hua Ting was stunned and denied it. Zhang Yufang is not my mother. Now, in the legal sense, she is your mother, although you never admit it. He had no way to refute her words. He just frowned and intended to go to the underground garage to pick up the car. Song Yunxian shook her head and stopped him. You would better let the driver drive. Hua Ting sensitively perceived something. What do you want to do? Since testifying against Xiao Yu and Xiao Liang, your sister Hua Zhehui has not seen Zhang Yufang, has she? Hua Ting's eyes were cold. Not only Zhehui but also Jiang has not seen Zhang Yufang yet. In case of accidents, Hua Ting had sent someone to monitor Zhang Yufang before to keep her in Yangshan Villa obediently. Hua Jiang and Hua Zhehui had been staying in the hospital because of the car accident. As for Hua Qixing, I have been wondering how you hid this from your father on Earth. Song Yunxian and Hua Ting were standing on the street and waiting for his driver to drive the car. After all, your two younger sisters' testimony against the brothers of Shao family is not a small matter. Your father must have heard some news. Huating stood beside her straightly, watching the stream of cars on the street. In the Hua family, as long as Zhang Yufang's people don't talk too much, no one will be willing to offend me to send a message to my father. Song Yunxian nodded and wore an indescribable smile at the corners of her lips. Well, you're the irresistible trend. The people inside the Hua family were not stupid and could know that the Hua family's power was in transition, and the candidate who would control the power must be Huating. So they did not want to help Zhang Yufang offend Huating. People thought for themselves. Offending people for the sake of others was irrational. It seems that you have solved all the inner problems of the Hua enterprise. I should thank you since Xiao Luo is willing to get along with me peacefully, and we don't have big interest conflicts for now. Song Yunxian knew in her mind that the new master of Shao family took office now, and all aspects needed to be coordinated. Xiao Luo had not been fully familiar with the Shao enterprise, so he must appease the inner of the Shao enterprise first and would not fight externally. And the situation of the Hua family was the same as that of Shao family. You are very smart indeed. In the distance, a driver of the Hua family had already driven the car over. The car slowed down and stopped slowly next to Song Yunxian. Huating took a step forward and opened the car door for her. This is the best way. If Xiao Luo doesn't cooperate with me, then Lu family or other families will come to devour us. With a smile at the corners of her eyes, Song Yunxian lowered her head and got into the car. Huating was right. When shepherds quarreled, the wolf would have a winning game. If the shepherds cooperated with each other, they could protect themselves and be safe and sound. On the way to Yangshan Villa, Huating talked about Zhang Yufang's current situation. Song Yunxian didn't care about Zhang Yufang's safety. Just when they were approaching the villa, she asked the driver to make a turn and stop. Please call Hu Jiehui and Hu Jiaying and ask them to visit their mother. Although Huating made the call, he didn't believe that Song Yunxuan's request was out of kindness. They can visit their mother at any time. Why do you ask them to come over today? Song Yunxian looked at the distance, and the roof of the Yangshan villa loomed out. She said softly, they can see their mother at any time, but their unborn brother may not live so long. Hearing these words, Huating suddenly raised his unmindful eyes and looked at Song Yunxian. Song Yunxuan's young and delicate face gradually showed a trace of coldness. The coldness at the bottom of her eyes was like an unsheathed knife, which made Xiao Luo frightened in his mind. Professional servants in the Yangshan villa took care of Zhang Yufang's daily life. Although the material life was very nice in the Yangshan villa, Zhang Yufang was not willing to stay there obediently or peacefully nourish the fetus. Every day at tea time, Zhang Yufang would lose her temper. She broke many tea bowls, which had already annoyed the nanny. The nanny worked for money. Every time cleaning the shards of those broken tea bowls on the ground, the nanny couldn't help looking up at the exasperated face of Zhang Yufang. This afternoon was as usual. Zhang Yufang took a sip of milk tea and threw the teacup on the pretext of being too hot. When the nanny came over to clean the shards, Zhang Yufang madly pressed the phone and wanted to make a call. No matter who she called, Jiehui, Jiaying or Xiong, everything would be fine. As long as one of them received the call, the unfilial son would be caught. How could he dare to imprison her? The nanny even didn't bother to stop her from making the call. Anyway, the telephone in the villa could not connect to the outside. Sure enough, Zhang Yufang desperately pressed the phone buttons for a long time, and the phone did not dial out. She swept the phone off the desktop. Just when Zhang Yufang was exasperated, an excited female voice came suddenly from the door. Mommy! Zhang Yufang was dazed and stopped all her actions suddenly. Mommy! That voice sounded again. Zhang Yufang's face suddenly rejoiced. Jiaying! Zhang Yufang turned around and saw Hu Jiaying standing at the door, and looking at her with excitement at once. Mommy! Tears burst out of her eyes at once as Hu Jiaying saw Zhang Yufang after such a long time. She hurriedly rushed to Zhang Yufang's arms, and her voice brought a distressing cry. Mommy, Mommy, I miss you so much. A young girl wearing nurse clothes came after her outside the door. Miss Ying. Missing, please be careful. The girl wearing nurse clothes made Zhang Yufang holding her daughter nervous. Why does a nurse follow you? Are you hurt? Where? Although Zhang Yufang had twin daughters, she had preferred the younger daughter since they were very young. Probably because the elder daughter had lived outside all the time, they weren't so close. However, as for the younger daughter by her side, Zhang Yufang loved her very much. She was just like a pearl in the palm of Zhang Yufang. Zhang Yufang was afraid to drop it on the ground or melt it in her mouth. Even if there was a slight injury in Gu Changge's body, she would feel very sad. Speaking of the injury, Gu Changge raised her head from Zhang Yufang's chest. Mommy, my ribs are broken. Zhang Yufang suddenly felt that her heart tightened. What happened? Does it hurt? Does it hurt now? Gu Changge shook her head with tears in her eyes, who was so well behaved. Zhang Yufang still supported her and helped her sit down on the sofa. Sit down first and then we can talk. Gu Changge raised her hand and covered her ribs after sitting down. With a strange expression on her face, she said, Speaking of this, it's wired. A few days ago my wound kept hurting, and I didn't even dare to get out of bed. These days I have felt much better and can move around. Zhang Yufang thought for a moment. Has Huting, the Bast ***D, ever gone to see you? Gu Changge lowered her eyes. My brother comes to see me every once in a while. Why do you still call him brother now? Zhang Yufang was so angry that her eyebrows almost stood up. But for this ****tard, Mommy would not have been separated from you for more than 10 days. Gu Changge looked at her mother worriedly. Mommy, my sister also got injured in this car accident. Where did she hurt? Zhang Yufang asked her. Gu Changge became even more worried and raised her finger to point at her face. Mommy, my sister's face is hurt. Gu Changge was not in close contact with Gu Changge, and they had not often seen each other since they were 10 years old, but they were biological sisters after all. She knew her sister well. Mommy, my sister values her face most. Now her face is hurt, and she must feel very sad. Knowing that her younger daughter was fine, Zhang Yufang breathed a sigh of relief. Your sister can have cosmetic surgery. Moreover, she is now basically out of the entertainment industry. It will be fine. Just her face it hurt. Zhang Yufang touched the face of her younger daughter with distress and kindness. The cosmetic surgery can remove the scar on her face when she recovers. I feel more distress for you. It must be painful that your ribs are injured. Gu Changge shook her head. I feel much better now. Zhang Yufang continued to ask, Why did you come to see me? Did you come by yourself? Or did Huting order someone to send you here? When Gu Changge was about to speak, the sound of high heels falling on the ground came from the outside. The mother and the daughter stopped their conversation. Servants and nannies all wore flat shoes in the Yuncheng villa. How could such a sound be made when they walked? Someone walked in with a pair of high heels now. Who was she? Mommy. Gu Changge's voice came from the outside. Zhang Yufang's expression froze first, and then she turned to look over coldly. Gu Changge wore a disposable mask to cover most of her face. Zhang Yufang frowned. Did you really hurt your face? Gu Changge sadly lowered her eyes. She raised her hand and slowly took off the mask. As soon as the mask was taken off, a cross-shaped scar could be seen on Gu Changge's face. It was a little deep and especially glaring on her beautiful face. However, Zhang Yufang's eyes didn't look so distressed. She just comforted Gu Changge lightly. Do not be too sad. It is easy for an orthopedic doctor to do the surgery to remove the scar. Come here and have a seat. When Gu Changge heard her mother say these words, an incredible look swept across her face. However, Zhang Yufang didn't look at her daughter's face all the time. After comforting her 2 daughters, she asked the nanny to make coffee. Gu Changge looked at her sister and said nothing. Gu Changge and Zhang Yufang sat on the couch, and Gu Changge chose to sit on the single sofa. Zhang Yufang had known nothing about the external situation all the time since she moved to the Yuncheng villa. After seeing her 2 daughters, she opened her mouth and asked Gu Changge urgently, Has your father said something to you? Gu Changge shook her head. My sister and I had a car accident on the way to visit our father. We have never seen our father then. It must be Huating's rhetoric words that deceived your father. Zhang Yufang was very angry, with her eyebrows wrinkling and her eyes full of hatred. Did Xiao family make things difficult for your father? Hu Jiang shook her head, and her eyes meaningfully fell on Hu Jiehui. Zhang Yufang acutely felt something. Jiang, why do you look at your sister like this? Hu Jiang pursed her lips. Xiao Luo has taken the power of Xiao family and cooperated with our brother. Hearing this, Zhang Yufang showed a gloomy expression on her face at once. Xiao Luo shouldn't have had the chance to take power. What happened on Earth? If Xiao Luo collaborated with Huating, she would have no place to stand in the Hua family. Hu Jiang could not help looking at her elder sister, who was silent as the grave, and answered in a low voice. My sister helped our brother and Xiao Luo. As soon as Hu Jiang finished her words, Zhang Yufang's gaze immediately turned to her elder daughter like a knife. The sight of Zhang Yufang was like a cold and sharp dagger containing her anger and disgust. Jiehui, what happened? Seeing her mother's angry face, Hu Jiehui pursed her lips and gently said, Mommy, my brother threatened me with your safety. At this time, if she wanted to maintain a good relationship with her mother, she must explain the nature of the matter clearly. However, hearing Hu Jiehui's words, Zhang Yufang became angrier and showed an ironic smile at this time. Threaten you with the safety of your sister and me? Hu Jiehui understood the trace of sarcasm in her words. She looked at her mother and nearly wanted to cry. Mommy, you don't believe me? Almost without thinking, Zhang Yufang coldly uttered these words. No, I don't. With an icy face, she looked at her elder daughter. You haven't been so obedient as your sister since you were a child. I allowed you to go out to develop when you were only a teenager. However, now after so many years of acting outside, you even aren't willing to tell the truth to your mother and sister. Hu Jiehui disappointedly stared at her mother. Mommy, why didn't you believe me? Everything I said was true. You said that Huating threatened you. You are smart. Even if Huating threatened you, why didn't you think that he is nothing in the Hua family while Xiong is the master? How could he dare to harm your sister and me? Seeing her mother treat her biological sister badly when she was down, Hu Jiang showed some sympathy for her and tugged Zhang Yufang's sleeve. Mommy, stop speaking. My sister might have had troubles. Troubles? Zhang Yufang sneered. She suddenly shook off Hu Jiang, who was tugging her sleeve, and stood up from the couch. I brought her up. She thinks that I don't know her way of doing things because I don't follow her anywhere and any time. That she said she had troubles is just a perfunctory answer. She supported Huating because she betrayed us. Hu Jiehui incredibly shook her head. Mommy, how could you say so? You brought me up. I am your own daughter. I helped my brother to testify against the brothers of Xiao family because I was afraid that you would be hurt. Zhang Yufang still knew nothing about what had happened at Xiao family's dinner party. When hearing that Hu Jiehui testified against Xiao Yu and Xiao Liang at this moment, she turned to ask Hu Jiang. Jiang, what happened on Earth? Raising her head, Hu Jiang awkwardly looked at her sister and explained slowly. Someone framed us for going to the hospital to kill Elder Xiao. My sister pretended to be me and admitted that we went to the hospital that day to kill Elder Xiao indeed. She claimed that Xiao Yu and Xiao Liang ordered us to do so. Every word Hu Jiang said was transmitted into Zhang Yufang's ears. Zhang Yufang's face became darker and darker as her daughter spoke. After standing stiffly for a few seconds, all of a sudden, she strode forward and gave her elder daughter a fierce slap in the face after raising her hand abruptly. No one had beaten Hu Jiehui's face since her birth. However, her mother raised the hand and gave her a heavy slap today. She was stunned. A wisp of long hair covered her cheek. However, the slap left red fingerprints on her face since it was too heavy and hard. Hu Jiang was frightened and looked at her sister, covering her mouth. Hu Jiehui kept her face tilting after being slapped for a long while without moving. Zhang Yufang was on the warpath. You did that for your sister and me, didn't you? It is so nice of you to say that. As far as I'm concerned, you did that simply for your reputation. Hu Jiang was stunned and didn't understand what her mother said. Hu Jiehui slowly raised her hand to cover her badly beaten cheek, which was so hurt. Touching the bruised skin with her fingers, she didn't look up or speak. You have been living on your beautiful face in the entertainment industry. You don't want others to know that you are disfigured. So you chose to help Hu Ting, and took the opportunity to pretend that the disfigured person is your sister. Not you. Hu Jiehui didn't speak. However, Hu Jiang was stunned and shocked by her mother's statement. Am I right? Tell me. Zhang Yufang angrily stared at Hu Jiehui. Hu Jiehui touched her cheek and said nothing for a long time. But Zhang Yufang refused to stop speaking. I have been so kind to you since you were a child. How could I bring up such a daughter like you? It was fine that Zhang Yufang didn't mention it. Now Zhang Yufang's words made her childhood memory surge in Hu Jiehui's mind. While these two sisters fell at the same time, their mother always chose to help the younger sister up and cared for her first. While her things were taken away by her younger sister, she couldn't be angry or compete with her younger sister. She needed to be tolerant and generous. She needed to be obedient and protect her younger sister. Her younger sister was loved and cared for by the father and the mother. However, she couldn't get any concern from her mother. Why were they so partial to her younger sister? She had accepted her mother's preference to her younger sister. But what she had done was obviously for her mother's sake. Why did her mother repeatedly say that everything she had done was for herself? Zhang Yufang saw that she couldn't say anything. Suddenly, she pointed at the door after raising her hand and scolded. Get out! I never want to see you again. Hu Jiang could not help shouting. Mommy! Zhang Yufang reprimanded her with a bad temper. Shut up. Don't intercede with me for her. Listening to what her mother said, Hu Jiehui's eyes were sore for a while, but she was wooden and stiff. Seeing her stand still without moving, Zhang Yufang was aggressive to drive her away. Won't you leave? Nanny Lin, kick her out. You are no longer my daughter from today. As soon as Zhang Yufang finished her words, Hu Jiehui suddenly raised her head and glared at her mother with her crying red eyes. Have you ever regarded me as your daughter for just one day? Her voice was low but powerful. It was like a hammer of thousands of tons pounding Zhang Yufang, and she could not help being stunned. The whole living room suddenly fell silent. Hu Jiehui looked at her mother in disappointment. I am your daughter, but you have always ignored me. The one you can see in your eyes is always Jiang. Have you ever cared about me or missed me for one day? I am worried about you, but you don't believe it at all. The reason why you think so is that you know that your concern for me is not worth my concern for you, right? Hu Jiehui's tone was not intense, but every word contained a force that made people unable to breathe. Zhang Yufang was shocked by Hu Jiehui's words at once. Hu Jiehui stood up slowly and took away her hand covering her cheek. Then she took a breath and calmed herself down. You don't have to drive me away. From now on I will never come back to see you. Since you don't want me to be your daughter, I don't want you to be my mother anymore. Finishing her words, she turned away and left. Hu Jiehui's pace gradually walked towards the door. Looking at the back of Hu Jiehui, who was leaving, Zhang Yufang suddenly felt a cramp in her heart. She raised her hand and grabbed her clothes on her chest, breathing harder and harder while her daughter in front of her walked farther and farther. Her daughter's figure became increasingly blurred. Her heart was so painful that she couldn't stand up anymore. She reached out and wanted to hold something nearby. But before she could hold something, she collapsed to the ground at once. Hu Jiang couldn't help screaming. Mommy! The scream made Hu Jiehui stop her steps at the door suddenly. The news of Zhang Yufang as fainting in the Yangshan villa was quickly transmitted into Hu Ting's ears by phone. Hu Ting turned to look at Song Yunxian after receiving the call. Sure enough, Jiehui angered Zhang Yufang to faint. It must be very fierce that many years of grievances break out in one breath. Song Yunxian ordered the driver to drive. The driver asked, Child and Miss Song, where are we going? Before Hu Ting could answer, Song Yunxian said, Marie Hospital. Hu Ting's sight on Song Yunxian slightly changed and he said, You. Song Yunxian turned her head and smiled. How can you remove out the source of the trouble without this opportunity? However, my father will receive the news soon. If Gu Changge knew the news that Zhang Yufang was in the hospital, he would surely rush over as soon as possible. Resting her fingers on her handbag, Song Yuncheng said with a pair of calm eyes as if she was having a normal chat, "It is the only chance. If you can't take it, you may capsize in the future." The expression between the eyebrows of Hu Ting darkened a little. "I don't mind making it clear. The criminal penalty of implicating the 9 generations of a family in ancient times is to prevent those criminals from staging a comeback. If you let Zhang Yufang give birth to her child now, your little brother will become your future threat. As long as there is another male in the Hu family, your fight against them will never stop. If you accidentally take one wrong step in the future, it may be all over." The inheritance way of the Hu family was not in accordance with the order of age. The internal strife in Shao family showed that the most powerful one would be the heir no matter where. Zhang Yufang would compete with Hu Ting as long as she was alive. He had to cut the ground from under her feet and completely wipe out her thoughts. Then she would have no chips. Hu Ting fell in silence. The driver slowed down on the road, not knowing where to go. Song Yuncheng decided for Hu Ting. "Please go to the Marie Hospital." Hu Ting frowned and looked at Song Yuncheng. Song Yuncheng made eye contact with him. He didn't order the drive to change the direction. They went to the Marie Hospital together. Few people were in the hallway of the hospital. The nurses in the first-class hospital all smiled kindly and warmly, making people very comfortable. Song Yuncheng followed Hu Ting to walk towards the operation room where Zhang Yufang was. Just after getting out of the elevator, they heard a girl's angry scream in the hallway. "Induced labor? Are you crazy? Mommy must not receive this operation. Her life will be in danger if not receiving the operation. Do you agree? Then I have to wait for Daddy to come over. I will never sign until Daddy comes over." Hu Jiang's wayward and stubborn voice came from a distance. Song Yuncheng stopped and did not walk forward, along with Hu Ting. Hu Jiahui said without any emotion, "Please give me the surgical agreement. I will sign it." While the doctor was about to hand over the surgical agreement, Hu Jiang wanted to snatch it. But Hu Jiahui reached out and grabbed Hu Jiang's wrist. "What do you want to do? You can't sign it. If we don't sign it, Mommy will be life-threatening. After all, she is above the age suitable for reproduction." Hu Jiang glared at her sister. "You know why Mommy takes such a big risk to get pregnant. If the baby is lost because of induced labor, Mommy may never be able to conceive a child again." Hu Jiahui let go of Hu Jiang's hand and took the surgical agreement handed over by the doctor. "It is much better than death." Hu Jiahui was about to sign it. Hu Jiang still didn't agree and wanted to grab the agreement from her sister. However, Hu Jiahui signed it smoothly and quickly. When Hu Jiang was about to grab the agreement, Hu Jiahui had already signed it. The nurse who went in for the operation accidentally bumped against Hu Jiang. The doctor took the agreement at the right time. Song Yuncheng took one step silently, watching the doctor who was about to do the operation enter the operating room. A trace of coldness flashed through her eyes glitteringly. All the stumbling stones would be removed. Those who hindered her would never turn over. Zhang Yufang was no exception. The Hu family gradually became peaceful. Only a few people knew the details about how it settled down. Song Yuncheng was one of them. 3 children of the Hu family also knew the truth. Song Yuncheng booked a flight ticket back to Yuncheng by herself. Before leaving in Yuncheng, it was overcast all night, finally followed by the second snow of the year. Gu Changge accompanied her to go out for a walk. The scenery of the Yangshan villa was good, but the oriental plains on both sides of the cement road were all withered only with branches. She wore a slinky down jacket, which could cinch her in at the waist with fluffy earmuffs. Walking beside Gu Changge, Song Yuncheng enjoyed the scenery along the road and talked about her plans after returning to Yuncheng. Gu Changge glanced sideways at her. "Are you looking forward to your life after going back?" She nodded. "That's my hometown." Only Yuncheng was her hometown, where she was born and grew up, and where she lived until death. All her achievements were in Yuncheng. The land was stained with her blood and her bitter hatred. Her deep feelings of homesickness were mixed with the painful hatred like a cold knife scratching her bones. Why did not she expect her life after going back? The strong hatred like a pool of deep water was well covered deep in her eyes. But the words she said were still placid. The air ticket is at 9 o'clock in the morning tomorrow. Would you like to go back with me? Gu Changge frowned slightly. You just booked a ticket? She couldn't help laughing. Of course I booked too. I'll go back with you. He put his hands on her shoulders and lightly kissed her on the forehead. The warmth of that kiss slowly spread from the skin into almost every blood vessel of her body. She lowered her eyes and felt this soft kiss nicely. Suddenly, a car whistle rang abruptly beside them. Gu Changge glanced over coldly when the shrill whistle sounded. He was really displeased with the appearance of that person at this time. However, the woman who was driving did not care about it. With a cigarette between her snow-white fingertips, her red lips were hot and sexy. Yuncheng looked at the woman with some astonishment, who stretched her arm out of the window to shake off the soot. Miss Liu. Gu Changge's eyebrows were a little more wrinkled. What was she doing here? Lucia drove here alone, with no one else in the high-class Maserati. There was a smile at the corners of her lips, while her eyes were on Yuncheng. Gu Changge saw her eyes fall on Yuncheng. His eyes narrowed slightly, becoming sharp. Turning her eyes away from Yuncheng to Gu Changge, Lucia showed a smile, and then she extinguished the cigarette in the ashtray in the car. She opened the car door and walked down from the red Maserati. I want to talk with you, child Chu. You came to talk to me in person? Gu Changge fixed his eyes on Lucia coming over. It seemed that he didn't welcome her to be a guest. Lucia smiled slightly. Yeah, it's a very important thing. I'll be very glad if Yuncheng is willing to stay here and listen to us. Gu Changge's eyes chilled suddenly. According to Yuncheng's personality, she would seize any opportunity to expand her interpersonal relationship. Lucia would certainly become a useful helper on Yuncheng's journey of growth. Yuncheng would be happy to stay and listen to their conversation. I'd better not bother you too. Yuncheng stepped back with a sweet smile on her face. Machen, I'll go back first and take a rest. Gu Changge nodded and watched Yuncheng turn to leave. Lucia had a look of regret in her eyes. When Yuncheng disappeared from the flat road, Lucia shook her head and said, she will regret that she did not stay to listen to our conversation. What do you want to say? Lucia came to the point. You'd better return Yuncheng to the Xiao family. Xiao Luo has begun to look for the evidence to prove that Yuncheng is the granddaughter of Xiao family. Gu Changge had a sinking sensation in his mind. Lucia told him what Xiao family had done half genuinely and half hypocritically. You know that now the Xiao family has given the power to Xiao Luo. He is still so young. Lucia raised her eyebrows, not expressing an opinion. But you also know that some people's shrewdness cannot be measured by age. Give me an example. Lucia gazed directly at the villa purchased by Gu Changge meaningfully. For example, the one hidden by you in your golden house. Gu Changge looked at her indifferently. Xiao Luo sent you here to persuade me? Lucia shook her head. No, you got the wrong idea. I will no longer intervene in the Xiao family. I just came to give you a final reminder. A reminder? The smile on Lucia's face faded. She became serious a lot. Yes, Xiao Luo wants to take his sister back to Xiao family. From the moment when Xiao Luo received the blood transfusion in the hospital, maybe he became suspicious. Since Xiao Luo had the power of Xiao family, Elder Xiao must have told Xiao Luo all about his agreement with Lucia. Xiao Luo had a half-sister. This sister was a clever girl who could do business with ease in Harbor City. For Xiao Luo, who had just taken the power, it was even more useful with might redoubled. How could Xiao Luo give up taking her sister back? Gu Changge could clearly think of this. However, it depended on Xiao Luo's ability whether he could snatch her from Gu Changge. It was silent all around the mansion of Xiao family. Xiao Luo received some materials from Xiao Jiancheng. They were all about Xiao Luo's father, Xiao Xian, when he was alive in those days. Xiao Luo turned them over carefully before he looked up. Fan Katie's experience is a little complicated, Grandpa. It is because it's a little complicated that we haven't looked for that child all the time. My sister. Well, Xiao Jiancheng responded. His morbid face looked much better. In fact, it is enough for the Xiao family to have you as an heir. Xiao Luo turned over the materials of his father, Xiao Xian, before his death to the last page. He found that it was a photo. In the photo, an upright young man was holding a woman who had a slender waist, and they were facing the camera. In the photo, the woman's face was mild, with clear eyebrows and eyes. She laughed with the corners of her mouth upward as warmly as Song Yunxian did. Fan Kaidai looks really pretty, Grandpa. So, it's understandable that she has more complicated experiences. The elder used to be a young man, but he was still mighty since he was from a rich and famous family. She is not like you. You are a boy and you will inherit the whole Xiao family. She, however, is a girl. Besides, she has a good time in Song family. So, I did not care about her. For the Xiao family, a granddaughter was not important. This grandson's safety was the most vital thing. Grandpa, since she is my sister, why not let her return to the Xiao family? Xiao Jiancheng looked tired. This girl is too smart. Xiao Jiancheng was a person who had been struggling in the business community for decades. The word he said, smart, did not mean only cleverness. Coming to the deeper point, Xiao Jiancheng should mean that she had too much ambition and too many schemes, although this child was just a girl. If such a granddaughter came back, the Xiao family might suffer another bloody storm. The elder did not speak too plainly, but Xiao Luo already understood what he meant. Grandpa, I want to bring my sister home. Xiao Jiancheng sighed. Since I have planned to give you the Xiao family, you can make the decision by yourself. Xiao Luo showed a well-behaved smile. Thank you, Grandpa. Xiao Luo talked for a while with Xiao Jiancheng before he made a move to leave. As soon as Xiao Luo left, the steward Uncle Xiang, who had been following Xiao Jiancheng for decades, couldn't help being worried. He said, Old Master, is it okay for little child Xiao to make such a decision? May it. Give him a chance. And let it be. Xiao Jiancheng's voice sounded cool-headed. Song Yunxian is indeed Xian's biological daughter, so it's okay to take her back. However, Old Master, I've heard that Miss Yunxian is already the heir of the Song family. She will have no relationship with the Song family if she returns to the Xiao family. What are you worried about, Xiang? The old steward couldn't care too much but just said, Miss Yunxian, what if she wants the power of the Xiao family? Won't our little child Xiao? I believe in a Luo. As soon as the elder made his final decision, the steward closed his mouth and stopped talking. Now that the power of the Xiao family had been handed over to Xiao Luo, why did not they believe in him and let him do it? Moreover, it seemed that Song Yunxian was partial to Xiao Luo in her mind. She wouldn't fight for anything with him. Xiao Luo had been reluctant to step into the hospital ever since he was discharged. However, he went there himself by car in order to find out the true identity of the person who helped him with the blood transfusion that day. The person in charge of the hospital respected him a lot after seeing him. They repeatedly called him Mr. Xiao, with politeness and respect. Xiao Luo would rather ignore these people who had it both ways. He went directly to the department that managed the blood transfusion and asked for the blood donation records. The administrator hurried over and smiled obsequiously. Blood donation records are kept confidential according to the donor's demands. Xiao Luo said rightly, I want to thank the one who saved my life, and I hope you can tell me her true identity. The manager shivered and still smiled apologetically. I'm so sorry, Mr. Xiao, but we can't tell you. Xiao Luo nodded. He did not want to impose on him. Well, sorry to bother. Take my appreciation to that lady who saved my life. The doctor nodded. Yes, Mr. Xiao. You can rest assured. The corners of Xiao Luo's mouth turned upward. His mood was not so bad. On the contrary, he seemed to be a little pleased. In the evening, Xiao Luo returned to the Xiao family. Elder Xiao recommended him an assistant in person. He seemed to be a very honest man about 20 years old. He looked fair and elegant with a pair of glasses. Elder Xiao smiled with pleasure. He is Yan. He is the assistant of the branch manager, whom I transferred from Kalata. You can ask him to do anything if you need. And Yan smiled politely. Good evening, little child Xiao. Xiao Luo nodded, without losing his grace. Please kindly give me your advice in the future. Little child Xiao, you've overstated. And Yan was also a smart man. After a lot of polite platitudes, he knew that he would assist this young master in the future. After leaving the elder's house, and Yan returned to Xiao Luo's villa. Following Xiao Luo, he opened his mouth and asked, Little child Xiao, is there anything I can do for you? Xiao Luo showed a smile at the corners of his eyes, but his eyes were cold. Grandpa trusts you very much, but I don't know your ability to handle things. Anything you want, little child Xiao? Xiao Luo recalled what the doctor said to him today. I want to keep someone. You have to help me stop her from leaving, no matter what you do. Hearing that, Yan looked up. He was a little hesitant. The woman who little child Xiao said is my biological sister Yuncheng. There was dead silence all around Song family. On the sofa in the living room of the mansion, Song Yuncheng's face was extremely drawn. I thought she might have died there. Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian, who were invited over, also felt puzzled. Zhao Yang adjusted the glasses on his nose and sighed. Now I'm really getting on years. I never thought that such a little girl should be so capable at such a young age. Zhou Jian echoed as well. She is really capable of something. The key is that she has Child Chu beside her. If Child Chu hadn't helped her beside her, it would have been impossible for her to come back from Harbor City alive. Zhao Yang nodded and his face clouded over. Yuncheng, I'm afraid that your sister is coming back soon. Song Yuncheng's face turned livid. Now that he was talking about this, Song Yuncheng definitely knew that he couldn't let her sister return. Zhao Yang was very afraid that he couldn't figure out the interest relationship here. Thus, he gave out a quiet cough and reminded him. The fact that she has miraculously returned from Harbor City alive proves her ability. If you can't make her stay in Harbor City, I'm afraid that the Song family will be turned upside down by her, and there will be no peace. Song family would surely be turned upside down, yet the people who would not be in peace might probably be on Song Yuncheng's side. Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian had already stood by Song Yuncheng's side for some time. Thus, they would exert all their strength to help Song Yuncheng now. Yet Song Yuncheng's heart was filled with anger while he couldn't vent it. The Hua family has always been hostile to Yuncheng, yet unfortunately, the people in the Hua family are so ineffective and disunited now. Nowadays, Hua Ting takes charge of the Hua family, and he is on Yunchuan's side. Zhou Jian talked tirelessly about the current situation. Besides, considering that the brothers in Xiao family have been expelled abroad, Xiao family will not intervene in stopping Yunxian from returning to Yuncheng. And Lu family alone can't be too helpful. Zhao Yang gave him an oblique look, seeming that he'd like to say something. But after seeing Zhou Jian wink at him, he shut up and kept silent. Song Yuncheng bent his brows. Two uncles have to do something for me. If Yunxian returns and messes up with the Song enterprise, you two will also be worried. Once they heard the words, the expressions on Zhao Yang's and Zhou Jian's faces froze a little at the same time. Song Yuncheng was surely right. If Song Yunxian returned to deal with Song Yuncheng, Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian would definitely suffer a lot, as they would sink or swim together with Song Yuncheng. Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian thought of the correlation simultaneously, yet they couldn't come up with any good idea. The atmosphere inside the living room suddenly got a little chilly because of those men's silence. Just in the cold atmosphere, suddenly, the ring of the telephone in the living room sounded. Song Yuncheng turned around to have a look, feeling a little fidgety. Pick up the phone, Nurse Wang. Yes, sir. Nurse Wang, who was waiting in the kitchen, walked out of the kitchen immediately on hearing Song Yuncheng call her. Glancing at these three people who were seated, she walked to the landline and answered the call. Hello, this is Song family. Who do you want to speak to? On the other end of the line, a man's voice came through. The words which he said were ghostly cold. Song Yuncheng. These words were like the ice freezing people once they were spoken out. Nurse Wang was stupefied a bit. Over there, Song Yuncheng couldn't help asking, seeing her hesitate to speak. Who is that? Nurse Wang turned around. Young master, he wants to talk to you. Song Yuncheng got a little ratty. I'm asking who that is. He didn't mention it. Song family received so many calls every day, most of which introduced themselves when being asked. But this time he didn't say who he was, which was somewhat odd. Song Yuncheng thought for a while, and then he motioned Nurse Wang to bring over the phone. Nurse Wang handed him the phone. Song Yuncheng asked in a cold voice, "May I ask who that is?" Shao family. Song Yuncheng was stunned instantly on hearing these two words. Shao family. Harbor City? He belatedly realized it, feeling a little incredible. The other end answered, "Yeah, Shao family in Harbor City." Once the words were spoken out, Song Yuncheng felt a trance all over his body, and his eyes turned to Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian spontaneously. Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian were both old foxes. When they saw Song Yuncheng's eyes, they knew that the caller was not ordinary. Zhou Jian had a look at Nurse Wang, who was awaiting aside. "Make another cup of tea for me." "Okowo." Nurse Wang took away the cup of tea, which was still hot, and entered the kitchen. Getting rid of Nurse Wang, Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian turned back to watch Song Yuncheng answer the call. Song Yuncheng raised his hand to cover the mouthpiece, and then he said in a low voice, "That is Shao family." Zhao Yang seemed to realize something at once, and his eyes lit up a bit, while Zhou Jian just asked him to remain calm and listen carefully to what the person would say on the other end of the line. Then Song Yuncheng started to speak. "Could you please tell me what you want? I'm just informing you that Miss Yunxian may live for some time in Shao family. We hope that you can rest assured." There were just some polite and simple words, as if a man called a child's parents when the child was going to be put up in his house, which was not abnormal but simple. But once such words were used in a conversation between special commercial families like Song family and Shao family, there would be so many hidden meanings, which could be put on the table. Shao family would keep Yunxian and ask her to live there for some time? But how long would it last? As for it, it was hard to say or ask. However, Song Yuncheng felt that this was a piece of good news. Shao family was willing to keep Song Yunxian in Harbor City? That was great. How he wished that she could stay in Harbor City forever and never come back. Almost urgently, Song Yuncheng replied, "Okay. Okowo." The reply made Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian at the scene somewhat unhappy. After rolling around in the business world for so many years, they all kept wearing poker faces. Yet Yuncheng was not that kind of people. This kind of people showed all their thoughts on their faces. How could they achieve anything in the future? They had a look at each other. Song Yuncheng over there hung up the phone after some courtesies. "The call is from Shao family in Harbor City. They said that they wanted to keep Yunxian staying in Shao family for a long time. What a lifesaver." Song Yuncheng appeared to be very happy. Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian both nodded. Zhou Jian started speaking first. "Now that the call is from Shao family, then the latter things will not be up to us." Zhao Yang had some schadenfreude. "I hope that the child's stay is not because she offended someone in Shao family." Though he said so, he hoped so much in his mind that Song Yunxian would die there. Song Yuncheng was anxious and fretful the whole day because of Song Yunchuan's return, but now he calmed down a lot, as if he had taken a reassuring pill due to the phone call from Shao family. Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian had got on ages, so they both stood up and took their leave from Song family. Yet after these two people's cars got out of the gate of Song family for a short distance, Zhao Yang changed his ride and got into Zhou Jian's car. They had both been a member of the Song enterprise for decades. Song Yin had died. They knew clearly about his children's capacities in their hearts. Zhou Jian gave some compliments on Song Yunchuan's trip to Harbor City this time. "I have never expected that the little daughter in Song family should be so sophisticated at such a young age." Exactly. There are really very few people who can come back alive after offending someone of the Hua family in Harbor City. "So what about Shao family this time?" Zhou Jian turned to look at Zhao Yang. Zhao Yang gave a cold snort scornfully. No matter what the reason is, it's a big problem that Xiao family keeps her staying there. Perhaps they will keep her there forever. Zhou Jian sighed and looked out of the window. Then Miss Song can only fend for herself. The night was dark. The leaving cars were gradually fading in the darkness. Everything seemed to be quite peaceful and calm in Yuncheng. Song Yunxian studiously called at Zong family of Tianzong Mill before leaving. Miss Zong put up a terrace in the quaint back garden of the old house. The terrace was modeled on the structure of those in ancient times, which had vivid paintings on the beams. She was dressed in a full-length rainbow-colored and feathered dress, applying no face powder on the face. She held a white feather-folding fan, wearing a smile and slightly raising her eyes. The glance was with much exceedingly beauty. Even from afar, it made people feel that her appearance was filled with coldness and arrogance as well as loneliness. Song Yunxian stood under the stage, watching her perform in the opera. Nightlights were just on and the light snow was falling in flakes. Eyelashes were covered by glittering and translucent snowflakes. Miss Song over there had finished a song of the drunken beauty, and then she closed her posture and looked at her. Miss Song. Miss Song did such a good job in Beijing opera. Miss Zhang's soft lip corners raised. I've heard that my grandfather's family was an aristocracy in the late Qing dynasty. You are not from Harbor City, Miss Song? Zong Bauer flipped her folding fan shut and walked out from the side of the stage. I lived with my mom before I was 6 years old, and I entered the Zong family after she died. Zong family had a piece of esoterica, which had provoked a lot of discussions in Harbor City. No one had talked about it in recent years. But for Gu Changge, she was as clear as daylight about the esoterica. Miss Zong in front of her eyes had been pretty ever since she was born, yet her mother was from a rather poor background, who made a living by working in a nightclub. When Miss Zong was 6 years old, her mother died suddenly in the nightclub. By then she, who survived the contraception, came to know that her father was in charge of Zong family, and she was picked up as soon as possible from the corpse of her mother while she was crying. Her father died within 2 years after he brought her back. The young uncle who was studying abroad came back to take charge, and bore the responsibility of raising her up. Oddly, when she was 16 years old, her uncle took her to do 3 paternity tests. Each time it proved that she had no blood relationship with Zong family at all. But when Gu Changge was listening to Xiao Tian's talk about this, she answered without thinking. Miss Zong won't marry anyone in her life. What she said was totally true. After the gossip which was about the results of these 3 paternity tests of Miss Zong got out through the grapevine, she just locked herself in Zong family and did not go out all year round. As for these years, why did Miss Zong become the head of Zong family? And why did she smooth over this thing about the paternity test? The outside world knew nothing about it. Yet Gu Changge faintly guessed the reason for it. The uncle wanted to kick his niece out of the family, yet he was set up by his niece, unfortunately. I've heard that Miss Zong once did 3 paternity tests. Zong Bauer was stupefied a bit, and then she paused and suddenly burst out laughing. Where did you get this rumor? It is always hard to distinguish the things modeled by Tianzong Mill between the true and false. And this kind of help is exactly what I need. Zong Bauer's folding fan was held in her hand. Once it is made, it will produce a whole lifetime of high position and great wealth, which destroys either you or him. Song Yunxian nodded. I'm quite aware of that. Then why did you still come to me? Zong Bauer raised her eyebrows. Song Yunxian smiled. Miss Zong is a successful example. On hearing this, Zong Bauer smiled joyfully instead. The snow lasted from the afternoon to the next morning. Song Yunxian didn't need to pack up. She could go back to Yuncheng as she wished, taking the contract with the Hua family. When she was about to leave the Yangshan villa, Song Yunxian studiously turned around and took a look at the snow-swept residence of Yangshan under her umbrella. In the snow, the residence of Yangshan appeared to be quite beautiful. Chu Machin noticed that Yangshan villa was reflected in her pupils, and then he asked, "What is wrong with you? Feel loath to leave?" She shook her head with a smile. "I'll return in the future." She stooped into a black Rolls-Royce. The driver started the car, heading to Harbor City International Airport. Her eyelids twitched constantly on the way. She couldn't help raising her hand to support the forehead. On seeing that she had slightly dark circles under her eyes, Gu Changge asked her gently, "Didn't you sleep well last night?" "A little bit." She couldn't fall asleep at the thought of her upcoming trip back to Yuncheng soon. She would return and bury every single one who had persecuted her in person. The murderers who once killed her would pay a price. This was bound to happen from the moment when she opened her eyes to see the world. No one could change her mind. "Take a nap. It will take a while to get to the airport." Gu Changge gently reached out and held her in his arms. She looked up slightly into his eyes. She saw her own face from his dark pupils. Only she appeared in his eyes, which was so wonderful. She gently leaned her head against his chest, and her cheek rested on his chest. Since they were so close that she could hear clearly and easily that his heart was beating forcefully inside his chest. This was the most basic sign of life. He was alive and so was she. It was terrific. She closed her eyes and breathed evenly. She drifted off and nearly fell asleep. The car moved smoothly without any bump, and she lost her consciousness soon. However, once she closed her eyes and fell asleep, there were horrible pictures running through her head like the falling snow drifting profusely and disorderly. Xiao Tianzi's face. The dose of anesthesia from Xiao Tianzi. A black and white photo of Gu Changge was stuck on a cold steel. Gu Changge was dead. Gu Changge had died already. The voices of Miao Miao and Gui calling their mother haunted her like a nightmare constantly. Finally, she was suddenly dragged out of her dream by a precipitate bump. "Ah!" She cried out in a low voice. Before her fingers could touch her wildly pounding heart caused by the dream, someone reached out and held her fingers. He held her hands firmly with his fingers and wrapped them in his palms, trying to give her strength. "It woke you up." Song Yunxian raised her head from his arms and looked out of the car window. "What happened?" she asked warily. The road from Yangshan Villa to Harbor City International Airport was as even as an avenue of apricots. The car they took was with such an extremely excellent shockproof design that some common small pits would not cause such a bump at all. However, the bump was so violent this time. It must be. The car got rear-ended. Song Yunxian frowned slightly and moved her eyes to see what was going on outside silently. It was just rush hour for work in Harbor City, and there were long lines of cars waiting at traffic lights. However, the black Rolls-Royce they took was sandwiched between two silver-gray SUVs. The rear of their car was hit by the car behind. Through the reflector, they could see a man open the car door and get out of the silver-gray SUV behind. Gu Changge also stared quietly at the reflection on the reflector. The driver hurried to open the car door and got off.
Sorry, Jiletu.
I'll go down and negotiate with him. It was just a normal traffic accident. The driver could easily handle this on his own after getting off. However, the man coming out of the silver-gray SUV stunned Song Yunxian for a while instantly. Xiao Luo. After Xiao Luo got off, the rear door was opened as well. The people getting off one by one were two friends of him, Xiao Dao and Will. Will stood beside Xiao Luo and looked at the car where she was, while Xiao Luo held the car door and looked at the car for a while. Then he closed the car door and walked to them. Song Yunxian clasped her fingers. She could see the severe and serious eyes as well as the expression on his face through the reflector. This expression. It seemed that he was here for a showdown. She had some conjectures in her mind, while Gu Changge frowned slightly bit by bit. What are they doing here? Song Yunxian looked calm but replied to him in a tentative voice. Perhaps they know that I'll go back to Yuncheng today and come to see me off on purpose. No, absolutely not. Xiao Luo's expression indicated that there must be something urgent. Xiao Luo's eyes were on the car. Song Yunxian frowned, seeing him walk towards the car where she was, and she felt that a kind of uneasiness was permeating in her heart slowly. From the expression in his eyes, she knew he must have known something. What did he know? The lie that he could only defeat Xiao Yu and Xiao Liang smoothly by fooling Zhang Yufang and her daughters? The fact that she set up the trap by taking advantage of his grandfather's life? If Xiao Luo knew all this, would he turn hostile to her immediately? However, she must do all this even if he might turn hostile to her. If they hadn't given it a go, how could Xiao Luo have stood where he was today? She felt quite indifferent in her mind and watched Xiao Luo approach her step by step. Finally, she put her hand on the door handle of the car. She said, "He must have something important to talk with me. I'll get off and see how it goes." Since she said so, Gu Changge could do nothing but agree. "I'll be back soon." She pushed the car door open and got off. Sure enough, Xiao Luo showed a smile on his face over there when seeing Song Yunxian get out of the car. "Sister."
No, Yunchuan.
The smile on Xiao Luo's face made Song Yunxian slightly stunned spontaneously. She closed the car door and lowered her eyes to think for a moment. Then she looked up. "What are you doing here, Loki?" After Xiao Luo heard Song Yunxian call himself, he showed a lovely smile just as before at once. "I've heard that you'll go back to Yuncheng today, so I came here to see you on purpose." He wore a smile on his face, and his eyes were still as charming as those of a cat, which people couldn't help staring at. However, even so, Song Yunxian couldn't ignore Xiao Dao and Will, who were following behind him. Also, she couldn't ignore the silver-gray SUV which rear-ended the car where she was. "Does the car in front belong to you too?" Xiao Luo looked up at it and felt a little sorry. "Yes, it's mine," Song Yunxian said without a second thought. "Drive it away." Xiao Luo frowned slightly. Xiao Dao, who was following behind Xiao Luo, couldn't help walking forward. She chipped in, "Sister, you are really Xiao Luo's biological sister. Why should you go to Yuncheng?" Will wanted to cover Xiao Dao's mouth, but Xiao Dao said too quickly, and she had spoken out all the words. Song Yunchuan's eyes were getting darker slightly. Had this thing been checked out already? Yunxian. No. He directly denied the appellation himself. He stood on the busy road and looked at her with a sincere smile at the corners of his lips. "You are my sister, aren't you?" Song Yunxian pursed her lips, denying it. "I'm the youngest daughter of Song family. How can I be your sister? When I was admitted to hospital, only you had the right blood type to give me a blood transfusion. Can't this prove that we are related by blood?" Song Yunxian tingled in her heart. Had he been to the hospital already? Xiao Luo seemed to know what she was thinking in her mind. He explained, "I've checked the blood bank in the hospital, and the doctor has told me that you are the one who urgently donated the blood to save me that day." Song Yunxian pursed her lips into a line. "Stay in Harbor City. Ok. I need you." Song Yunchuan's face was not gentle, and her eyes were cold. "There is no evidence to prove that we are related by blood. Don't call me like that. I'm not your sister." If there was enough evidence to prove that she was the eldest granddaughter of Xiao family, it would be very possible for her to stay in Xiao family. But Xiao Luo said now that he had got the evidence. She still didn't know what the evidence was on Earth. "I have an authorized paternity test to prove it." Song Yunxian frowned. Xiao Luo's eyes were fixed on the Rolls-Royce and he said sadly, "Is it because of Gu Changge that you don't want to return to Xiao family and be my sister?" Song Yunxian kept silent. During her silence, there came the sound of the car door being opened. Gu Changge got down from the Rolls-Royce. His slender and straight body in the falling snow from the sky gave people a sense of coldness. He looked at Xiao Luo coldly. Although Xiao Luo was only 17 years old, he straightened his back and looked at him in the eyes. He was fearless. Gu Changge squinted his eyes and strode over. He gently hugged Song Yunxian in his arms. "What did little child Xiao talk to you about?" Song Yunxian looked up, and her eyes met with Gu Changge's cold eyes. She slightly showed a shallow smile and said idly as if she was joking, "Loki said that I was the granddaughter of Xiao family." Gu Changge's fingers tightened unconsciously. Song Yunxian keenly sensed his force when he clasped his fingers and asked with a smile, "Do you believe it?" "No." He said these words coldly. Song Yunxian looked at his face and nodded gently. "Neither do I." These words came out of her soft mouth gently, and Gu Changge's eyes changed instantly. He looked at her in astonishment. Her eyes were clear and clean like a pool of green water without any hypocrisy inside. However, he felt suspicious from the bottom of his heart for no reason. He doubted her words and it made him uneasy. Do you really disbelieve it? If she believed, it would be 10,000 times better for her to stay in Shao family than in Song family. Even if it was just a springboard, Shao family was many times more powerful than Song family. She understood this, and she had always been wishing for higher positions. Why did she say that she disbelieved it? Gu Changge looked at her with complicated expressions in his eyes. She curled her lips slightly and turned to look at Xiao Luo. You said that you had the paternity test. Then take it out, Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo stared at Gu Changge with a slight trace of complacency deep in his eyes. If the paternity test can prove that you are the granddaughter of Shao family, will you return to Shao family? Song Yuncheng answered directly, almost without a second thought. Sure. If I'm the granddaughter of Shao family, I will definitely go back to my family. Gu Changge held her waist with his fingers. She put her hand on Gu Changge's hand gently and looked up, asking, one can only feel at ease when he is with the closest person. Right, Changge? She asked so gently that Gu Changge could not speak for a long time. Only backing to the closest one could make one feel secure and feel at ease? Only being with his kinsfolk could let one have such feelings? Xiao Luo looked at him and stretched out his hand. And Yen, give me the paternity test. And Yen was in the car, and when he heard it, he said, please wait a moment, little child Xiao. The authentication institution is faxing us the result of the paternity test. Song Yuncheng looked at Xiao Luo, and she felt a little relieved suddenly for no reason in her mind. Surprisingly, Xiao Luo had learned to check all these things secretly. It really knocked her off balance. Gu Changge grasped her fingers with his hand and held them firmly in the palm. He seemed to be afraid that she would break away the next moment. Song Yuncheng didn't make any reply. She just waited quietly in situ, waiting for Xiao Luo's man to take out the fax result of the paternity test. Will began to light a cigarette by the side, and the smell of the cigarette drifted over his nose slowly. Song Yuncheng coughed a little. Gu Changge looked at Will, frowning. Then Will stubbed it out in hindsight. They had confronted in silence for around 10 minutes, and then the voice of Yen came over. Little child Xiao, I've got it. Xiao Luo couldn't wait any longer. Bring it to me. And Yen handed the fax document to Xiao Luo before he had time to check the test result. Xiao Luo lowered his eyes and glanced at it, and then he handed the fax document of the authentication certificate to Song Yuncheng. Yuncheng, this document is the result of a blood test taken by an authentication institution. I'm sure that we are related by blood. Song Yuncheng stretched out and took the document. She looked at the first page of the document suspiciously. Gu Changge also found that the authentication institution was reliable indeed. Song Yuncheng turned pages of the fax document to get the testing result. When she turned to the page of the testing result, the expression on her face was a little subtle. Am I right? Xiao Luo felt sure to win. You don't need to doubt that the authentication institution would issue a false report. This DNA authentication institution is set up jointly by Rong family and George family in the WS, and they will never cheat. Rong family was already a well-known secret-keeping family in the industry. Besides, there was George family in the WS. Indeed, there was nothing to be questioned. George family was the best medical identification institute in the world. It was closely related to the medical identification of military organizations. It was said that the testing result accuracy of this institute was high to 1000%. They would never issue a false result or distort it. Song Yuncheng smiled slightly. I believe that the testing result of this institution is true. After saying that, she looked at Gu Changge in the eyes. The soft smile at the corners of her mouth was like a rose that would never fade. Gu Changge's expression in his eyes was quite serious. Xiao Luo couldn't tell their expressions from their faces. He just blindly thought that the testing result could prove that Song Yuncheng was related to Shao family by blood. However, Song Yuncheng stretched out and handed the fax document of the authentication certificate to Xiao Luo. I am not your sister. Xiao Luo changed his color greatly. It can't be. Song Yunxian stepped towards him and put the authentication certificate before him. If you don't believe me, you can check on your own. Hearing this, Xiao Luo snatched the paternity test certificate from Song Yunxuan's hand at once and turned it to the last page madly. In the column of the testing result, it obviously wrote, "No kinship." Xiao Luo let the document go in despair. The sheets of the authentication certificate scattered on the ground at once. Xiao Dao looked at Xiao Luo's move and bent over to pick up the document of the authentication certificate with some worry. When she fixed her eyes on the testing result, she couldn't help looking up at Song Yunxian. She couldn't accept it as well. But it cannot be. Yunxuan's blood type is exactly the same as Loki's. There are plenty of people of the same blood type, she explained. Xiao Dao stood up suddenly, refuting. It's different for you. There's only 1,000 to 1 chance to match Xiao Luo's blood type, but your blood type just matched with his blood type at once. How could there be such a coincidence that you are not related by blood? Song Yunxian thought of everything she had gone through after experiencing her rebirth and opening her eyes. She couldn't help shaking her head with a smile. There are a lot of coincidences in this world. You just haven't met them yet. But Xiao Luo. Xiao Dao still wanted to say something. Xiao Luo and I are just a coincidence. Song Yunxian interrupted her. She walked to Xiao Luo and picked up the sheets which scattered on the ground. Then she handed them to Xiao Luo. Loki, I'm so glad to have met you. Though we are not related by blood, I will treat you as my own younger brother. But Xiao Luo couldn't believe it. But even Grandpa said that your mother had connections with my father. I'm the daughter of Song family. She stressed tepidly. I'm the daughter of Song family in Yuncheng. Please tell me when you come to Yuncheng, and I'll treat you well. After saying this, she backed to Chu Machen's arms. I've got to catch the plane. I shall leave first. Xiao Luo couldn't say a word. The black Rolls-Royce was still stuck in the traffic because of the accident and could not move forward. A black luxury car stopped beside them quietly, and Song Yunxian smiled apologetically when she saw the driver get off and walk towards her. Then she and Chu Machen turned around and got into that car. The car went far away. Xiao Luo was still standing in situ, frowning and seeing her go away blankly. On the passenger seat of the black luxury car sat Miss Zong with sunglasses. Miss Zong slightly lowered her sunglasses, and from the reflector, she saw Chu Machen sitting in the rear. She smiled with the corners of her mouth upward. Child Chu is indeed handsome. Song Yunxian didn't say anything, but Chu Machen saw clearly Zong Baoer's face from the rearview mirror. Miss Zong of the Tianzong Mill? Seeing that Chu Machen recognized her, Zong Baoer nodded with a smile. Child Chu indeed has a good insight. Chu Machen was not so pleased when being complimented. He looked sideways at Song Yunxian sitting beside him. What's all this about? Song Yunxian slightly raised her eyebrows. It's just the same as you are thinking about. The answer was very subtle. The same as he was thinking about. He knew what was going on when he saw Miss Zong of Tianzong Mill. Miss Zong was the family head of Tianzong Mill, which was an imitating company doing copies. You asked Miss Zong to falsify the paternity test for you? He was sure of the answer almost without Song Yunxuan's personal reply. He had previously known that Song Yunxian was related to Xiao family by blood. Not only he but also Lu Xia knew it. So did Elder Xiao. Now Xiao Luo wanted to take her home. He must have got Elder Xiao's permission and have got sufficient evidence in his hands. But his evidence didn't take effect at all. On the contrary, it helped her get rid of the suspicion of being related to Xiao family by blood completely. Chu Machen didn't understand. He frowned slightly, and some shallow wrinkles appeared between the eyebrows. Song Yunxian began to chat with Miss Zong. Sorry to bother you to come here in person, Miss Zong. Never mind. You are the most important client of mine. I have a great time working with you. After saying this, Miss Zong reached out from the front and handed over a small box. This is what you want. Open it and have a look. Song Yunxian took it with a smile. It was a very small box, only as big as the palm, but it was made of quaint sandalwood. The small box gave off a faint aroma of sandalwood, and it could easily be smelt in the car. Song Yuncheng opened the small box, and a jade ring came into her eyes. The jade was transparent all over, and everyone knew it was of superior quality at first sight. Gu Changge recognized this jade ring at first sight. This is. Song Yuncheng held up a thin and white finger, whispering, "Don't talk." She gently took out the jade ring and put it on her finger, looking in the direction of Harbor City International Airport. "I can't wait to get back to Yuncheng." Besides, no one could stop her from returning to Yuncheng. Her eyes were bright, but at the bottom of them there was fierce cruelty. "Xiaotianzi, you just waited. I would be back soon. I would get back all that you owed me little by little." As for Gu Changge, she would have no escape as well. Xiao Luo stood on the road for quite a long time, and the snow was still falling from the sky. Xiao Dao came over with worries and shook his arms gently. "Loki." Xiao Luo turned around and looked at her. Then Xiao Dao said, "Let's go home. It's snowing harder and harder." Xiao Luo crumpled the fax document of the paternity test into a ball and walked towards a dustbin nearby. He said in a low voice, "I don't believe it at all. These are all fake." The paternity test certificate that was crumpled into a ball was thrown into the dustbin with no sound at all. He turned around and got into the car. Xiao Dao stood in situ and turned to look in the direction where Song Yuncheng left, and then she followed to get into the car. In the car, Xiao Luo was very silent all the time. Their car got off the road and drove in the direction where Xiao family was. On the way, An Yen frowned and observed Xiao Luo's expression all the time. Will sat beside Xiao Luo. "Maybe you really got it wrong, Loki." Xiao Luo's face hardened coldly. "Even if people all over the whole world got it wrong, I would not get it wrong." An Yen said timely, "But the test result faxed by the authentication institution can't be false. Neither we nor the Chu family could tamper with it. The relationship between Chu family and Rong family has always been good. It's possible that Rong family has stepped in to in." Xiao Luo was still making excuses for himself, but An Yen reminded him. To avoid arousing suspicion, Rong family didn't participate in this time. The test was completed in the WS. Xiao Luo's look became stormy. "You go to the WS and fetch the test certificate in person." An Yen nodded. "I'll book the ticket right away." Xiao Dao frowned and became more worried. "And now?" Xiao Luo raised his eyebrows and looked out of the window. "Now we go home," Will said. "Miss Song's flight will take off at 9 o'clock. Don't you go to the airport and see her off?" Xiao Luo looked back. "I don't want her to go back to Yuncheng at all. Song family in Yuncheng doesn't treat her well. If she is willing to stay in Xiao family, I will treat her much better than people in Yuncheng." Xiao Dao looked down and she was a little dismal. "But Yuncheng doesn't want to stay in Harbor City. She wants to go back to Yuncheng." Xiao Luo's voice became cold suddenly. "I will not let her go back to Yuncheng. You can't stop her from going back to Yuncheng," Will replied. Xiao Luo turned to look at him with his icy gaze. "How do you know that I can't stop her?" When Song Yuncheng composedly got on the plane, the homesick feeling covered her canty and tips of the brows. Merely, the flight attendants in the first-class stateroom were extraordinarily respectful to her. Gu Changge slightly frowned. Seeing that she softly rubbed the jade ring on her finger, he said, "Have you predicted all these affairs from the beginning? How could it be?" She looked at him smilingly. "I'm not some kind of supernatural being." Her smile was sincere and clear, as if her emotion was also genuine. But Gu Changge was so wise not to trust her. If she had predicted nothing, she would not have asked everybody present to collateralize with their family heirlooms in advance at all before playing cards. The owner of that jade ring was the only son of the chairman who had acquired the airline. Those flight attendants who saw the jade ring would undoubtedly treat her as their young master to serve deferentially. But they would never know that this jade ring was just a counterfeit. The airplane slowly took off. As the plane taxied off, the view outside the window flashed by. There were some clouds gradually drooping outside the oval window. The airplane was just like a big bird to go through the clouds slowly. It flew towards the flight path at a height of 25,000 feet. Song Yunxian looked down at Harbor City coldly under her feet. She could only see a piece of whiteness. The sun broke through the clouds to shine inside the window a little. Her white fingers were fair like jade in the sunshine. She looked at her hands. There was a cold light deep in her eyes. Soon she would use her hands to kill Xiao Tianzi. She squinted her eyes. A trace of fiendish fierceness flashed by. But Gu Changge just pursed his lips beside her. He could feel the chill that emanated from her invisibility. The tour to Harbor City would be a stage to stimulate Song Yunxian to transform. The plan of Sun family had caused great troubles. The news that Song Yunxian had got on the plane safely was told to Xiao family in Harbor City firstly, and then to Song family in Yuncheng. The former was astonished. Xiao Luo instantly asked his assistant beside him to order an air ticket to Yuncheng for him. And he also asked someone to pack up a small amount of luggage and all the credentials for him. When Xiao Luo was about to go out with his suitcase, he was stopped by Elder Xiao, who came over on his walking stick. Elder Xiao was dismal and gloomy. Seeing his suitcase in his hand, his anger was fueled. "Luo, what are you doing?" The elder possessed his temper to talk to his grandson. Xiao Luo could also keenly feel the anger of him. He pursed his lips. He then said firmly, "I want to go to Yuncheng to bring Yunxian back." "Bring her back?" The elder sneered. "Haven't you told her the truth already? But there is something wrong with the accreditation. I don't believe that she has nothing to do with me." Xiao Luo insisted. The elder frowned and looked at him. "Why don't you think that maybe it is Yunxian who did something because of being unwilling to return to Xiao family?" The elder's words were so sharp. He made Xiao Luo unable to say a word at once. Indeed, he never thought that Yunxian might be unwilling to go back to Xiao family. "But Grandpa, this is the real home of Yunxian after all." Xiao Jianqing sighed. He felt a little tired. "Luo, you have to know that she is a smart girl. The place which she likes is her real home. If you believe that she is your sister by blood, you should treat her as your sister. You are still brother and sister though you do not take her back to Xiao family or live together with her. Are you clear?" The elder seldom comforted others peacefully like this. After hearing what his grandpa said, Xiao Luo frowned and was dazed in situ. For a long while he did not move. A servant hurried over. He bent down after seeing the elder and little child Xiao. He said to Xiao Luo in a low voice, "Little child Xiao, the car to the airport is ready. We can leave at any time." The expression in Xiao Luo's eyes changed. The anxiety deep in his eyes gradually faded. He said, "I don't want to go there anymore." The servant who prepared the car was a little surprised. Xiao Luo loosened his suitcase. He repeated in a high voice, "I won't go to Yuncheng." He would not go there. If Yunxian liked to stay in Yuncheng, why should he be so determined to take her back to Xiao family? If he stopped her from living the life she wanted, she would not be happy. Seeing that Xiao Luo had taken it easy, the elder walked towards the yard where he lived on the walking stick with the help of the steward. The steward was a little worried. "Little child Xiao doesn't believe the accreditation." "Not only he but also I do not believe the accreditation." "Why are you suspicious, old master?" The elder stopped for a while. After a period of silence he said, "I heard that Yunxian had a connection with the girl in Tianzong Mill." Hearing that, the steward opened his mouth wide in surprise.
Tianzong Mill.
Xiao Jianqing sneered. He was a little disdainful. "That girl in Tianzong Mill is really too bold. She dared to play tricks on Xiao family. She even did not know how complicated Xiao family was before stepping into our matters." But the old steward smiled. "Old master, your granddaughter is much more intelligent. Otherwise, according to the strange temper of Miss Song, she would not have got involved in this thing." Xiao Jianqing became kind a little. He sighed a little regretfully. "You are right. It was rare for Xiao family to have a granddaughter who had such an ability to drive the hearts of others. But it was a pity that her heart was not in Harbor City." It was hard to let her stay here. The mansion of Xiao family returned to silence. The sun broke through the clouds and scattered in the living room of Song family. Hearing that Song Yunxian had got on the special plane and was on the way back to Yuncheng, Song Yuncheng almost left a hole in the desk of the office by a slap. Song Yunjia took half a day off because of his asking. Song Yuning also came over with the mentality to look on after hearing the news. The moment Song Yuning entered the chairman's office of the Song Enterprise, she just saw a few documents thrown at the door. She was dazed. She looked up at the big office table which was in front of the picture window. Song Yuncheng seldom smoked, but he was smoking anxiously at that time. Song Yuning had been pregnant for 5 months. She had got a big belly. She was treated as a treasure in Song family, so secondhand smoke was very bad for her. She frowned. She coughed, which seemed to remind Song Yuncheng. Song Yuncheng glanced at her restlessly, but he had no intention to put it out. She was annoyed in her mind, but she could say nothing. Song Yunxian didn't die in Harbor City as they wished, after all. The news that she would go back made the whole Song family get involved in a grave threat. Song Yunjia was a noble lady. The appearance as she frowned was also extremely beautiful. Seeing that Song Yunjia was livid, Song Yuning found herself a seat to sit down. There was a secretary coming to ask what she would like to drink beside her. Song Yuning said lightly, "Hot milk." The secretary froze. She felt a little embarrassed. "We only have hot coffee and cocoa." Song Yuning was clearly unhappy. She disgustedly answered, "So please give me a cup of warm water." Maybe the disgusted look on her face made Song Yuncheng break out. Song Yuncheng pressed the cigarette into the ashtray suddenly and rebuked in a gloomy voice, "How can you stay choosy at such a tough time?" Being rebuked by her eldest brother suddenly, Song Yuning was a little unhappy. "Brother, why are you so loud? I can't be frightened when I am pregnant." Song Yuncheng was just about to hop up to argue with this silly sister immediately. But Song Yunjia said in a cold voice, "You are not supposed to be too serious to Yuning, my brother. She is not the same as us now. If she had no kids in Shui family, she could never be tenable." Yunjia's words were very objective, but she also exposed a wound of Song Yuning like a slap in the face. Song Yunjia was absolutely right. Shui Tao had been whoring outside and never stopped during these months. If she had no child in her belly, she would be nothing in Shui family at all. But Song Yuncheng followed this topic to begin to analyze the stakes for Song Yuning. "Do you really believe that Yuning can keep a foothold for herself by giving birth to a baby? I know that Shui Tao is always a frivolous and skirt-chasing boulevardier. Though she can give birth to a baby, we cannot guarantee that Shui Tao will not bring another pregnant woman back one day. How can she be tenable without the support of Song family at that time?" These words were all obviously right. And Song Yuning could have thought about this early. She married into Shui family reluctantly at first. If Shui Tao was entangled with any mistress outside, she would be doomed in Shui family at that time. However, now her situation declined a lot more than before. If Shui Tao was dishonest before, their father, Song Yan, could back her up so that the elders in Shui family didn't dare to be too indulgent to their son. Now Song Yan had died already. Song family was in a civil war. If anything happened to her, Song family could not help her at all. People like Song Yuncheng and Song Yunjia were only busy eradicating Song Yunxian. How could they deal with her issues? They were not born by the same mother originally. The poor blood relationship was nothing compared to the lure of profit. Song Yuning's look turned pale little by little. She vaguely recalled in her mind the words Song Yunxian said when Song Yunxian last saw her. "Do you support me to inherit the Song family, my second sister? I promise you won't lose anything, my second sister." Song Yunxian controlled all her handles in her hands. But Song Yunxian returned all her handles to her at their last meeting without hesitation. If she did not keep her promise, she could completely get rid of Song Yunchuan's control now. She could even handle her with Song Yuncheng and Song Yunjia in turn. But she wanted to bet on Song Yunxian. Seeing that Song Yuncheng was scowling and Song Yuning's eyes gradually became firm at the same time, she thought that Song Yuning had figured it out. she asked. Yuncheng is about to come back. Do you have any plan? Song Yuning was not too foolish. She immediately started a throw-it-over-the-wall process. It is said that one will be silly after she is pregnant. Sure enough, I am a little silly now. I cannot come up with any good idea for the time being. Maybe you are the best decision-maker, my eldest sister. Song Yuncheng thought Song Yuning was useless. He then turned his eyes to Song Yunjia. What do you think we should do, Yunjia? Song Yunjia slightly frowned. She thought for a little while. Brother, you have mentioned that you promised Yunxian that after she came back you would hand over the power to her before she went to Harbor City. Song Yuncheng had said it indeed. But he never thought that she could come back safely and soundly. Now these issues were mentioned again. He was naturally unwilling to honestly hand over the power like this. So he said perfunctorily, "That is just a joke." A joke. Song Yunjia acted uncharacteristically. Instead she insisted firmly, "Brother, now that you have promised Yunxian, you have to follow your promise. You are supposed to hold a welcoming party for her, and hand over the position of the chairman to her." Being asked like this, Song Yuncheng changed his color immediately. He rebuked, "Yunjia, are you helping her or me on earth?" As soon as Song Yunjia said those words, Song Yuncheng was already glaring out of anger. But Song Yunjia was not flustered. Her slender eyebrows frowned slightly. She seemed to be very unacceptable when she heard the reproach from her brother. She said, "Brother, calm down first. Please listen to me." Song Yuncheng became angry when he heard that Song Yunjia asked him to hold the party as agreed and transfer the position. He said, "Doesn't it mean that we will watch helplessly Song family fall apart if we entrust it to such a vulgar girl?" Song Yunjia did not have time to explain. Song Yuncheng started his tirade. "The promise that our father asked a vulgar girl to take over the Song enterprise before his death is just temporarily angry words. If we follow his angry words and destroy Song family, how can we live up to the spirit of our father?" Song Yuning curled her lips. After the secretary served a cup of warm water, she just held the cup to drink. Actually, Song Yuncheng had no need to state these learned-sounding reasons at all. Who did not know his intention in the Song family? He thought that most of the property in Song family would belong to him. But he rejoiced too soon and gained nothing. Song Yunxian would own all of that. The little profit which she left had to be divided into 3 parts for him and the other 2 sisters. Obviously, it was not enough to satisfy him at all. He was not willing to be clamped down by Song Yunxian throughout his life. Song Yuncheng was strongly against. Transferring the position is not in a hurry. What about the welcoming feast? We won't hold it temporarily. Song Yuncheng's plan was already in disarray. But Song Yunjia had a clear mind. "Brother, do you mean that the words you said before Yunxian left do not count? Did I say that to her? Who can prove it?" Song Yuncheng's eyes became diabolical. If he didn't admit that, no one could force him to hold the party or transfer the position. Anyhow, Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian, these 2 senior members of the Song enterprise, always supported him, so he had no need to be afraid. Song Yunjia saw that their brother decided to act shamelessly. She frowned. Then she turned around and went out. She came over in white leather shoes of the hospital with muffin soles. So she did not walk very loudly. Song Yuning said nothing throughout the talk. Hearing the conversation between his brother and sister, she knew that they broke down the negotiation because of disagreements. Song Yuning looked at her bright red nails after she finished the water. Song Yuncheng became very agitated because of Song Yunjia's suggestion. He threw himself into the leather chair and let out a breath. Song Yuning chose a proper time to speak. "Brother, why does my sister suddenly stand up for Song Yunxian?" Song Yuncheng was gloomy. Song Yuning sighed blandly. "Yunxian is really an awesome girl. She is good at getting someone on her board. Even my sister." "Bullshit." Song Yuning hadn't finished her words. But Song Yunjia opened the door to interrupt her. Song Yuning glanced at her. She also found that Yuncheng held a magazine and some greatly circulated newspapers in Yuncheng in her hands when she returned. She curled her lips and said nothing. Song Yunjia glared at her. And then she walked straight to Song Yuncheng's big desk. Not waiting for Song Yuncheng to say something, she raised her hand and slapped the magazine as well as those newspapers in her hand down on the desk of her brother. Song Yuncheng couldn't bear it with his eyes opened wide. "What are you doing?" Song Yunjia was exasperated at his failure to make good. She said, "Brother, do you really believe that I stand up for Song Yunxian so that I asked you to transfer the position?" Song Yuncheng frowned. "Don't you?" "Of course not." Song Yunjia denied. She then pointed at the magazine as well as those newspapers on the desk and said to him, "Look at these headlines in these newspapers carefully. Then you will understand my suggestion of transferring the position." Song Yuncheng looked down slowly. His eyes fell on the magazine on the desk. He just saw two small words, Fanqing Magazine. Then he looked up. The enormous font on the cover of the magazine rushed into his eyes directly. Song Yuncheng will hold a feast for his sister, Song Yunxian. He will announce that he is going to transfer the power of the Song enterprise to her. This line of words seemed to stab the nerves of Song Yuncheng. He grabbed the magazine at once after looking away and questioned Song Yunjia. "Who released the news?" Song Yunjia looked at him coldly. "Are you still suspicious of me at this time?" Song Yuncheng turned his eyes away from Song Yunjia's face to Song Yuncheng slowly. Feeling the sight, Song Yuncheng felt a burst of coldness down her spine. "Brother, I have been staying at home these days to nourish the fetus. Are you suspicious of me?" Song Yuncheng gritted his teeth. "I haven't released such a piece of news." Song Yuncheng sneered from the bottom of her heart. Was there any need to exclude one by one to figure out such a thing? Anyone who was not stupid knew that these matters were made by Song Yunxian herself. That silly girl was very vicious to achieve something she wanted. Song Yunjia reminded Song Yunxiang, "Brother, either Yunxian did this thing herself or Chu Machin helped her do it. You're in for it now." Song Yunxiang looked very pale. He was indeed in for it. Since he had already made such a promise that he would hold a feast to hand over the power, a blatant cancellation would only make people scoff at his failure to keep his word. Even worse, someone would scold him as an ill-disposed brother who wanted to take away his own sister's property. He had no choice but to hold the feast and make the handover at the banquet as agreed. But if he did these things, he would be reluctant. He was reluctant to hand over all of these to Song Yunxian. It was obvious that all the property should belong to him, the eldest son. But now why should this belong to Song Yunxian? Song Yunjia was naturally reluctant either. After telling the situation to her brother, she picked up a call and then returned to work hurriedly. The servant in Song family called her and told her that Song Yunxuan's flight was about to arrive when she had lunch. She sneered. "Doesn't she want me to pick her up in person?" The person on the other end of the line said some holiday words and then hung up. She lost her appetite for the meal. She angrily threw the little silver fork into the plate and then left the dining hall after standing up. Song Yunxian watched the flight land. The clouds gradually drifted away. The buildings in Yuncheng got larger and larger. On the extensive airfield, the Boeing 747 slowly glided to a stop. She stepped out of the airplane cabin. At this time, the cold air in the first month of the lunar year in Yuncheng was blown over by the wind. She took a breath and wore a smile on her face unconsciously. Yuncheng belonged to her. No matter when she would come back, no one could stop her. Here was her business world. This never changed. She stepped slowly out of the plane. Chu Machin's fingers held her 5 fingers tightly. The warmth was passed from her palm to her body. She turned to look at his cold and stern face. The smile in the eyes softened a little. She thought that she made the right decision when she came back. She would like to give up the Springboard Shao family and stay with Chu Machin. She was willing to accompany him, even if this road would be full of trouble. They had no idea who released the news. When they came out of customs, there were lots of journalists waiting for them at the airport. The magnesium lights were shining. Many young journalists squeezed out of the crowd to ask their plans after returning to Yuncheng. She replied to them all with a smile. I have heard that after Miss Song comes back, you will take over as the chairman of the Song enterprise this time. Is that true? She nodded. That's what my brother told me. He said that he would transfer the position of the chairman to me. Miss Song, what business plan will you carry out to run business after you take over as the chairman? Will there be some great personnel changes in the Song enterprise? The journalist seemed to be an expert who was specialized in writing a commercial report. She glanced at the female journalist who was about 30 years old. She smiled calmly. I'm still young and I have a lot to learn. Even if I take over the position, I still need my brother's help. She tactfully avoided the question of personnel changes. Everything she had seen and experienced since her childhood told her that the innovation of an enterprise and the replacement of the successor would be accompanied by a turbulent personnel change. Every new sovereign brought his own courtiers. When she took charge of the Song enterprise, those employees who took Song Yuncheng as the core would undoubtedly be replaced. Otherwise, how could she control the whole family? Her eyes curved. She showed great and pure self-confidence under those flash bulbs. Even close-up shots could not expose any flaw on her beautiful face on the HD LCD screen. In the chairman's office of the Shao Enterprise, Xiao Tianzi's eyes stared at Song Yunchuan's face on the screen firmly. Song Yunjia was next to him, rubbing her temples. She said tiredly, "This bitch was really lucky to survive. She has some skills indeed." Xiao Tianzi said calmly. Song Yunjia glared at Song Yunxian, who was around by the journalists to answer their questions on the video screen. She should have been entangled in Harbor City. Xiao Tianzi sneered suddenly. He turned to look at her. Harbor City is not as attractive as Yuncheng to her. Now she has come back. You and your brother should take it seriously to think what to do with her next. Song Yunjia bit her lower lip reluctantly. The look when she frowned was very beautiful. Xiao Tianzi did not pay close attention to her, though she was beautiful. He only looked outside the window. Noticing that he looked outside the window, Song Yunjia had no good ideas in a short period. She simply decided not to think about Song Yunxian. She asked about Gu Changge's recent situation. I have heard that Changge has not been feeling well these days, has she? Xiao Tianzi nodded. Song Yunjia smiled warmly. Changge is weak. If there is something wrong with her, you are supposed to take her to go to the hospital for a checkup as soon as possible. Xiao Tianzi turned to look at her. I know. Song Yunjia became soft. Her eyes were full of care. In the past, if Changge did not feel well, you would take her to go to the hospital immediately. Why did you delay it this time? She was right. Xiao Tianzi took Gu Changge as an invaluable treasure. He cared about her very much, nearly like a pearl in the palm. In the past, even if Gu Changge was just a little dizzy, he would find someone to take her to the hospital for a checkup. She had been jealous of this for a long time inwardly. Now Gu Changge had died already. They had nothing to scruple. Why did he drag his feet and refuse to take her to see a doctor instead when Changge was sick? Song Yunjia looked puzzled. But her heart was filled with schadenfreude. She guessed that Xiao Tianzi might get tired of her in his mind instead and become more and more disgusted with her when he was really together with Gu Changge. She could not help being happy as soon as she thought that Xiao Tianzi became more and more disgusted with Gu Changge. But Xiao Tianzi suddenly said when she was inwardly happy, "There is something special about Changge's illness this time." Special? She was a little puzzled. Though Gu Changge relied on Gu Changge to escape from death in a great catastrophe, her life was still fragile after all. Special symptoms? What special symptoms would a woman with a heart problem have? She was disdainful in her mind. She was going to sneer. But there was a flash in her mind suddenly. She opened her mouth wide unbelievably. Could it be? Changge may be pregnant. Xiao Tianzi said in a calm tone. The expression on Song Yunjia's face was terrible and stiff. Song Yunjia felt that the news she had heard was just like a flash of lightning. Suddenly it hit her in the dead at once. After that, she no longer took anything else Xiao Tianzi said to her heart. She just moved her lips and asked him in a low voice which could not be almost heard. Do you want her to give birth to the baby? Xiao Tianzi didn't answer immediately but stared at her expression to see her reaction. Song Yunjia felt very afraid in her mind. If Gu Changge gave birth to Xiao Tianzi's child, the child would be the common bond of blood between these two people. Then was there any chance for them to break up? If they didn't break up, when would she be with Xiao Tianzi? She loved Xiao Tianzi very much as well, and paid much more than Gu Changge did. Why could Gu Changge be with Xiao Tianzi after the death of Gu Changge? What qualifications did Gu Changge have for conceiving Xiao Tianzi's child? It was her who removed Gu Changge for them the obstacle and helped them get together. She was the one who was the most helpful for Xiao Tianzi, wasn't she? Why did Xiao Tianzi choose Gu Changge? Why? A thought which Song Yunjia tried her best to oppress but failed, sprouted in her heart suddenly. It quickly took root and grew into a sturdy vine manipulating her mind, expressions, words, and gestures. With some tears filling her eyes, she looked at Xiao Tianzi with an extremely worried look and asked in a trembling voice, "Do you really want her to have a baby?" With deep and graceful features on his handsome and elegant face, Xiao Tianzi raised his eyebrows. "Do I have another choice?" Song Yunjia's eyebrows were wrinkled tightly, and her eyes were a little flustered. However, her condition doesn't allow her to bear a child. If she has a child, she will risk her life. She searched for clinical cases of this condition in her mind and looked up at him. "You are a student of medicine as well as a doctor. Don't you understand that? According to Changge's situation, it will be better not to have a child for her life safety in her life." Xiao Tianzi shook his head, smiling helplessly. "Do you want the children of Changge to inherit all of this? If Xiaoyi and Miao Miao know the truth after they grow up, do you think I can live a peaceful life during my old age? Of course not." Gu Changge's son was smart. It was seen evidently by the whole Yuncheng. Gu Changge's previous education for her son before her death indicated that she had planned to let Gu Yi inherit the whole Gu's. Now Gu Changge had died. Xiao Tianzi was the murderer. He certainly would not let Gu Yi be the heir of Gu's. He needed an heir who was fully obedient to him, guaranteeing him an old-age life without threats. This person was destined to be his other son. And the woman who would give birth to this son, of course, had better be Gu Changge. Changge's condition can't withstand the torture of pregnancy for 10 months. If you are determined to let her have a baby, you will kill her. Song Yunjia stressed every word she uttered so that Xiao Tianzi had to attach importance to what she had said. In fact, what she said was right. But if Changge cannot bear a child, then I can. Song Yunjia blurted out. Her expression was a little intent and eager. After finishing the sentence completely, she found it was improper. In hindsight, Song Yunjia suddenly controlled her eagerness after she finished her words. She tilted her head aside awkwardly and murmured, "I can find a surrogate mother for you," she said reluctantly. However, what she said just now made Xiao Tianzi understand her love. He was smart and could understand her willing dedication. The atmosphere was a little awkward for a moment. Song Yunjia blushed and looked away in silence, standing in his office room. On the screen of the oversized LCD TV, the report on Song Yunchuan's return to Yuncheng had ended already. Xiao Tianzi crossed his hands and bent over slightly, with his fingers holding his smooth chin. Song Yunjia was a little obsessed with his handsome profile when seeing him. "What are you thinking?" Xiao Tianzi didn't look at her but said lightly, "I have heard that you have moved out." Song Yunjia's face became stiff. She didn't speak it out openly, or tell anyone else that she had moved out of Song family. She still wanted to move back. Her purpose was just to let Song Yunxian know the seriousness and embarrass her. What she hadn't expected was that Song Yunxian followed her trick and kicked her out of Song family. She was depressed. "My father passed away. Living in Song family reminds me of him and makes me sad. So I moved out." Xiao Tianzi didn't know what to comment on. "Are you planning to move back?" Song Yunjia opened her mouth but found that no answer to this question was proper. If she said yes, why should she move out? If she said no, she didn't content with the current situation in her mind. Xiao Tianzi seemed to see her ambivalence and advised her calmly. Since you feel sad, you can live outside for a while and move back after you feel better. Hearing what Xiao Tianzi said, Song Yunjia was about to deny that she would move back. Before she could speak, Xiao Tianzi stopped her. His earnest eyes were facing her eyes, projecting the invisible pressure. He said, "It is your home." The meaning of this sentence was apparent that Xiao Tianzi wanted her to move back. Xiao Tianzi supported her to move back to Song family. Song Yunjia felt happy in her mind and could not help showing a smile on her face tenderly and gratefully. As long as Xiao Tianzi supported her and was at her back, she would be willing to advance bravely. If Xiao Tianzi wanted her to control Song family, she would do as he wanted. Anyway, Song Yunxian needed to be eliminated. Thinking of this, she suddenly thought of a way to fight against Song Yunxian. Her beautiful eyes blinked, and the smile at the corners of her lips softened a bit. Since Song Yunxian was so arrogant, why did not they take advantage of it? When Song Yunxian walked out of the airport, she was first greeted by a large number of reporters. After she got into the car sent by Chu family, she just saw the vehicle of Song family waiting outside. However, her family members were not among the people welcoming her. There was no Song Yuncheng or Song Yunjia. Those who came were just some middle-level managers of the Song enterprise, the butler of Song family, and Nurse Wang who she brought from Yuncheng. Nurse Wang, standing outside the car, anxiously looked inside the airport but couldn't see her after a long time. Song Yunxian saw Nurse Wang and couldn't help but get off the car to greet Nurse Wang. But Chu Machen grabbed her hand at once. He raised his eyes and ordered the driver at the front, "Get off and tell the people in the car from Song family that we will drive Yunxian to Song family." The driver obeyed his order, getting off the car. He trotted to Nurse Wang and told her as Chu Machen ordered. Nurse Wang looked at the place where Song Yunxian was for a while, and then left with the car of Song family. Song Yunxian watched the car go far, and then looked back at Chu Machen with a playful look. "Why? Are you afraid that I will be hit by the rushing cars as soon as I get out of the car? Do you think there is no such a precedent?" Chu Machen asked back. Song Yunxian was slightly shocked.
Y suposa no.
In Yuncheng, in order to fight for profits, in fact all means had been used. They included killing people. What Chu Machen said was not unbelievable. At least Gu Changge was an example. Her legs were crushed inadvertently, and then her life was ruined. It was a conspiracy specially designed for her. Song Yunxian pursed her lips and didn't speak anymore. She kept silent all the way. The scenery of Yuncheng passed by the window outside the car, and then flew back quickly. She raised her hand and rubbed her temples, looking a little tired. "After I send you back, have a good rest." "I will." She nodded. "Call me at any time if you need anything."
Okowo.
She answered obediently no matter what he told, without a rebellious attitude which was haughty and aloof as before. Chu Machen looked at her and felt that there was something different about her. But Song Yunxian didn't focus her eyes on him. Her temples beat faintly. After returning to Song family, there would be more violent waves than before. She couldn't wait. A cold light was concealed deeply in her eyes. Her smile at the corners of her mouth was faint. When she arrived at Song family, there was also a luxury car beside the fountain basin in the front yard of Song family. A flashy red sports car. It was Song Yuning's car. Song Yunxian recognized it at a glance. As soon as she got off the car, servants at home came out to greet her and pick up her luggage. Song Yuning, with a raised abdomen, heard that Song Yunxian had arrived home and walked out of the door. Chu Machen's gaze swept away from Song Yuning's body, as if looking at a transparent person coldly. Song Yuning felt a little awkward and a bit frightened. She frowned and tilted her body a little. Shin adjusted her expression and then affectionately spoke to Song Yunxian. "Yunxian, you are back?" Song Yunxian wore a warm face. "Yes, second sister." Song Yuning walked towards her and opened her arms, wanting to embrace her. "Welcome back." "Thank you, second sister." Song Yunxian hugged Song Yuning for a while and then let her go. Chu Machen stood beside without any expression. Song Yuning forced herself to greet Chu Machen with some holiday words and invited him to have a seat in the home.
Cho mo chen de cơ lin.
May I take a rain check? I need to go back first, Yuncheng. Be careful on the way. Song Yuncheng saw him off. She thought about it and then caught up with him. She grabbed his sleeve and kissed gently him on his cheek. Then she whispered in his ear, "Thank you." Chu Machen was a little shocked and said, "My pleasure," before getting into the car. Song Yuning stood together with Song Yuncheng at the door and saw the car of Chu family leave. Your relationship with Child Chu is much better. Did you enjoy your stay in Harbor City? Song Yuncheng smiled coldly and turned around to enter the house. Thanks to my brother, I enjoyed it. Song Yuning raised her eyebrows and followed her to enter. Our brother is too busy to pick up you. Please don't blame him. How can I blame him? I should be grateful to him for his effort and commitment to the Song enterprise. After saying, she beckoned servants carrying her luggage to stop. She picked out one of several paper bags handed over by the servants and turned around to hand it over to Song Yuning. This is a gift I brought back from Harbor City. I hope you can like it, second sister. Song Yuning paused before reaching out to take it. She opened it, and there was a pearl necklace. The pearls were all full and round, and every pearl of the necklace was the same size. It was very beautiful. Song Yuning smiled. Thank you. Song Yuncheng sat on the sofa. The maid brought fruit and dessert. As Song Yuncheng took a piece of dragon fruit with a small fork and was about to eat it, Song Yuning over there uttered, "Our brother and sister will fight against you." Song Yuncheng stopped the action of her hand slightly and turned to look at Song Yuning. Why did you say this to me, my second sister? After a moment of hesitation in the expression on the face of Song Yuning, she became firm and said, I think it is my best choice. Song Yuncheng smiled. Second sister, only those who stand firm can live longer. The choice that Song Yuning had made was the best because except that there was no better choice for her. Song Yuncheng and Song Yunjia could hardly look after themselves in the future. How could they pay attention to her? Song Yuncheng stayed in the office of the Song enterprise all day and made a call at noon to express that he was happy for Song Yunchuan's return. However, this was just a trick. Song Yuncheng was still maintaining their superficial peace, while Song Yunjia did not want to maintain their ordinary external relations after moving out of the house of Song family. Song Yuning rushed back without staying for lunch, and she slept for an afternoon after eating. At 5 o'clock in the evening, Chu Machen called her. She did not receive the call because the mobile phone was muted. After waking up, she saw the missed call and called back. The purpose of Chu Machen's call was simple. He wanted to ask her to go out the next day. After agreeing on the time, she hung up the phone and went out to have some water. The big house of Song family was indeed empty and lonely without Song Yan and Song Yunjia. There were also murals on the walls which Song Yan liked. Standing on the stairs, she stopped and looked at them for a while. The appearance of Song Yan loomed in her mind. Although she was not his biological daughter, she could assure him that she could run a more prosperous Song family in her hands. A servant beside her purposely asked what she wanted for dinner. She thought for a while and smiled. Let's make something that my brother likes. The servant couldn't help but say, You are very considerate, Mississippi. Her eyes were tender and reserved, and her raised corners of the lips were decent and supple, which a good sister should have. However, who could think that this was her last mercy on Song Yuncheng? Soon Song family would belong to her. The time that Song Yuncheng could spend here would enter the countdown. She walked towards the living room with a cup of water. After office hours, Song Yuncheng still stayed in the office and was unwilling to leave. Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian both persuaded him. Since Yuncheng is back, the plan should be changed temporarily. Zhao Yang put Yuncheng daily on the desk and showed it to him. I don't know who told what you said to the media. Now the whole Yuncheng knows that you're abdicating. How do you think to handle it? Zhou Jian frowned. What else can we do? Now that Yuncheng has said this, he naturally has to do as he said. Can he fail to keep his faith? Zhao Yang stubbornly said. Such a great business of Song family will be entrusted to Song Yuncheng, a chit of a girl. Can you rest assured? Of course, I am not able to be assured, but that's the situation. Can you do anything else? Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian each made sense. Song Yuncheng was listening on the side and felt his head hurt faintly. Just then, the mahogany door of the office was suddenly pushed open by a slender hand. The beautiful Daphne high heels stepped on the smooth wooden floor, and a clear voice came over. Why should you worry? How can a girl who can't even handle her personal affairs control the Song enterprise? Hearing it, Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian all looked along the voice and saw Song Yunjia standing at the door. Song Yunjia's long and narrow eyes were calm with some confidence. I have just received the news that a good friend is coming, and she is about to get off the plane. Song Yuncheng looked at his eldest younger sister and wondered in his mind. Who is it? Song Yunjia mysteriously smiled. Go and pick up her with me, my brother. You'll know when you meet her personally. This was their life-saving straw and also their pawn. Although Song Yunjia didn't say it clearly, everyone knew it in their hearts. However, who was this pawn? Being bewildered in his mind, Song Yuncheng, after leaving Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian, went to the airport with Song Yunjia by car. On the way to the airport, Song Yuncheng was still a little worried. We did not pick up Yunxian in the morning when she came back, but now we go to pick up your friend. It will be improper if the media captures and exposes it. If you are worried, stay in the car. I'll get off and pick her up. Song Yuncheng understood that these two sisters had completely torn their faces since Song Yunjia moved out of Song family's house. Song Yunjia had been living in an apartment outside these days. She didn't even return for dinner on New Year's Eve. He was distressed about Song Yunjia. When the matter comes to an end, you can move back. But Song Yunjia was very stubborn. As long as Song Yunxian stays in Song family's house, I will not go back. Only one could live between her and Song Yunxian. The airport was getting closer and closer. 3 or 5 minutes later, Song family's car stopped outside the airport. Song Yunjia got off. Song Yuncheng waited in the car. 15 minutes later, a woman walking side by side with Song Yunjia came into view from a distance. The slender woman in good shape wore large fashion sunglasses, covering half of her face, and her pointed jaw was particularly noticeable. After she approached, Song Yuncheng realized who she was. When Song Yunjia personally opened the car door for her, Song Yuncheng was surprised and said, Miss Hua. The one called Miss Hua smiled with her bent lips. She got into the car and took off her sunglasses on her face. A beautiful face was revealed. However, Song Yuncheng could not help being shocked by the scar on her face. Hua Jiang? No, Imu Jiawi. She denied. As the car started moving, she put her hair behind her ears and said slowly, Everything you've seen before is false. I am Hua Jiahui. Hua Jiahui, who should have been in Harbor City, appeared in Yuncheng. Song Yuncheng looked puzzledly at Song Yunjia sitting in front. Song Yunjia turned back. Miss Hua is chasing Child Chu to come here. Song Yuncheng understood it instantly in his mind but immediately thought that Chu Machen had confirmed the relationship with Yunxian before in Harbor City. However, Hua Jiahui didn't give up and chased him to Yuncheng. Miss Hua is really affectionate. He could not help but sigh with emotion. Hua Jiahui smiled with some self-mockery. But I have no luck. She loved Chu Machen so much, but she never expected that Chu Machen would degrade himself to be with Song Yunxian. Was Song Yunxian such a girl better than her? Chu Machen must have been temporarily fascinated by her. When he woke up a little, he would definitely see how good she was. Song Yuncheng talked with Hua Jiahui for a while, and showed great enthusiasm and interest in the movie she starred in. In the end, he, like an avid fan, asked Hua Jiahui to give him an autograph. Song Yunjia and Song Yuncheng sent Hua Jiahui to the hotel. Then they left. On the way, Song Yuncheng couldn't understand Song Yunjia's thoughts. If you want to borrow someone else's force, Hua Jiahui is not a good candidate. Then who do you think is a good candidate? Hua Jiang. Song Yunjia laughed. You are wrong. Hua Jiang isn't so smart as Hua Jiahui at all. What's more, Hua Jiahui loves Chu Machen as much as she hates Song Yunxian. If Hua Jiahui could defeat Song Yunxian, Song Yunxian would not have returned to Yuncheng safely and soundly. Song Yunjia could not refute Song Yuncheng, but with a vicious light in her eyes she whispered, "Let's wait and see." If Hu Jiahui was driven crazy, she would do everything at any cost. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Song Yunxian took a couple of bites of snacks before asking Xiao Shui to go out for coffee. After staying in Harbor City for so long and returning, Song Yunxian felt that Xiao Shui had become much more beautiful when seeing her. Her hair had grown a bit. Song Yunxian had thought she would see Gu Yi and Miao Miao beside Xiao Shui. After arriving there, she found that she had thought too much. Xiao Shui went into the warm coffee shop with her and explained after ordering the drink, "Miao Miao and Gu Yi are both at a boarding school, and the school has started on the 18th. Song Yunxian nodded, and there was still some inexplicable disappointment in her heart. After all, she still wanted to see those two children. With a bit of disappointment, she passed 3 paper bags which she took with her to Xiao Shui. "I brought these gifts from Harbor City for Gu Yi, Miao Miao, and you." Xiao Shui took them. "I received a pink gauze princess skirt from Harbor City before. Miao Miao likes it very much. Did you mail it?" Song Yunxian smiled. "Did you take pictures?" "Of course." Xiao Shui took out her phone with a smile and started looking through the album. "I knew you would want to see, so I took lots of pictures after Miao Miao wore it. I keep them for you to see on purpose." Xiao Shui found the photos on the phone album to show Song Yunxian and then passed the phone to her. Song Yunxian reached out to pick up the phone and seriously looked at the photos of Miao Miao on it. Just after the Spring Festival, Miao Miao didn't grow up a lot, and her round cheeks were still very rosy and cute. Miao Miao's eyes were like her eyes when she was a child, very dark and bright. Wearing the nude pink princess dress, she looked gorgeous and beautiful, like a little angel flying down from the sky. Xiao Shui couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Miao Miao looks so cute. Everyone says that she looks like her mother. Her eyes were loving. A long time ago, she felt that Miao Miao was very similar to her when she was a child. She liked Miao Miao very much. She hoped that Miao Miao could live a happy life. Xiao Shui saw Song Yunxian looking at the photos and suddenly sighed softly. "Gu Changge seems to be pregnant." As soon as this sentence was finished, the smile on Song Yunxian's face seemed to freeze and instantly become cold. The extreme coldness filled her eyes while the warmth in her eyes quickly disappeared. Watching Song Yunxian's expression become cold, Xiao Shui said after considering for a while, "Gu Changge discussed with Xiao Tianzi and said that they wanted to send Miao Miao and Gu Yi to a boarding school in Italy and did not want them to come back before the age of 18. A boarding school? They could not come back before the age of 18? Song Yunxian sneered in her heart. No one knew whether there would be any accident when they were in a boarding school. They could not come back before the age of 18? Gu Changge just wanted Gu Changge's 2 children not to return forever, right? She put the phone down and said with her firm and cold eyes, "Even if Gu Changge is pregnant, letting her give birth to the child will cost half of her life, so Xiao Tianzi should not be so crazy to let her give birth to the baby." Xiao Shui was very worried. Even so, Gu Changge will not be willing to give up, and there is another way, which is to find a surrogate mother. Surrogacy. Song Yunxian couldn't help but mock softly. According to Gu Changge's personality, I am afraid that surrogacy will cause an uproar, right? Gu Changge was jealous. Who could be the surrogate mother for Xiao Tianzi's and her child? She was very curious indeed. Having prepared some warm words for Song Yunxian on his way, Song Yuncheng returned home. As a result, he didn't find Song Yunxian at home after he arrived there. He unhappily threw the suit jacket on the back of the sofa. Wrinkling his thick and black eyebrows, he loosened his tie and asked Nurse Wang, "Isn't Yunxian back?" Nurse Wang answered him respectfully, "Miss Yunxian went out this afternoon." Song Yuncheng had already been upset because Song Yunxian returned to Yuncheng. Now that she was not at home, he was too tired to cope with her. Song Yuncheng waved his hand and let Nurse Wang go. He sat on the sofa and sighed, wondering exactly when Song Yunjia was related to Hu Jiahui. Moreover, he didn't know whether the relationship between Song Yunjia and Hu Jiahui was useful to him. He was so irritable that he took out the wine from the imported wine cabinet and drank one glass after another. It was dark after drinking for several hours. Not seeing Song Yunxian come back, he drunkenly forgot that Song Yunxian had already returned. Separating from Xiao Shui, Song Yunxian took a taxi and came back. Xiao Shui told her the reason why the major newspapers in Yuncheng had paid attention to the Song family these days. Ever since she left Fanqing magazine, the editor-in-chief of the magazine, Xiao Hong, had always managed it. During this time, the trend of Fanqing magazine was very stable. Its market share was gradually climbing, which was a good sign. Therefore, the major magazines focused on the trend of the reports of Fanqing magazine. In this way, Fanqing magazine stirred up the topic of the Song family. Naturally, many people were chasing after each other to report it. These reports were all about the successor of the chairman in the Song family, and had already troubled Song Yuncheng deeply. However, Song Yunxian appreciated Xiao Hong's ability to do business. This made her feel relieved about the magazine a lot. Feeling bored on her way home, Song Yunxian watched the night outside the window, and the scenery suddenly passing by the road. The journey home was very fast. It was only when she arrived at the Song family and just took off her coat, handing it to the servant at the door, that she smelled the imported wine coming from the living room. Then there was the sound of the glass being knocked down. She frowned slightly and looked unhappily into the living room. What happened? The servant next to her carefully answered her. Young master is drinking. Oh. Feeling that it was funny, she raised her eyebrows and went straight into the living room. Although Song Yuncheng acted recklessly, he was not an alcoholic. At least, during this time in the Song family, she hadn't seen Song Yuncheng drink yet. Now, he actually drank at home regardless of his image. It looked like he really had some concerns. Entering the living room, she changed into her cotton slippers. The sound of walking suddenly became much lower. Song Yuncheng didn't notice her coming, still drinking one glass after another. Song Yunxian came to his side before he could know it. His glass was empty, and he vaguely reached out to touch the bottle of imported wine. However, he found that someone held the wine bottle to fill his glass up for him. Song Yuncheng drank after raising his head. It was after he drank half a cup that he suddenly realized something wrong, and turned to look at the person holding the wine bottle. Song Yunxian looked at him with the corners of her lips slowly rising. Song Yuncheng's expression changed greatly as if he saw a living ghost. His eyes were widened gradually. Song Yunchuan's eyes were bright. Brother, why are you drinking alone? Is there anything you're not happy about? Seeing her, the greater part of Song Yuncheng's feeling of getting drunk was blown away. He was sober a lot at once. Yunxian. Yes, brother, I am Yunxian. Song Yuncheng was a little stunned. He put the wine glass on the table at once and started rubbing his forehead, thinking what he should say to his sister. However, Song Yunxian didn't care what he was going to say to her. Looking at his appearance, she just called the servant next to her. My brother drank too much. Clean up and take him to rest. Song Yuncheng was helped by the servant to walk into the room. When he went up the stairs on the second floor, he suddenly turned around and said rashly, Welcome home, Yunxian. Song Yunxian gave him a sweet and soft smile. Well, thank you, brother. She was afraid that he did not mean what he said in his mind, although he said, Welcome home. She fingered the glass on the table, watching the liquid sway and fluctuate inside with a sudden smile. Although you are all not happy, I feel very happy. Song Yuncheng drank himself so much, in large measure because he still had no way to cope with her. It was not in a hurry. Even if he figured it out, he couldn't stop her. No one could stop her ambition in this Song family. The night of the first lunar month was bitterly cold. On the first night after Song Yunxian returned to Yuncheng, she stayed up very late. In her sleep, she could even hear the wind blowing violently outside the window. It turned cold at night and snowed the next day. Song Yunxian dressed herself neatly, going to the Song Enterprise. The expression on Song Yuncheng's face was very awkward. The employees of the company also treated Song Yunxian with an ambiguous attitude. Although it was known that Song Yunxian was the heir appointed by the elder of the Song family before his death, in the final analysis, it was Song Yuncheng who was now controlling their salaries and promotions. As long as Song Yuncheng was in the Song enterprise, no one dared to call Song Yunxian Chairman Song. The staff did not even dare to say the words, Manager Song. Song Yunxian was respectfully called Miss Song by the staff. In the Song enterprise, she was shown around the various departments of the Song enterprise, meeting the heads of all the departments by the way. Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian, those long-standing employees of the Song enterprise, also came to accompany her to visit the Song enterprise. Being well-behaved and well-informed, she talked well with the two old foxes along the way. The two old foxes said nothing about the power transfer, but Song Yunxian was not so sensible. After visiting the company, she just said what they didn't like to hear. Inevitably, they talked about holding a banquet and the transfer of the position. Uncle Zhou, my elder brother is so busy these days. It must be for the transfer of the position and the banquet. Right. Zhao Yang's face was tense while Zhou Jian's response was very quick. Zhou Jian cheerfully said, Yunxian, you do know your elder brother well. He has been so busy for a few days with your return to the company. Song Yunxian, of course, saw Zhao Yang's displeasure on his face. She turned around and walked forward. Actually, he doesn't have to do too much. After all, I'm not familiar with the management of the company. After taking office, I still need the support of my brother. Zhou Jian echoed, Yes, indeed. But Zhao Yang said very little. After visiting the Song enterprise for one morning, she went home in the afternoon. The snow outside the window had not stopped yet. She looked at the snow outside in the room and suddenly remembered that Chu Machin made an appointment with her before. He invited her to go out today. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. She still didn't receive his call to ask her out. She had nothing else to do, so she asked the driver to drive to Chu family. On the way to Chu family, she was somewhat uncomfortable. She retched several times, which caught the driver's attention. The driver persuaded her worriedly. Miss, would you like to go to the hospital by the way? Song Yunxian shook her head. No, just go to Chu family first. In the past, her relationship with Chu Machin could only be described as utilization. However, after spending this period of time together in Harbor City, her feelings in her mind changed greatly. It was only Chu Machin who would stay with her at any moment. There was no one except Chu Machin. Therefore, she chose to give up Xiao family, such a strong springboard, just for Chu Machin. Thinking of this, she looked down slightly and laughed at herself a little. She also did not expect that one day she would make such a change because of Chu Machin. Because of Chu Machin, she even chose to take a detour to delay the time of revenge. If she continued to get along with Chu Machin with this kind of warmth and sweetness, would the obsession and hatred in her heart be slowly worn away? Her thoughts drifted away a little bit, while the mansion of the Chu family was gradually approaching. The peculiar and magnificent architectural style of the Chu family made Song Yunxian feel familiar. She knew something about the Chu family a long time ago, and she also had a not bad relationship with Chu Machin at that time. But it was only in her childhood. After growing up, these two people did not interact frequently. She got married and had children, while Chu Machin had been abroad all the time. Chu Machin hadn't even returned to see her. When Gu Changge was alive, the relationship between these two people tended to be indifferent. However, no one could expect that after she died, her soul was reborn in another body and her fate was closely linked to his fate. There was a smile in her eyes. It was rare to be a little bit sweet and cheerful. She was willing to be associated with him. She was not alone when fighting. There would always be someone beside her, side by side with her. She was no longer alone. Miss, the Chu family is here. The driver spoke suddenly. She was disturbed and immediately came to her senses. Outside the car window was the carefully trimmed garden of the Chu family. The fountain and water column in front of the mansion were crystal clear. Snow was falling from the sky. The white snowflakes covered the roof and eaves. In such a luxurious building, there seemed to be some implications of a crystal castle in a fairy tale. Wearing gloves on her hands, She walked directly to Chu family after getting out of the car. She did not hesitate or fear because she had never seen Chu Machen's parents. Now that she was with Chu Machen, she would meet his parents sooner or later. She formerly didn't want to see them because she was not sure when she would part ways with Chu Machen. Now she was sure to be with him. Therefore, seeing Chu Machen's parents would benefit her. Walking to the carved gate, she just met a middle-aged tall and thin butler and Chu Machen's assistant beside him. The assistant was saying something to the butler. The moment he saw Song Yuncheng as he pushed the door, he closed his mouth coldly, firmly and tightly biting the words which had not been spat out of his mouth. The assistant recognized Song Yuncheng. Although Song Yuncheng hadn't said a few words to him, she also had an impression on him. "Miss Song." The assistant greeted her, irresistibly with a trace of panic flashing from the bottom of his eyes. This trace of panic was keenly captured by Song Yuncheng. The expression on her face became immediately cold. She turned to ask the butler, "Is Machen at home?" "Il est Chu." The butler hadn't finished speaking yet. Chu Machen's assistant suddenly rushed to say, "Child Chu is not at home." The assistant answered for the butler in such a hurry that Song Yuncheng felt a little weird. She turned to look at the assistant. Her sharp eyes almost looked into the assistant's heart. The assistant felt pins and needles on his scalp, but he still laughed dryly and said, "Child Chu forgot to bring documents during the meeting, and I came back to help him get them. He made an appointment with me yesterday afternoon. Is the meeting still on at this time today?" Song Yuncheng gave him a cold look and walked forward firmly. "He is at home. I want to see him." Song Yuncheng had a slight crease between her eyebrows. Watching her go inside, the assistant hurried to stop her. "Miss Yuncheng, Child Chu is really not at home. I'm going to visit Uncle Chu." The assistant paused and gave a quick response. "Old master is not at home either." Song Yuncheng didn't stop walking. The assistant was really flustered. He even stretched out his arm to stop Song Yuncheng before she entered the door. Song Yuncheng stopped. Her gaze finally fell on the young assistant's face, but the expression in her eyes made the assistant shudder. "Are you trying to stop me?" "I dare not. Miss Song, please listen to me. Needless to say, since I am here in person, I cannot go back empty-handed." Song Yuncheng pulled his arm away, and her eyes were firm and cold. Since the assistant had been blocking her from entering, something must have happened inside. What could happen to Chu Machen's family? Did Chu Machen have an argument with his father for her affairs? Naturally, she had no way of knowing the matter without going in. However, it was only her issues that could cause the father and son of Chu family to have different opinions. Chu Machen had previously stayed with her for so long in Harbor City. In contrast, Chu Machen's father was not willing to let Chu Machen marry such a troublesome woman. In the business family circle, interest was always the priority. Marriages would occur as long as there was a close interest relationship. The Song family was not so important to the Chu family as the Hua family. She was a little worried. She was worried that Chu Machen's father would reprimand Chu Machen because he gave up Hua Jiehui, staying with her instead. She walked inside quickly, but she did not see Chu Machen's father in the living room of the Chu family. There was only silence in the hall. She felt a little bit weird. She had been soothed with her beautiful eyebrows pacified to face Chu Machen's father, but she could not help raising her eyebrows slightly at this moment. Chu Machen's assistant followed her with some anxiety. Seeing no one in the living room, Song Yuncheng turned to look at the assistant. The assistant saw her gaze and then lowered his head with some guilt. In fact, Chu Machen was at home indeed, but there was a guest in the Chu family at the same time. It was inconvenient for this guest to meet with Miss Song. If they met, maybe it would cause some trouble. There was only silence in the living room. After a moment of guilty conscience, the assistant said, "Miss Yuncheng, I didn't lie to you. Child Chu is really not at." The last word, home, was not finished. They heard a sudden noise coming from the master's bedroom on the second floor. It was like a woman crying hysterically. Song Yunchuan's eyes narrowed coldly. She instantly looked up at the room where the sound was heard on the second floor. The assistant who followed Song Yunxian to come in was shocked by the sound with his fingers shaking. The assistant responded very quickly and wanted to stop Song Yunxian. But Song Yunxian got upstairs first. She walked directly towards the room where the sound was made. The assistant chased after her closely. "Miss Yunxian, you can't go up. That's..." "Shut up." Song Yunchuan's momentum, which broke out instantly, was a little shocking. The assistant was stunned by her cold and powerful words. He was a little dumbfounded. Song Yunxian moved up the stairs smoothly and quickly. She was very familiar with the location of that room. The assistant saw Song Yunxian head towards Gu Changge's bedroom. His face began to get a little nervous. From the moment when Song Yunxian appeared in the Chu family, as an assistant of Gu Changge, he felt very stressed. The reason was that the eldest missy of Hua family in Harbor City, Hua Zhehui, came 1 hour before Song Yunchuan's arrival at the Chu family. It was unknown what Hua Zhehui said to Gu Changge, and then these two people went to the master's bedroom on the second floor. As an assistant of Gu Changge, he had seen many young masters from rich and famous families as well as children of wealthy businessmen, and he naturally understood how these people lived with each other. Gu Changge had no bad habits, and he never had many love affairs. But Hua Zhehui was a special existence for Child Chu, after all. There were once rumors that these two people had a relationship in love, which had not received the clarification from Child Chu. The elder of Chu family defaulted that. The assistant went out consciously, but he never imagined that he would meet Song Yunxian when he was planning to leave Chu family. As Song Yunxian approached Gu Changge's bedroom door step by step, the cold sweat on the assistant's forehead began to rush out spontaneously. There was a sharp light in Song Yunchuan's eyes. The moment she stopped at the door of the room, she strongly predicted that something unexpected would happen to her when she opened the door. Raising her hand slowly, her fingers touched the smooth and clean gold-plated handle of the door. With a slight twist, the door made a slight click. Then, with a little force, the door was pushed open at once. There was a brief moment of silence in the room. Then the sea-like silence was shattered into pieces by the picture seen by Song Yunxian. In the bedroom with simple and noble decoration, Hua Zhehui was wrapped in a white bathrobe and hugged Gu Changge's waist. She was facing the door. The moment she saw Song Yunxian, a soft but seductive and vicious light flashed across her eyes. Song Yunxian met her gaze. She shook uncontrollably as if she was stabbed with a needle fiercely. Gu Changge turned his back to the door, wearing the same white bathrobe on his body. Song Yunxian froze for a moment. Gu Changge felt that someone pushed the door open. He turned around suddenly. Exactly, he looked into Song Yunchuan's shocked eyes. There was no impression of déjà vu in this scene. Instead, it became the most direct guide to all the dark plans. Many years later, Song Yunxian remembered this scene again. She always inadvertently felt that this scene actually accelerated her plan for revenge and strengthened her belief. At the same time, it made her desperate to go crazy. This scene appeared so suddenly that Song Yunxian could not remember how she left the Chu family at that time. She just remembered that when she came to her senses, she was already on the way back to the Song family. The surrounding traffic was very busy, and the scattered snowflakes in the sky were crushed into snow water. Song Yunxian looked out of the window quietly. The window glass of the imported luxury car was covered with advanced sunscreen film, and it was as smooth as a mirror. Her face appeared clearly on the glass. She saw her cold gaze, and a trace of almost piercing coldness shot out of her eyes. However, she was so quiet. She was silent, almost as if nothing had happened and nothing had been seen. In the director's office of the Song Enterprise, the moment Song Yuncheng received the phone call, he was enraptured with his eyebrows fluttering openly and wantonly. "Is this thing you said true?" The voice on the other side of the line was demure and gentle, which kept always the style and tone of a young lady from a big and noble family. "Of course, brother. Miss Hua has deep hatred against her." Song Yuncheng's mouth bent up obliquely with a bad smile coming out. "Women are like this. There could be a blood feud between them just for a man." Song Yunjia over there also smiled softly. "Brother, you can be relieved a little. Presumably, Yunxian should be in a bad mood in recent days. It will be better if that girl makes a scene for this. Song Yuncheng's eyebrows jumped up since he was wild with joy. He couldn't help beginning to look forward to the thing from the bottom of his heart that Song Yunxian would make a scene for this. Song Yunjia could understand what he meant. Child Chu doesn't like noisy girls. If Yunxian makes a scene, she will probably be abandoned. I hope she can get over this. Although she said this, in fact, Song Yunjia was very anxious in her mind to see that Song Yunxian made a scene at once and let all the people in Yuncheng know the news that Chu Machan and He Jiahui got together. It was unknown who released the gossip. It was said that Chu Machan, who occupied half of the city of Yuncheng, had made peace with He Jiahui again. They were currently living together. Their close relationship caught much attention. The small newspaper office that released the gossip also attached a blurry picture taken from a distance. Everyone in Yuncheng knew about it within 2 days. Everyone speculated about the chances of the former couple getting back together. However, Song Yunxian was silent in the Song family. She did not respond to any of the rumors from the outside world. It was seen that hardly had one wave subsided when another rose on the side of Song Yunxian. Xiao Tianzi watched on the side with great interest. Gu Changge also enjoyed leisurely and chatted with Xiao Tianzi about the Song family's topic, while she was nursing her body. Gu Changge was clever and sensitive in terms of these tricks. When she saw the rumors of the small newspaper office and the internet, she nestled in the arms of Xiao Tianzi and asked softly, "For the thing between Chu Machan and He Jiahui, did you get involved in it?" Xiao Tianzi's rimless glasses on the bridge of his nose caused a slight pain. When being asked by Gu Changge, he took off the glasses after raising his hand and placed them on a small European table next to him. How could I get involved in this? Their relationship must be managed by themselves with their whole hearts. He did not intervene in the thing between Chu Machan and He Jiahui indeed. Gu Changge listened to his reply. She stretched out her hands and put her arms around his neck. Then she continued to say with much love in her eyes, "Although you did not directly intervene in the matter between them, this does not mean that you did not indirectly intervene." Xiao Tianzi couldn't help showing a smile at the corners of his thin lips. His eyes were filled with a strong desire to spoil Gu Changge. He rubbed Gu Changge into his arms. He kissed her soft hair with his lips. His voice was soft. "What do you mean by indirectly intervening? How could I intervene in the matter between them? Am I such a bad person in your opinion?" Gu Changge was tickled in her heart by his teasing tone and sexy magnetic voice. When she was kissed by him, she buried her head slightly and whispered softly, "Aren't you bad? What's wrong with me?" he asked, with his fingers circling lightly around her waist. Gu Changge sensitively put her body into his arms. Her exquisite figure was directly contacted with him, leaving no distance. Her face was also blushing. She was delicate and beautiful, like a white rose in the morning. She whispered like flowers with infinite charm, "I think you are bad anytime and anywhere. But you just like it, don't you?" Xiao Tianzi's lips moved lingeringly up and down her white and tender neck. Gu Changge closed her eyes with pleasure and couldn't help laughing. "Yes, I just like it." She left no stone unturned to take him back from Gu Changge's hands because of this love. With her fingers going up his back, she was trying to hug him. Just at this moment, the voice of a servant suddenly came from the door. "Mr. Xiao, Miss Yunjia is here." After hearing the words, Gu Changge's closed eyes were suddenly opened. There was distaste and bitterness in her eyes. She hated Song Yunjia. She had always been detesting Song Yunjia. However, during the time when Gu Changge was alive, she just didn't show it clearly. But after Gu Changge's death, the sense of hatred began to get aggravated, pushing her to the breaking point. Xiao Tianzi, who was just going to flirt with her, let her go on hearing the servant's words. Besides, he helped her trim her hair and then familiarly touched her cheek. "I assume that you are tired, so have a rest first, please." She appeared to be gentle and obedient while seething with rage in her mind. She got up to leave, and the little white shirt on her shoulder slid down for a half. Xiao Tianzi stood up and helped her pull it back onto her shoulder. "Just go to bed, and I'll come to accompany later. Hurry." Her voice was light, soft, and quite gentle. Xiao Tianzi smiled back. The beauty of the shallow curve of his lips made people cannot help being lost in wild and fanciful thoughts. It was just the scene Song Yunjie saw when she entered in pleasure. Xiao Tianzi looked at Gu Changge gently. The sweet and gentle expression on Gu Changge's face was burning her eyes. Gu Changge seemed to know she was looking at them. When Gu Changge was leaving, she intentionally stopped by her side and politely talked to her. I'm kind of tired and I'm going to turn in first. You may talk to Tianzi. Take care. Her lips turned bent slightly, and she watched her pass by. How she wished Gu Changge to die like this. Yet it was a pity that they once had the same enemy, Gu Changge. Just because of the same enemy, she chose to help Gu Changge. Yet today she felt that she was being such an eyesore. She itched to get rid of her before her eyes immediately and make her disappear in this world. Song Yunjie wore a gentle smile at the corners of her lips and turned slightly to see her leave and disappear. When there was no sign of her, she looked up at Xiao Tianzi. Xiao Tianzi seated her down and prepared to listen to what she said. Song Yunjie let out a breath. Xiao Tianzi helped to place the Longjing tea served by the servant in front of her and asked her with a gentle smile. How's it going? Just as you expected. Hu Jiehui is a skillful actress. Xiao Tianzi slightly lowered his eyelashes and shook his head with a smile. Undoubtedly Hu Jiehui, who had made a living in the entertainment circle for many years, was really something. Otherwise she wouldn't have made a rise in life only by her beauty. After all, there were quite a few beauties in the very circle. How did your younger sister react? Xiao Tianzi made a servant serve the tea and let Song Yunjie have 1 cup. Having smelt the tea, Song Yunjie frowned. She's really kept her temper. Xiao Tianzi wore a smile at the corners of his lips, and then gave Song Yunjie a sidelong look. How did you know she could keep her temper? Song Yunjie's eyebrows frowned tightly, and she felt a little annoyed. I thought that she would have been at loggerheads with Chu Machen once she found it out. However, she's kept quite silent these days. As usual, she stays at home drinking tea and reading books. Once in a while, she visits the Song enterprise. It looks as if she hasn't seen the matter in the Chu family. Song Yunjie was angry inside and hated Song Yunxian for not falling into the trap, while Xiao Tianzi couldn't help smiling gently. On hearing his smile, Song Yunjie turned to look at him. What's so funny? Tianzi. Xiao Tianzi raised his eyes and looked at her calmly. Don't you think that your younger sister is very interesting? Song Yunjie didn't think that Song Yunxian was interesting. She just felt that Song Yunxian was quite tricky to deal with. If Song Yunxuan's not disposed of now, she will get out of hand in the future in the Song enterprise. Xiao Tianzi picked up the delicate bone china cup and took a sip of tea. She appeared to be quite indifferent to Chu Machen's and Hu Jiehui's being caught. Just give it a thought. What is Chu Machen's place in her heart on earth? What is it on earth? Song Yunjie tasted the words carefully, and her nature of intelligence woke her up immediately. You mean Song Yunxian doesn't treat Chu Machen as the one she loves deeply at all? Xiao Tianzi was satisfied with her reaction. He responded mildly, Song Yunxian not only doesn't treat Chu Machen as the one she loves deeply, and she may just use Chu Machen as a stepping pedal she takes advantage of. Just think, if she is just making using of Chu Machen, then will it matter to her which woman Chu Machen likes and which woman he messes around with? As long as he treats her well, she can get the help she needs from Chu Machen as she wishes. Then why should she be jealous? Having heard Xiao Tianzi's analysis, Song Yunjie felt a little unconvinced. But it does not seem that they don't have any feelings at all. Song Yunxian is just posturing in front of others with Chu Machen. If she really loved Chu Machen, then on seeing another woman in Chu Machen's arms at present, she would have definitely competed with Hu Jiehui in front of Chu Machen even if not making a scene. In this case, what's the use of our making Song Yunxian see Chu Machen's and Hu Jiehui's being together with great pains? Song Yunjie didn't understand. Yet Xiao Tianzi smiled. It's surely useful. Now that Chu Machen knows that Song Yunxian is just making use of him and doesn't care about him anymore, then how much will he help her? A flash of light lit up Song Yunjie's heart suddenly. Then won't it be a piece of cake for us to send my brother to deal with her at that time? There was a meaningful smile in Xiao Tian's eyes, yet he didn't forget to remind her. Don't take things too lightly. Song Yunjia replied with a yes while feeling quite relieved inside. As long as Song Yunxian was got rid of from the Song enterprise, they would fear nothing since there would be only Song Yuncheng and Song family. Song Yunxian spent 4 leisure days in Song family drinking tea and reading books. The gossip in Yuncheng had already spread across the ocean to Harbor City. Here in Harbor City, Xiao Luo had ants in his pants. Having booked a plane ticket, he rushed over to the gate of Song family in person. Song Yuncheng received Xiao Luo in surprise. Having been told that he was here for Song Yunxian, he called someone to go upstairs to invite Song Yunxian out of her room. These 3 people were seated and having tea in the living room together. Song Yunxian wore a poker face. Song Yuncheng acted improperly. He urged Xiao Luo to stay and have dinner in the living room. Though Xiao Luo had a few words with Song Yunxian now and then, he couldn't be single-minded. He detested Song Yuncheng staying here very much. Song Yunxian could feel it and gave a sidelong look at her brother. Brother, I mentioned one time-honored restaurant in Yuncheng to Loki before, and now plan to take him to have some dishes there. I'll drive you to there in person. Xiao Luo frowned and finally couldn't help saying, Uncle Song, can I go there only with Sister Yunxian? How can I not show my hospitality on Child Zhao's arrival in Yuncheng? Well, how about this? You might as well go first. I'll go there with Yunjia and Yunying later. They both want to see Child Xiao. After all, Child Xiao takes charge of Xiao family at such a young age, and they really admire Child Xiao very much. Xiao Luo was so fed up with such platitudes, yet he didn't turn him down on seeing him insist on coming along. He nodded and rose. Sister Yunxian, let's go first. Okowo. Song Yunxian rose and got the bag. Then she put on her coat and got into a car together with him to go out. Before she left, Song Yuncheng kept on asking which restaurant it was. Song Yunxian told him that it was the Square Loft. Song Yuncheng believed it without a second thought. After the car of Song family, which drove her to the Square Loft, was on the halfway, Song Yunxian make excuses to get out of the car. No sooner had she got out of the car than Xiao Luo ordered the car of Xiao family to pick her up. They were sitting in Xiao Luo's car. Not until now did Song Yunxian raise her hands to rub her temples. Then she turned to blame him. Xiao family has just settled down. What are you coming to Yuncheng for? Xiao Luo's eyes were clear. After the 17th birthday he was going to be an adult. However, his figure was still like a thin and weak teenager, and his expressions were childish. I'm worried about you. What are you worried about? Something about Chu Machen. On hearing Xiao Luo's words about Chu Machen, Song Yunxian frowned tightly and felt her temples twitching more quickly. She had never expected that Hua Jiehui had followed to Yuncheng so fast. However, the reason why she followed to Yuncheng was not hard to understand. I've no longer cared about the things happening in the Hua family since I left Harbor City. Loki, is there any great change happening in the Hua family? She was thinking that since Zhang Yufeng's baby who could let her stage a comeback was aborted, the Hua family had definitely turned upside down. Just as expected, Xiao Luo answered. At such an old age, no one thought that Zhang Yufeng could carry a baby. But she does it quietly. No one knows it. Even Hua Qixing is quite surprised. Zhang Yufeng gave birth to the baby? She surely knew that Zhang Yufeng's baby had been aborted. Yet she had to play dumb as Xiao Luo was in a fog about this matter. Xiao Luo laughed at once. How could it be? Then she must have had an abortion. Xiao Luo looked at her and smiled, feeling that the bustle in the Hua family was extraordinarily colorful. Elder sister, you must have never thought that Zhang Yufeng's abortion was caused by Hua Jiehui. Song Yunxian appeared to be rather astonished while staying calm inside. After Zhang Yufeng was sent into the operation room that day, it was Hua Jiehui who signed the operating agreement and allowed doctors to give Zhang Yufeng the abortion. Zhang Yufeng had long been counting on the little son to help her stage a comeback. Yet it had never occurred to her that her oldest daughter signed up for surgery and aborted the baby. She must have been furious after the abortion. Her guess was right. Then Xiao Luo continued to say, It is such an open book that Zhang Yufang kept her pregnancy a secret and wanted to stage a comeback, right? She wanted to take the place of Hua Ting through the kid. Now the kid has gone, and she crazily blamed Hua Jiehui. She argued with and offended Hua Jiehui openly, and it seemed that she no longer considered her as her daughter. Hua Qixing does not like his elder daughter either. Besides, Hua Ting was just standing on the side and watching, so Hua Qixing drove Hua Jiehui out of Harbor City to prevent things from getting worse. He didn't want her to come back to Harbor City and irritate her mother for the time being. Song Yunxian nodded thoughtfully. So that is it. Yeah, this is the case. Xiao Luo sighed, feeling a little puzzled. I have no idea what Hua Jiehui was thinking. She didn't return to her residence in the WS after the matter happened. Instead, she went to Yuncheng to visit Chu Machen. Besides, she did this in plain sight. Xiao Luo felt somewhat angry. Elder sister, do you need me to help you? Song Yunxian had already acquiesced in Xiao Luo calling her elder sister. Now on hearing that Xiao Luo would make his move on Hua Jiehui, she unexpectedly raised her pupils and interrupted him. Stay out of this. You know nothing about affection. Xiao Luo felt a little embarrassed. But you are my elder sister. She came over to step into the relationship in love between you and made you sad. I still feel that I can't swallow it. Song Yunxian bent her lips and smiled. Do you treat me as your elder sister? Didn't you tell me that I could treat you as my elder sister when leaving Harbor City? Song Yunxian recalled it and nodded. Yep, I said it indeed. Just because of the brother-sister relationship, she didn't want him to get involved in this. Hua Jiehui would certainly come to her. The Square Loft was a renowned luxury restaurant in Yuncheng. Song family didn't set foot in the catering business while the Xiao Enterprise and Chu family were quite interested in it. 15 years ago, the Square Loft was an obscure restaurant. After it was taken a fancy to by Gu Changge and Gu's and Chu Machen and Chu's at the same time, it blossomed out and was sold at a price which ordinary restaurants could not reach. The price Gu Changge offered was way too high. After she took charge of the small restaurant, she spent only half a year making it known to every family in Yuncheng. After a year, the Square Loft changed completely and turned into a popular seafood restaurant in Yuncheng. Back then, Gu Changge and Chu Machen were still young. But Gu Changge just promised that he would give a birthday gift to Gu Changge when she was 18 years old. Thus, after Gu Changge knew that the Square Loft had been taken a fancy to by Chu family, she used some means to get hold of the thing that Chu family was determined to get. Though she might seem to be a little rampant, one could never underestimate a girl who could scramble such a restaurant from Chu family when she was only 18 years old. At that time, Gu Changge apologized to the elder of Chu family because of his daughter's unruly behavior of scrambling the restaurant on the surface while giving affirmation to his daughter's action in his heart. After getting the Square Loft, Gu Changge promptly handed it over to his daughter as if it was just a toy. At the age of 18, Gu Changge achieved something that others couldn't achieve, even if they were 38 years old. Besides, she let the Square Loft become a force to be reckoned with in the catering business. Everyone in Gu's was sincerely convinced by Gu Changge. After Gu Changge's death, Xiao Tianzi gave all the shares of the Square Loft to Gu Changge as a sign of respect for his wife. It seemed to be natural to outsiders that he just gave his wife's legacy to his wife's younger sister. But Gu Changge knew that it was actually an insult to her. The Square Loft was a present her father gave her when she was 18 years old as well as an adult, which was quite meaningful to her. But now, it actually became the property of the adopted younger sister, Gu Changge. Not only was her man owned by Gu Changge, but the Square Loft her father gave her was also hers. Such an insult really made her hate them and gnash. She could see the Airview Garden dining room of the Square Loft clearly from the window while sitting in the car, as it was moving towards the destination. Her gaze softened, and she saw that the Airview dining room towered above the skyscrapers in Yuncheng for so long like this. Xiao Luo recalled all the rumors which he had heard before about this restaurant on seeing her looking at the place. I've heard that Gu Changge, the eldest missy of Gu family, felt most satisfied with this work after stepping into the catering business. She smiled without answering, feeling somewhat depressed in her mind. I've heard that Gu Changge hired world-class architects to draw the design drawings of this restaurant. You can see clouds through the window of the restaurant if looking up a little. She smiled. You are being too melodramatic. Only if the weather is cloudy can one have this feeling. But it's true that the restaurant has been the highest one in Yuncheng for more than a decade, as it is 200 meters high in the sky. That is really true. When Gu Changge was 18 years old, she hired foreign world-class designers to design the Airview Garden dining room. Besides, she dined and enjoyed views with the first customers on the opening day. Back then, through the window of the Airview Garden, one could almost have a bird view of the whole Yuncheng. Young masters from rich families and playboys in the upper class in Yuncheng all considered it as a romantic dating place and scrambled to order meals here. For over 10 years it had been the most bustling and popular place in Yuncheng. Until now it still was. There were all the famous dishes of 8 major cuisines in the square loft and foreign Western-style food in all varieties with a French chef in place. Song Yuncheng first called to reserve seats in the Airview Garden. The Airview Garden was 200 meters high in the sky. They took the sightseeing lift and rose to it. The ground under their feet was getting farther and farther. The inside wall of the fully transparent lift was rising slowly. Cowards would get cold feet if being in such a sightseeing lift. Yet Gu Changge was most satisfied with the fully transparent sightseeing lift at that time. Xiao Luo was more daring than she thought, yet he still turned a little pale in such a sightseeing lift. He forced himself to stay calm and look down. I'm a little afraid of heights. If so, you turn to look at the inside wall. Then you won't be afraid anymore if not seeing this. Didn't the rumor mention that Gu Changge was afraid of heights? Xiao Luo felt quite puzzled. Now that she was afraid of heights, why did she create a lift like this when designing the Airview Garden dining room? Her excitement drove her. She answered with ease. People all have a curious mentality. The newer and more exciting things are, the more curious they can be about them. Even if one's afraid, he can't help being driven by curiosity. Just because of curiosity, many people came here for being attracted by its fame. And many people came for dining, only because they'd like to experience the thrill brought by the sightseeing lift. Xiao Luo thought what she said made sense. However, on a second thought, he felt there was something strange. He looked at her in puzzlement. You are not Gu Changge. How could you know it? Chu Machen told me about it. She skated over the topic lightly. Chu Machen and Gu Changge were old family friends, so it was not strange that Chu Machen knew something about Gu Changge. Xiao Luo stopped asking. They got to the dining room at such a height of 200 meters so fast by taking the lift. The moment Song Yuncheng got out of the lift, she sensed something unusual in the dining room. Because there were so few customers in the dining room, from her previous experience on the Airview dining room, there would be a slight drop in the number of people dining here after the new year. But it would not decrease like this. Only 3 or 4 tables were occupied by guests. Her eyebrows frowned slightly, and she remained silent. Xiao Luo didn't come to Yuncheng too often, so this appeared to be normal to him. After she got out of the lift, a waiter led her to walk forward. She followed the waiter to a table by the window. Xiao Luo sat down with her. He felt somewhat strange and looked around. I thought that your brother would be here first. Song Yuncheng took a look at the goblet and tableware in front of her, and then she gently picked up the napkin and wiped the rim of the goblet. Maybe my brother has something else to do. Who are Yunjia and Yuning? My elder sister and second sister. But now it seems that my second sister won't come here. After all, she is pregnant, so it's inconvenient for her to attend. Xiao Luo carefully recalled what his grandfather told him. He didn't come by stealth this time. Before he came to Yuncheng, he told the elder of Xiao family about it. The elder of Xiao family allowed him to come and told him to be careful. Besides, he told him how everything was going with people of Song family in Yuncheng. Though he didn't tell Song Yuncheng that he knew these things, he was very clear in his mind. Now Song Yuncheng and Song Yunjia must treat his elder sister badly. As Song Yuncheng and Song Yunjia were still not coming, he began to chat with Song Yuncheng. During the chat, Song Yuncheng unexpectedly brought the question back to him. Is your management of the Shao enterprise going well? Not bad. Grandpa sent in Yen to help me. With his help to do something for me, I feel much more relaxed than before. Song Yunxian thought of the young assistant standing by the side of Xiao Luo before leaving Harbor City. She assumed that the guy he was talking about might be in Yen. Then she nodded. Your assistant seems to be a smart guy, but you can't hand everything over to him. You have to learn something from him. Get it? Xiao Luo nodded. Yeah, elder sister. He called her elder sister earnestly, seriously, and respectfully. The people who were approaching not far away were taken aback a little when hearing this. Song Yunjia approached from afar and heard the name called by Xiao Luo at once. She couldn't help saying ironically, "Have I become ignorant because of my staying at home these days, brother? How could I miss the news that Yunxian has got a younger brother?" Song Yuncheng walked beside Song Yunjia, and he knew quite well that Song Yunjia was picking a hole in this. But the one seated opposite was little child Xiao of Xiao family. Though he was at such a young age, one should not take him too lightly. So, he said to Song Yunjia with unpleasure, Yunjia, the child of Xiao family is only 1 year younger than Yunxian, so the appellation is correct. Song Yunxian turned to look at them after hearing Song Yunjia's words. Having returned from Harbor City, it was the first time that she had seen Song Yunjia. Song Yunjia appeared to be quite fine, and even her recent dressing style became much more coquettish. As usual, Song Yunjia would wear some simple and clean clothes, appearing to be a slim and graceful maiden. Yet now, the little close-fitting red skirt she was wearing really appeared to be quite showy and flashy. Perhaps it was because the Spring Festival had just passed that she was dressed festively. She was wearing a close-fitting red skirt and a small white fur tippet. The diamond bracelet on her wrist was quite shinning. Song Yunxuan's expression on the face was very cold. Seeing her, she even gradually effaced her smile which she showed just now. Elder sister, our father has just passed away. Is it proper for you to wear so coquettishly? Song Yunjia raised her eyebrows a little, and her expression became stiff. It was true that she was dressed improperly today. She shouldn't have come directly after meeting Xiao Tianzi. Having seen that Song Yunxian shut Song Yunjia up with those simple words, Song Yuncheng secretly cast a glance at Song Yunjia. What the hell was wrong with the younger sister recently? Why did she suddenly act so carelessly? In order to mediate a dispute for her younger sister, Song Yuncheng smiled. Yunxian, your elder sister is careless. But she has always been mourning our father. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, your elder sister went to kowtow to our father. Just then, a waiter came over to serve a glass of warm water. She took it over and looked down at the water inside. She has just kowtowed on the first day of the Lunar New Year, but she forgot all about our father's death after only a few days and is now wearing a festive red dress. I can't understand my elder sister's behavior. Song Yunjia felt that she was caught at fault, and Song Yunxian wouldn't let it go. So her fingers were clenched. Song Yuncheng sensed that the atmosphere was getting stiffer and stiffer, so he tried to break the ice. Yunxian, this is the first meeting between you and your elder sister after the new year. Let's sit down and then talk. Come on. Yunjia, take your seat. Song Yuncheng drew open the chair beside him and motioned Song Yunjia to sit down. Usually, if Song Yunjia had been put down like this by Song Yunxian, she would have left with a long face already. But this time, she actually condescended to sit down and bear the anger. Song Yunxian let out a cold hum. She didn't believe that Song Yunjia would put up with it like this because of little child Xiao and Xiao family, who was inessential. Thus, as soon as Song Yunjia sat down, Song Yunxian stood up. If my elder sister doesn't go to change her clothes, then I won't have a meal with her. The bright red dress is burning my eyes. Song Yunjia's temples twitched. She looked up at her abruptly with great hatred in her eyes. As soon as the words of Song Yunxian came out, Song Yunxian strongly forced Song Yunjia to change her clothes. Seeing the rancorous expression in Song Yunjia's eyes, Xiao Luo got annoyed. He stood up and was about to follow Song Yunxian to leave. Sister, let me accompany you to have a meal somewhere else. Fine. Last time I saw a restaurant that was famous for crayfish. You have just arrived here. I will take you to have a try. After saying the words, she was about to leave with Xiao Luo. Song Yuncheng got anxious. He stood up to detain at once. Yunxian, wait. Song Yunxian did not stop. Song Yuncheng turned around and glared at Song Yunjia severely. Being glared at by such stern eyes, Song Yunjia gritted her teeth and caught up before Song Yunxian and Xiao Luo got into the elevator. She said with hatred, I will go to change my clothes. Song Yunxian just paused at this moment. Seeing that Song Yunxian stopped, Xiao Luo also stopped walking with her. Song Yunxian turned back slowly. Seeing that the face of Song Yunjia was full of hatred, she smiled with the corners of her mouth and eyes raised slightly. Seeing her expression, Song Yunjia was rancorous, almost breaking her teeth. Song Yunxian stopped. Song Yunjia left angrily with her high-heeled shoes. When leaving, she passed by Song Yunxian, and even the breeze seemed to bring knives, which was so slashing to scare people. Song Yunxian did not care at all. She came back and took her seat with Xiao Luo. Song Yuncheng was still maintaining the semblance of a good-hearted elder brother. He tried to smooth the thing over. Yunxian is a serious girl. Yunjia is innocent. Sorry to make you laugh at her, child Xiao. Xiao Luo answered without mercy. I think that what Sister Yunxian did is right. Song Yuncheng could not mediate a dispute with his words anymore. He had to open the menu to let Xiao Luo and Yunxian order. Xiao Luo ordered something. Then Song Yunxian followed him to order the same. The waiter confirmed the order and left. Song Yunxian waited for her food in her seat contently. She felt strange about the meal today. There must be something that would happen. But she had no idea what tricks Song Yuncheng would play this time. Song Yunjia went out of the dining hall. Her eyes turned red out of anger. She approached the sightseeing elevator. She then dialed Hu Jiehui. Hu Jiehui picked it up in a lazy voice. The Airview Garden? Have you arrived there? I will be there soon. She sighed over there. I should appreciate you and Brother Yuncheng a lot this time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have seized the opportunity. Go there directly. Song Yunxian has been waiting there. But she has child Xiao beside her. I should have stayed there. But something happened. I cannot make it now. Okowo. Hu Jiehui agreed and was about to hang up. But Song Yunjia suppressed the vicious and thrilled expression in her eyes. She tried her best to calm down and persuaded her. Talk to her in a proper way when you meet her. You have to stay calm. Rest assured. I will. Song Yunjia then nodded and hung up. Though she persuaded Hu Jiehui to calm down on the side of the phone, actually, she even wanted her to strangle Song Yunxian at once when she just arrived there. As long as Song Yunxian died, she could gain more property of Song family. Song Yuncheng's IQ was not enough to stop them at all. With the assistance of Xiao Qianzi beside her, if Song Yunxian disappeared, she could take charge of the whole Song family, and she could arrange everything. Song Yunjia got out of the sightseeing elevator. There were very few people around her. She directly drove her car to the Xiao Enterprise. Song Yunxian was sitting in the Airview Garden dining room. Though there were very few people around her, she didn't chat a lot in her seat. Instead, she stood up and walked around the sightseeing window of the Airview Garden. Song Yuncheng stopped her nervously. Yunxian, this place is too high. It is better for you to stay away from the window. If you're afraid of heights, you'll be scared. Song Yuncheng did not have a lot of family affection with Song Yunxian as her elder brother. Though they had the same father, he knew nothing about Song Yunchuan's problems. She looked sideways at Song Yuncheng. Brother, don't worry. I am not afraid of heights. She walked around the window. She got a little close to the picture window. The sky was bright. The sunshine outside was warm and streamed in through the picture window. Looking down from the height of 200 meters, there were some tall buildings blocking the streets. The streets nearby came into her view. The pedestrians all became very small. The configuration of the city was seen faintly. Suddenly, the curtain in embroidered gauze was blown to flutter gently by the wind. Her heart pounded suddenly. Looking at the curtain for a long while, she was just about to walk to the curtain. Just at this time there was a voice coming suddenly. Song Yunxian. The person called her by her name directly? Song Yunxian raised her eyebrows slightly. She turned her head and looked along the voice. The comer surprised her a little. Hu Jiehui. The eldest Missy of the Hu family came over quickly and coincidentally indeed. Seeing that Hu Jiehui came here, Song Yuncheng was also shocked. Miss Hu, what a coincidence. Why are you here? Hu Jiehui sneered. She glanced at Song Yuncheng. She seemed to be very rude to him. This restaurant is an open house. Why could you come here while I could not? Song Yuncheng was choked. He frowned and cracked a joke. How could Miss Hu say that? Since we encountered each other here, that is an arrangement of fate. Why don't you sit down and have a meal with us? Song Yunxian sneered in her heart. He invited her to sit down? He invited her to have a meal together? If Song Yuncheng really thought for his own sister, he would not have invited Hu Jiehui to sit down and have a meal with them at this moment. She really could not make sense of what he wanted to do tonight. After Song Yuncheng said the words, Xiao Luo wanted to refuse. But Song Yunxian stopped him before he could speak. Miss Hu can sit down if you want to. But today those people they met were all cheeky. Hu Jiehui really came over. And she pulled a chair to sit down. Song Yunxian frowned slightly. But she still kept her calm expression on her face. She turned to glance at the slightly fluttering curtain again. And then she walked to her seat. Hu Jiehui seemed to be aggressive. Xiao Luo became obviously disgusted with her after she sat down. But she was friendly to Xiao Luo. I haven't expected that child Xiao also came to Yuncheng. Xiao Luo nodded. Though he was disgusted, he still said nothing. After all, Miss Hu played an important role when he and his uncles contended for power. Hu Jiehui turned her eyes to Song Yunxian faintly. Seeing that she looked well, Hu Jiehui frowned and laughed. Miss Song does not seem to have come out these days. Is that because you are not in a good mood? Xiao Luo frowned. He opened his mouth and was about to say something. But Song Yunxian glanced at him, motioning him to keep silent. I have just come back from Harbor City. So I need some days to have a rest. Thanks for your concern, Miss Hu. Hu Jiehui undoubtedly would not really care about her mood. What she only cared about was whether she was angry in her mind or not. Several days ago, you suddenly broke in Chu family, which really scared me a lot. She raised her hand and covered her chest. And she toothed and shook her head. Miss Song seems not to be such a rash person. Why did you lose your etiquette that day? Xiao Luo looked at Song Yunxian wonderingly. He obviously knew nothing about what Hu Jiehui was talking about. But Song Yunxian bent the corners of her mouth and smiled. Actually, not only you but me, Song Yunxian was also terrified that day. She sighed. Looking at the cup in her hand, she seemed not to talk to Hu Jiehui. She said in a sorry voice, I thought that Miss Hu would not be self-defeating. But I didn't predict that you could follow us all the way. And even you could enter Chu family to show me a scene like this. What is your intention? Hu Jiehui seemed to be touched to the sore spot. Her eyes became harsh a lot at once. The atmosphere between them became frozen. Seeing the situation, Song Yuncheng stood up. Why is there no one to hand the menu to Miss Hu? Let me ask about it. After saying that, he made a wink at Xiao Luo when standing up. He seemed to ask Xiao Luo to leave together with him. Xiao Luo sat in his seat firmly, pretending not to see his wink. Yunxian was there. He wanted to go nowhere. Seeing the eyes of Song Yuncheng, Song Yunxian could not help sneering from the bottom of her heart. Did he ask Xiao Luo to leave with him together? Why? Was he afraid that Xiao Luo would mess up his plan here? She just wanted to see what tricks Hu Jiehui could play on her after Xiao Luo left. Loki, please go to the car and fetch me my shawl. I suddenly feel a little cold. Nimble people all knew that Song Yunxian wanted Xiao Luo to leave by doing this. Of course so did Xiao Luo. One corner of Hu Jiehui's mouth was curled up. She tilted her head and showed a vicious smile. Xiao Luo was reluctant to leave. But seeing that Song Yunxian was firm, he could only go downstairs unwillingly and slowly. As soon as Song Yuncheng and Xiao Luo left, Song Yunxian got to the point immediately with Hu Jiehui. Why did you follow us from the harbor city to Yuncheng, Miss Hua? She looked up at her. The scar on Hu Jiahui's face had faded a lot. If she dabbed some concealer on it, it would be very hard for someone to discover the scar. But this heavy makeup made others feel strange. Hu Jiahui was choked by her question. She stared at her coldly. Song Yunxian, don't you know the reason? Song Yunxian was in a daze. I have no grudges against Miss Hua at all. Of course I don't know the reason.
No grudges.
Hu Jiahui asked her. It seemed that she felt it was funny, and she sneered coldly. She stood up slowly from her chair. If you had no grudges against me, I would not have given up going to the WS and gone a long way to come to Yuncheng. I thought that the reason why Miss Hua came to Yuncheng was really Chu Machin. She sat in her seat calmly. Her fingers touched the goblet with warm water gently. Hu Jiahui's expression changed slightly. But in her eyes, a kind of desperate madness burst out little by little. Song Yunxian, I just get to the point directly. Are you the person who secretly set a trap to make my mother abort the baby? Song Yunxian glanced sideways at her. Please do not venomously slander me. I did not intervene in your family affairs of the Hua family. What's your mother's abortion got to do with me? Hu Jiahui bit her lower lip. Her eyes became so sharp that they could almost shoot out a knife. Though Hu Ting is not nice to me, I know he would not do such a ruthless thing. You trust Hu Ting. But does your mother trust you? Hu Jiahui seemed to have been stabbed in the back with a knife, and she was thunderstruck. Song Yunxian chuckled sarcastically. She stood up from her seat. The reason why you fell out with your mother is not that someone else intervened in it. It is just that there was no basic trust between you and your mother. Do you understand? Hu Jiahui opened her eyes wide. Emotions were churning in the chest. She knew that Song Yunxian was right. But now things turned into such a situation. They could not just end it easily because it was not a matter of right or wrong. She hated Song Yunxian. If Song Yunxian had not gone to Harbor City, there would not have been so many disturbances at all. Song Yunxian raised these waves. It was all her fault. Song Yunxian should be responsible for all these things. It is all because of you. It is all your fault. Hu Jiahui took 2 quick steps. And she suddenly rushed to the front of Song Yunxian. There was a saber suddenly coming out in her hand. And the saber went directly to Song Yunxuan's neck.